Destruction of Black Civilization. Great Issues of a Race from 4500 BC to 2000 AD by Chancellor Williams. Copyright 1974. Dedication to the black youth of the 1960s for beginning the second great emancipation, the liberation of our minds, and thus changing the course of history. Preface. While this book is still a summary of more detailed research, it seemed necessary to amplify certain questions and the answers to them. The widespread interest in and study of the book is deeply appreciated and rewarding to the author, and the letters from the prisons have been most touching and revealing. As noted elsewhere, I am keenly aware of many repetitions throughout the work, unavoidable because of comparative methods used, and others for emphasis, which may have turned out to seem overemphasis. Part 1. What became of the black people of Sumer? The traveler asked the old man. For ancient records show that the people of Sumer were black. What happened to them? The old man sighed. They lost their history, so they died. A Sumer legend. The preview. This work is a summary of the 16 years of research and field studies which were intended for a 2-volume history of the African people. The writing plan for the 2 volumes would have required at least another 5 years, even if the serious impairment of my vision had not occurred. In the meantime, there had developed an urgent need for the results of my research, which concentrated on crucial areas in the history of the blacks that had been either unknown, known and misinterpreted, or known but deliberately ignored. My own history classes were only a part of the rebellion against the only kind of textbooks available. It was a general rebellion against the subtle message, even from the most liberal white authors and their Negro disciples. You belong to a race of nobodies. You have no worthwhile history to point to with pride. The destruction of black civilization, therefore, could not wait another 5 years just to be more detailed, impressive, or massive in scope. For a reinterpretation of the history of the African race could be compressed into a smaller work for background reading, and so written that black John Doe, cab driver or laborer, and Jane Doe, housemaid or waitress, can read and understand the message from their forefathers and foremothers, as well as college students and professors. Origin and development of study. In a small town surrounded by cotton fields in South Carolina, a little black boy in the 5th grade began to harass teachers, preachers, parents, and grandparents with questions which none seemed able to answer. How is it that white folks have everything and we have nothing? Slavery? How and why did we become their slaves in the first place? White children go to fine brick, stone, and marble schools 9 months a year, while we go to a ramshackle old barn-like building only 5.5 months, and then to the cotton fields. Why? In the 6th grade, one of our teachers, Miss Alice Crossland, helped me to become a sales agent for the Crisis and the Norfolk Journal and Guide. This was like turning on the floodlights of heaven, for the books on our race, listed on the back pages of the Crisis, started me off on this never-ending search, but raised more questions as I progressed through school. Raised more perplexing questions than were answered. For, having read everything about the African race that I could get my hands on, I knew even before leaving high school that, 1. The land of the blacks was not only the cradle of civilization itself, but that the blacks were once the leading people on earth. 2. That Egypt was not only once all black, but the very name Egypt was derived from the blacks. 3. And that the blacks were the pioneers in the sciences, medicine, architecture, writing, and were the first builders in stone, etc. The big unanswered question then was, what had happened? How was this highly advanced black civilization so completely destroyed that its people in our times and for some centuries past have found themselves not only behind the other peoples of the world, but even the color of their skin a sign of inferiority, bad luck, and the badge of the slave, whether bond or freed? And since I had learned that whites were once enslaved as generally as any other race, how did it come about that slavery was finally concentrated in Africa for blacks only? In short, no books or other studies in high school and college answered or gave clues to answers to the problems that puzzled me most. For no matter what the factual data were, all the books written about the blacks by their conquerors reflected the conquerors' viewpoints. Nothing else should have been expected, and considering how thoroughgoing was the capture of the minds of the blacks also, it is really not surprising that so many Negro scholars still faithfully follow in the footsteps of their white masters. I was convinced that what troubled me and what I wanted to know was what troubled the black masses and what they wanted to know. We wanted to know the whole truth, good and bad, for it would be a continuing degradation of the African people if we simply destroyed the present system of racial lies embedded in world literature only to replace it with glorified fiction based more on wishful thinking than the labors of historical research. My inquiry, therefore, was concerned with black civilization alone, what the blacks themselves achieved independently of either Europe or Asia. This was an entirely new approach to the study of the history of the blacks. It meant, first of all, segregating traditional African institutions from those later influenced by Islamic Asia and Christian Europe. In this way, and in no other, we can determine what our heritage really is, and instead of just talking about identity, we shall know at least precisely what purely African body of principles, value systems, or philosophy of life, slowly evolved by our own forefathers over countless ages, from which we can develop an African ideology to guide us onward. In other words, there can be no real identity with our heritage until we know what our heritage really is. It is all hidden in our history, but we are ignorant of that history. So we have been floating along, basking blissfully in the sunny heritage of other peoples. My research was a quest for some specific answers to very specific questions. Some of these were: 1. How did all black Egypt become all white Egypt? Note, at this point, that mulattoes were classified as white in Egypt, all North Africa, and the Middle East, a fact that still confuses blacks in the United States, where the very opposite policy was adopted. 2. What were some of the specific details in the process of so completely blotting out the achievements of the African race from the annals of history? Just how could this be done on such a universal scale? 3. How and under what circumstances did Africans, among the very first people to invent writing, lose this art almost completely? 4. Is there a single African race? One African people? 5. If one race or one people, how do you explain the numerous languages, cultural varieties, and tribal groupings? 6. Since, as it seemed to me, there are far more disunity, self-hatred, and mutual antagonisms among blacks than any other people. Is there a historical explanation for this? 7. And how, in puzzling contrast, is the undying love of blacks for their European and Asian conquerors and enslavers explained? These questions, along with those stated earlier, constituted the core problems for 16 years of study. And while the outcome did not eventuate in the more detailed work as planned, I think I succeeded in summarizing the most significant highlights of my findings in the chapters which follow this preview. Origin and steps in the study. 1. Review of world history, believing that the history of the race could not be understood if studied in isolation. I began a slow and deliberately unrushed review of European history, ancient and modern, and the history of the Arabs and Islam. I say review because by 1950 I had already studied and taught in the 3 fields of American, European, and Arabic history, a most fortunate circumstance for the task ahead. 2. Began the formal study of Africa and Europe, not Africa. I did not know how very wise this was when the decision was made, for I did not then know that Europe and Asia had been hauling out of Africa over the centuries just about all of the historical materials I needed to see and study at the very outset, and which of course could not be found in Africa. Certainly I knew from reading all about the rape of Africa, but to know the scale on which this was done, one must see at least some of it in Europe with his own eyes and be amazed. The museums in various cities of the European colonial powers are the repositories of much African history. 3. Documentary sources. These are available in both Europe and America. Reports of colonial administrators in Africa, parliamentary debates, reports and letters from geographers, explorers, captains of slave ships, and, especially rewarding, the reports and letters from missionaries to their respective societies' home offices. For the earliest records on ancient Africa and Europe, Greek and Roman sources were the most useful. 4. Field studies. The field studies covered 2 years of work in Africa. Armed with a rather solid background in written documentaries, the primary concern now turned to oral history and the developing methods of historical criticism applicable to it. Several chapters will be required just to detail the methods and procedures in this relatively new and rewarding field of oral tradition. Every region of Black Africa was covered. 26 nations in East, West, Central, and Southern Africa, and 105 language groups. Scope of the study. We began in the lands bordering the Mediterranean on the north and extending southward on both sides of the Nile below the 10th parallel, thus including Axum and neighboring kingdoms. This vast territory was the ancient Ethiopian Empire, a federation of autonomous and semi-autonomous kingdoms. The study began here, firstly because this was the heartland of the African race, where evidence of that first black civilization is to be found there still, despite all the centuries of efforts to destroy it. From the researcher's viewpoint, the most important part of the investigation was the beginning of the task of singling out and clearly setting forth the precise nature of Africa's own independently developed civilization. A continent-wide study of the traditional customary laws of the blacks, for example, enabled us to learn for the first time that a single constitutional system prevailed throughout all Black Africa, just as though the whole race, regardless of the countless differences in language and other locally determined cultural patterns, lived under a single government. A similar continent-wide study of African social and economic systems through the millenniums reveal the same overall pattern of unity and sameness of all fundamental institutions. That there is a historical and fundamental basis for real brotherhood and unity of the black race could not have escaped the notice of all of those Europeans who have been investigating and writing about Africa over the years. But they are shrewd. Massive black unity would be massive black power, which of course would reduce white power and its domination of the whole earth. So, white Africanist writers always concentrate on the ethnic differences among Africans, tribal antagonisms, hopeless language barriers, the cultural varieties, etc. They even make a separate ethnic group of their own mulatto offsprings from black women by classifying them as white in some areas and coloreds in others. Hence, a system of thought and practices were developed and superimposed on an already divided race to keep them permanently divided. No one can deny that in this too, the whites have been most successful. We have presented in Chapter 6 enough of the traditional African Constitution and the fundamental rights of the African people to be specific beginning points for the identity and the discovery of the heritage we talk about with any definite frame of reference. Chapter 7 views the long drawn-out migrations as continent-wide movements that help to explain many of the most important factors in the destruction of black civilization. For the migrations help to answer the question, what happened to the African people, or what caused them to descend from the highest place to the lowest among the peoples of the world. Even though the work was radically abridged, an innovation in historical research was introduced by going beyond the mere documentation of sources in order to validate, beyond all questions of doubt, the principal viewpoints of the work. This was the case study method by which a representative number of states from every region of the continent was studied: North, East, West, Central, and Southern Africa. In the View from the Bridge and the final chapters, I make a more definite break from the old line school of historians to be objective and scientific. This school insists the research scholar should do no more than present the comprehensive and fully documented results of his investigations. There should be no subjective commentaries, no editorializing. Just present the factual data and leave the work to the readers to interpret or evaluate as they choose. This may not only be the correct viewpoint, but it is even beautiful for historians who represent the already arrived people who control the world. They can well afford the luxury of historical knowledge for knowledge's sake, the great satisfaction that comes from just knowing how things came to be. But the black historian, member of a race under perpetual siege and fighting an almost invisible war for survival, dare not follow in these footsteps of the master. Quite the contrary, after faithfully researching and piecing together the fragmented record of the race's history, the task of critical analysis and interpretation should begin. What were our strengths in the past? In what respects were we most vulnerable? Where did we go wrong? And all this, like the study of history itself, must be for the express purpose of determining what to do now. In short, the black historian, if he is to serve his generation, must not hesitate to declare what he thinks the results of his studies mean. For even when our history shows us where we have been weak, it is also showing us how, through our own efforts, we can become strong again. The white Arabs. The relentless searchlights of history were turned on the roles played by the use of both Islam and Christianity in the subjugation of the blacks. This confused many and outraged those who do not pause to distinguish evil men who use religion to disguise their real aims from religion itself. So the unthinking Muslim or Christian is likely to think that his religion is being attacked rather than the conquerors and enslavers who disgrace it in covering their drive for wealth and world domination. The blacks in the United States seem to be more mixed up and confused over the search for racial identity than anywhere else. Hence, many are dropping their white Western slave masters' names and adopting not African, but their white Arab and Berber slave masters' names. For the Arabs themselves are a white people, the Semitic division of Caucasians, and therefore blood brothers of the Jews against whom they are now arrayed for war. The confusion will continue, however, as long as the fact that millions of mulattoes in Arab countries are considered white is ignored, along with the other fact that countless unmixed, sun-baked, desert-dwelling Arabs are not only brown, but some are very dark in color. All this darkening of the skin, in spite of their ages-old tradition of the thick cloth covering the face from the scorching sun. Indeed, not only do mulattoes consider themselves 100% Arab, but jet black Africans, whose forebears were in Arabia for generations, speak Arabic and call themselves Arabs, just as black Americans speak English and call themselves Americans. In both cases, neither the black Arab nor black American thinks he is white. To repeat then, the blacks are in Arabia for precisely the same reasons blacks are in the United States, South America, and the Caribbean islands: capture and enslavement. In studying the actual records in the history of the race, therefore, the role of white Arabs must not be obscured either by their Islamic religion or by the presence of the Africans and Afro-Arabs among them, any more than we should permit white Europeans and white Americans to use Christianity to cover their drive for power and control over the lives of other peoples. The European Journey. I arrived in England in the fall of 1953 to begin formal studies at Oxford University, primarily through the Institute of Colonial Studies and at Rhodes House, which might be more properly called Africa House. In addition to the study of documentary sources on Africa, I had other objectives. One, I wanted a more direct, close-up view of the European mind, its real attitude toward the black world. Two, the extent to which European wealth and power were derived directly from Africa. Three, the nature and philosophy of the European education that was shaping and determining the mentality of Africans. For I was already fully aware of the disastrous effects of the white American education system on black Americans who, not having any other frame of reference, had to adopt the ideologies and viewpoints of the whites to survive at all, even when these viewpoints are against themselves. This meant visiting various classrooms in elementary and secondary schools, teacher training institutes, and classrooms of lecturers and professors in a selected number of colleges in the universities. Note: the term black was given a rebirth by the Black Youth Revolt. As reborn, it does not refer to the particular color of any particular person, but to the attitude of pride and devotion to the race whose homeland from times immemorial was called the land of the blacks. Almost overnight, our youngsters made black co-equal with white in respectability and challenged the anti-black Negroes to decide on which side they stood. This was no problem for many who are light or even near white in complexion, for they themselves were among the first to proclaim with pride, "Call me black." Those who hate the term but hold the majority of leadership positions feel compelled to use it to protect their leadership roles. End of note. These were not look in and leave visits, but all-day studies at the schools visited, remaining throughout the period in the classrooms and talking with students, teachers, and principals thereafter. In such a study, one learns very quickly that the textbooks and other works describing education do not tell the same story as the schools in action tell. For, finally, I wanted to know, and again from direct study, exactly what made Oxford probably the greatest university in the world. What are the specific elements of that greatness? Was great teaching a factor? And if so, who are the great teachers? Nature or teaching? Or, in short, what made them great teachers? From just the foregoing aims of the study, it must be obvious that I was still examining various aspects of the probable reasons why the whites became the masters of the globe. In both France and England, I found that the system of education fostered a new kind of aristocracy, an aristocracy of the educated. College graduates constituted the new upper classes. The son of a carpenter or a railroad conductor became estranged from his family and former friends upon receiving his university degree. A case in point was J.L., a young Englishman in my college at Oxford, Lincoln, and who was one of my close friends there. He refused to go home during any of the long vacation breaks because, to quote him, "I can no longer associate with my family and old friends. Wouldn't know how to talk with them. We have nothing in common now, you know." This British and European philosophy of education fitted in ideally with those Africans from the continent and elsewhere who, unlike J.L., came to Europe from the privileged class at home. Some of those studying in England became more British than the British, just as many from what was French West Africa became more French than the Frenchmen. The first tragedy to note about the effects of this class education on blacks is that it further reinforced colonialism's policy of perpetual disunity in Africa and elsewhere. The line dividing these black upper and middle classes from the black masses and their basic aspirations is more rigidly drawn, and this superior class mentality, becoming even more crystallized since independence, is an almost certain guarantee of future uprisings on a scale never seen. The second great tragedy is in the nature of what is called education. It is merely rote learning, the ability to memorize phrases, concepts, and other required data. Thinking is neither required nor expected. Critical analysis and evaluation of subject matter are not required, but the ability to absorb and recall is required. The brilliant scholar, then, is one who can readily quote authorities and remember well his bibliographical sources. So we have a generation of black scholars who continue to amaze students by mouthing the doctrines and viewpoints of their white teachers, like so many robots without minds of their own. Yet study under white teachers and professors should be most rewarding, and it can be if you do not enter white institutions with a head like an empty pitcher going to a fountain to be filled. I was safe and richly rewarded during my studies in white universities only because I happened not to be so naive that I expected the viewpoints of the conquerors to be the same as those of the conquered on matters relating to our place in the world. Elsewhere, I have emphasized by repetition that some of the most fruitful sources for study came quite unintentionally from white scholars. A case in point was at Oxford. The course was The History of Colonialism in Africa. The presence of 2 or 3 blacks in the class, while obviously uncomfortable to some, was generally ignored, for African studies were of long standing as an integral part of the imperial system. They were not planned for Africans at all, but for the future administrators of the empire in Africa. So Professor Madden was pointing out in his lecture how difficult and even impossible it was to rule Africans in view of their wild and most primitive system of democracy. For just as fast as African kings or chiefs undertook to carry out British laws which displeased the people would remove them from office. Therefore, this primitive African democracy had to be destroyed before the British system of indirect rule could be effective. The point here is that these sneering remarks by an eminent British historian revealed to me an entirely new field of research. That lecture led me into the study of one of the most significant developments in the entire history of the black race, an ancient system of democracy existing before Greece, evolved from a continent-wide constitution that governed the whole African people as a single race. This all-important finding was arrived at by comparative studies of African customary laws in every region of the continent. The Europeans were confronted with a real social democracy that existed long before the terms socialism and democracy were invented in the West. For Dr. Madden, it was savage because the people were the real rulers in fact, and not merely in theory. The field studies. Insofar as the study of African history is concerned, I regard direct investigation in the field and in Africa as of the highest importance. This field work should be undertaken only after thoroughgoing research in written and other documentary sources. The study of available written sources, their evaluation, and the mounting archaeological records are all the first major phase of African research, and I would say a prerequisite for fieldwork. The fieldwork was mainly concerned with oral history. I had noted in my study of sources of noted historians that many who decried oral tradition as unreliable never failed to use it themselves to supplement or give added validity to their works. The fact is that neither written nor unwritten records should be accepted as true without verification. Although 2 years were devoted to the fieldwork, the ground covered was possible only because of careful advanced planning and the scheduling of areas and groups in each country months ahead of my arrival. These had to be in the hinterland, or bush country, generally far away from the westernized urban centers. For our quest was not for the long-standing tradition of either Islam or Christianity in Africa, but for the more ancient tradition of Africa itself. So vast and untapped is the real history of the African race that I myself only scratched the surface of what is yet to be done. Some of the areas to be explored by future historians are set forth in pages which follow in this chapter. A major research project should not be undertaken by a single individual. This was my mistake. Hence, the 16 years of work that a research team of 8 or 10 persons might complete in 3 or 4. The kind of well-organized research teams required for in-depth studies may be difficult to promote because of our pitiful go-it-alone individualism. A research project such as mine should have had a team of highly trained experts from the fields of history, archaeology, anthropology, medicine, linguistics, tropical agriculture, political science, etc. The widely ranging scope of the study minus a team was possible only because of the interest and active support of certain African governments and the unforgettable help of the people in every region and country. For all kinds of help were needed. As indicated above, much had been prearranged. The United States Department of State had notified the American embassy in each country that I was coming, requesting our ambassadors to give any required assistance. Excepting the Sudan, where embassy officials appeared to be under some kind of fear, the embassies everywhere went all out to be helpful. The embassies had the very important work of making the advance arrangements for trips into the interior through the appropriate ministries in each country. These in turn had to contact the various provincial governors or district commissioners who had to make living and conference arrangements with village chiefs, elders, the keepers of oral traditions, and other specified groups. The amount of time all this advance work saved for the study itself is obvious. But volunteer work of our African brothers who accompanied me into the field was what I referred to above as unforgettable. Some of these were teachers who, as in the case of my previous field work, 1956 to 57, had secured leave for the purpose without any trouble at all. Indeed, even the people we call illiterate had that storehouse of wisdom which made it easy for them to understand that I was working not for myself, but for them, for the whole black race. I am trying to make it clear here that although I did not have the kind of research team referred to above, many people, 128 in number, participated in this work and made the outcome possible. So, when at various places I say we, it is not the editorial or royal we, but reference is made to individuals and groups that actually worked on various parts of the study. However, I had to decline the services of many highly recommended Africans because of their upper-class attitudes toward the common people. For I had learned quite early that the people in the interior can spot the arrogant and superior African just as easily as they recognize the arrogant and superior white investigator. They will give answers to questions readily enough, but not the right answers. I therefore selected only those whose heartbeats seemed to be tuned to the heartbeats of the great common people from whom all of us came. The interpreters were generally assistants who spoke 2 or 3 of the languages of the country. An entirely new kind of assistant was the verifying interpreter. This is to double-check the interpreters, for sometimes they do not convey your question precisely or give back the exact reply. There were training sessions before and during the field work. In those fortunate cases where we had 4 or 5 competent assistants, one of the interpreters remained with me, while the others worked on special assignments in different places in the area. The documentary research preceding all this in the United States was not done entirely alone. Some of the most important areas of my study of ancient sources were rechecked in independent studies by a select group of graduate students in history. Their assistance in reappraising such early sources as Manetho, Herodotus, Josephus, Strabo, Abu Saleh et al. Was invaluable. Foremost among these were Reverend Carlton J. Hayden and Mr. Donald W. Key Hefner. In concluding my remarks on the field studies in Africa, some comments on 4 of the countries visited are in order. In the Sudan, the authorities did not want me to work in or even visit the all-black southern provinces. Their 15 years of rebellion against the Arab North caused the whole vast area to be officially sensitive and therefore barred to outsiders. The suggestion was that I confine my studies to the northern Sudan. This I refused because I had been previously assured that the rebellion had been completely crushed and that peace and quiet prevailed everywhere. Besides, I could only find Islamic institutions in the north, institutions of which I already had full knowledge by years of special study and teaching. As indicated above, the American Embassy in Khartoum did none of the preparatory work about which I give the U.S. embassies throughout Africa so much praise, although it had 6 months' notice before my arrival, and they maintained a strictly hands-off policy after my arrival. I therefore prepared to leave at once, but announced that I do not beg to study anywhere, and that the world would learn that this was the only African state where an African scholar was barred. The Ministry of the Interior reacted swiftly. Not only was permission to do field work in the South quickly granted, but all the necessary arrangements were made with dispatch. This included establishing my southern headquarters at Malakal. The simple fact was that while they were quite familiar with European research people roaming freely all over the country, a black doing field studies in the Sudan is a phenomenon indeed. Ethiopia, the new name for Abyssinia, like the Republic of the Sudan, is also ruled by people of mixed blood who not only do not consider themselves African by race, but who maintain a privileged class society based upon color. To them, all black-skinned Africans are Bantu. To these, they feel superior by reason of white blood, and their discriminatory practices are just as subtle and real as those of the whites. And although the enslavement of black-skinned Africans continue in both countries, even in our times, both the Sudan and the new Ethiopia have adopted the Brotherhood Front since the sudden rise of so many independent African states. The Sudan, to serve as the bridge between the Arab world and the new black states, and thus control or influence their international policies through the UN, and Ethiopia to more directly control or influence black Africa through Western backing in establishing the headquarters of the Organization of African Unity in Addis Ababa, and pushing Haile Selassie into the key role of continent-wide leadership, thus blocking the, quote, dangerous influence of Kwame Nkrumah. It is because of my steadfast refusal to either skip or gloss over these aspects of the historical record that I am criticized by many Negroes, and I know exactly when to use this term. Note: one of the fateful illusions among blacks is that the white world does not know about the very weak areas in the race which are the basis for its power and control over them. When we reach the point where we begin to seek out and turn the searchlight on the things that divide and hold us back, at that point the white oppressors will have reason to tremble. The white man stays on the alert, keeping a sharp lookout for any signs of strength and development among the blacks. Exploring for real obstacles to unity would be a disturbing sign of growing strength. End of note. And now southward to the fully white ruled lands where hostility to a black face was fully expected: Rhodesia and South Africa. Long before reaching Southern Africa, I was told that I might as well skip Rhodesia, and that even if admitted into South Africa, I would not be permitted to work. But Rhodesia, to the surprise of just about everyone, pulled out all stops, as though it had resolved to outmatch all the black states in amenities and various kinds of assistance beyond all expectations or needs. There was the usual press conference, followed by front-page headline coverage of my mission. The other surprise was invitation for TV and radio broadcast to the nation. Our Zimbabwe friends were somewhat suspicious of the motives behind all this red carpet treatment of a black American, especially when it continued after my uncompromising replies to questions on a TV broadcast panel session. The Ministry of the Interior had an interpreter flown 300 miles to join me when I visited his particular language group, the Dembele. The only objectionable incidents were when, on 2 different occasions in different places, 2 district officers wanted to attend my meetings with chiefs and the council of elders. I objected, and the matter was closed. Finally, South Africa. The situation in this country is so ridiculous that, far from allowing myself to be incensed with rage, I found it amusing. The unremitting brutality of these whites against the blacks leaves them in a state of permanent fear. They seem to consider every black man not a potential but an actual threat, and what they are preoccupied with every hour is unbelievable until you are actually in South Africa. My passport was a mistake made somewhere. I, of course, had no intention to do field work in South Africa, but had to pass through it to reach the surrounding countries then under British rule. No one at all was supposed to be barred from passage to and from these countries, but it required the action of the U.S. ambassador at Pretoria and an angry American consul general at Johannesburg to free me from the airport room where I was held and checked on every 30 minutes. Even when the consul general arrived in person, the authorities insisted that I must not enter the city but be taken under guard to the train for Swaziland. Mr. Riley, the consul general, then decided to defy South Africa by not only driving me leisurely through Johannesburg, but 200 miles around the country, stopping at different towns, and finally on to Switzerland. What I referred to above as amusing were incidents such as excited policemen rushing to flag down the big Cadillac because they could so quickly spot a black face before they saw the seal of the United States emblazoned on the sides of the car or the American flag flying from the hood. An African is a member of the black race, and from times immemorial he was known as such by all the peoples of the world. Throughout this work, the term refers to blacks only. It should be noted also that I write about the African people, not African peoples, as Western writers do. I am dealing here with essentially one people, one race, if you please, the African race. In ancient times, African and Ethiopian were used interchangeably because both meant the same thing, a black. This, of course, was before the Caucasians began to reorder the earth to suit themselves and found it necessary to stake their birthright over the land of the blacks also. In line with this, some Western historians have recently wondered where the Africans came from. The reasons given for beginning formal studies of Africa at Oxford implied much more than was stated. Reference was made to studying the Caucasian mind, for therein may be found many clues that lead to a better understanding of the history of the blacks and how the systematic blackout of significant portions of that history occurred. This is why I urge those students who intend to accept the great challenge of basic research in this discipline to go into enemy territory, linger there, study and critically analyze their lectures and their scholarly writings, for they are some of the most rewarding sources for African history, precisely because in the shrewdly attempting to delete, disguise, or belittle the role of the blacks in world history, they often reveal the opposite of what was intended. They are fruitful sources of unconscious evidence, supplying the very evidence they thought to suppress, or recording facts the significance of which they were totally ignorant. A fairly good example is the written account of a European explorer in East Africa. He was outraged because he and his party had to wait 2 weeks to present requests to explore the country to the African king. The black autocrat, the account went on, had the presumption to keep white men waiting in order to show his people how high and mighty he was. The whites were denied even a brief audience, while the king would quickly receive any old black that wandered in from the countryside. Now the explorer, without knowing it, was actually reporting how African democracy worked, and how it had been working before there was an Athens or Greece, where Westerners think democracy was born. The explorer would have been surprised to know, 1. that king in Africa meant something entirely different from what it meant in Europe and Asia. 2. that this black king, far from putting on airs, did not have the right to receive them even socially without the presence of at least 3 senior elders. 3. that to consider a petition to conduct explorations in the country, the full council of state had to be called, and that this could not be done by the king without the advice of the first minister, who happened to be on tour when the explorers arrived in the capital. 4. and that the old blacks they saw wandering in from the countryside and being quickly received were the counselors who had been summoned, some from distant provinces, to pass on their request to explore. They were the direct representatives of the people. The voice of the king was in fact the voice of the people, without which he could not act at all on any matter of importance, or even talk alone with strangers. It should be clear, therefore, that our guidelines for research must lead to a critical analysis of all sources, whether original, secondary, or oral. In particular, we should seek out those works with the special mission to prove the superiority of whites by proving the inferiority of blacks. All in language so subtle, scholarly, and scientific that to the uncritical mind their truths seem self-evident. But it is also noteworthy that while the most hostile racist writers usually prove the very opposite of what they intended, their works inevitably contain useful, factual data that must be accepted. Indeed, it is doubtful whether anyone, even a devil, could write a book completely devoid of truth. Research in African history is more tedious, laborious, and time-consuming than is true in other unsuppressed fields. For in developing the underdeveloped history of the blacks, one has to explore the most unlikely sources for a fragment here and a fragment there, and in works in no way concerned with African history, and just as often no kind of history. Sometimes it is a paragraph or 2 in an explorer's account. At other times, significant items may be found in the numerous missionary reports to the Home Office, explaining the mission's task, but also the native institutions to be overcome. All of these may be valuable and most valid sources, precisely because they were not intended to be such at all. The writers were detailing bigger European interests. Any references to Africans were merely incidental to larger purposes. Just piecing all these fragments together could be a research field by itself. In my work in European and American history, I ran into no such problems and the research tasks were easier. In Egyptian history, to give a final example of Caucasian roadblocks to be overcome, one has the extra time-consuming job of identifying the numerous black giants of history who have been classified and effectively disguised as Caucasians over the centuries. First of all, one must know the various names that refer to blacks exclusively and by which they were known throughout the ancient world. For in addition to the more widely used African and Ethiopians, they were also known as Thebians, Libyans, Thynites, Nubians, Cushites, Memphites, Numidians, etc. Even before white Asians gained the ascendancy in any of these areas, their very presence in relatively small numbers was sufficient to identify them as the leaders and achievers of whatever attracted the attention of the world. Another trick, the very opposite of the American law and practice, was to classify Africans with Caucasian blood as Caucasians. If any of those so classified turned out to be notorious characters, pro-African or anti-white, they were loudly proclaimed and contemptuously called half-breeds. The millions of early blacks who were forced either by circumstances or expediency to replace their own names with Asian and European names only added to the problems of historical identification. Far from becoming baffled and discouraged by the more painstaking basic research required, the student of African history must accept the challenge as a 20th century mandate that is essential to the salvation of the race in the most literal sense. They will need the active support of black governments and predominantly black institutions of learning. These should be actively sponsoring 1. Comprehensive basic research programs, 2. Research teams for field studies, especially in history and archaeology, 3. And a thoroughgoing teacher training program for history and other related disciplines. What, indeed, are black institutions of learning waiting for? The young people to show the way? The simple truth is that what is needed first is active pioneering initiatives. Financial assistance would then be forthcoming even from unexpected sources. Black inertia is the main problem. There is still too much dependence on white scholars to do our work for us. I have written elsewhere that as long as we rely on white historians to write black history for us, we should keep silent about what they produce. They write from the Caucasian viewpoint, and we are naive indeed if we expect them to do otherwise. All the ballyhoo about their scientific objectivity to the contrary notwithstanding. The theoretical framework. Over the years of studying African history, certain prepositions and theories evolved quite naturally as guiding headlights in the explorations, and few of them are set forth here, some previously stated or implied. 1. That Africa, all Africa, is the native homeland of the blacks. Note, an important fact that should be well known is that all unmixed Africans are not jet black. For while the great majority are black-skinned, countless thousands who lived for centuries in cool areas have lighter complexion and no Caucasian blood at all. End of note. and that the Asiatic peoples who occupy North and Eastern Africa, even though they may have been there for centuries, are no more native Africans than are the Dutch and British, who likewise occupy and control the southern regions of the continent. The question of where the homelands are from which all of these invaders came is not debatable. 2. That the blacks were among the very earliest builders of a great civilization on this planet, including the development of writing, sciences, engineering, medicine, architecture, religion, and the fine arts. 3. That the story of how such an advanced civilization was lost is one of the greatest and most tragic in the history of mankind, and should be the main focus of research studies in African history. 4. That Asian imperialism, though rarely ever mentioned, was and still is even more devastating for the African people than that of either Europe or America, and that the Arabs' white superiority complex is not one whit less than that of Europe or America, although their strategy of brotherhood deceives naive blacks. 5. That the forces behind the continuous splintering of already small groups, and even the breaking up of kingdoms and empires, followed by the equally endless migrations, included the steadily increasing death of the soil and the advance of the deserts, the drying up of lakes and rivers, along with the attending change of the climate, and the always certain internal strife, all combined with invasions and famine to become a way of life. 6. That the strength and greatness of the African people can be measured by how, in the face of what at times seemed to be all the forces of hell, they fought through to survive it all and rebuilt kingdoms and empires, some of which endured 1,000 years. 7. That within the framework of even the smallest surviving states, they adhered to and kept alive the basic principles of the traditional African constitution, and held on through all the passing centuries to the fundamental elements of its ancient democratic, social, political, and economic systems all over the continent. 8. That Africa was the cradle of a religious civilization based on the conception of one supreme God, creator of the universe, and that this belief in one supreme being antedated that of the Jews by several thousand years before Abraham, and that the role of the numerous sub-deities on whom Western writers dwell was exactly the same as that of patron saints in the Christian world. I advance further the theory that the early wandering Hebrews, so numerous in Africa, received many of their religious ideas there, for there it was that Abraham sojourned, Moses was born, Joseph lived, and some of the early years of Jesus Christ were spent. There is no question either that even centuries after mulattoes and Asians emerged as the only Egyptians, they still regarded black Africa as the chief source of the spiritual, the land of the gods, or the land of the spirits. 9. That notwithstanding the remarkable civilization they did develop even millenniums before Christ, and the amazing rebuilding of empires in spite of the great dispersions, notwithstanding all of this, African people fell far behind in the forward march of the rest of mankind because, in addition to the destructive forces of nature on the continent and the hostile forces from without, they, the African people, further enshackled themselves with their own hands through certain aspects of their social institutions and beliefs that stood as roadblocks to progress even where conditions were favorable. The scholars' war on the blacks. This work begins where the history of the blacks began, in Egypt, northern Ethiopia, and the Sudan, southern Ethiopia. Thus, at the very outset, I clash head-on with the Caucasian version of African history. My focus, then, is on the great issues in the history of the blacks that emerge from this confrontation with white scholarship. For while I have covered much of the same ground explored by scholars before me, I generally reached different conclusions than theirs, and from the same body of facts. Let us pause for a moment at this point. I have made a blanket indictment of white Western scholarship on Africa. If it cannot be sustained, it should never be made. They are brought under fire at various points throughout this work. The kind of work, as I also stated, should be absolutely needless in the closing years of the 20th century. The case against Western Africanists is rather fully set forth in the work itself, but may be outlined here as follows. 1. First of all, they are not ignorant of the true history of the blacks, including their achievements as builders of one of the first great civilizations on this earth. Ancient writers say it was the very first, and they, the Western scholars, know all about the authentic early and modern sources. They simply ignore and refuse to publish any facts of African history that upset or even tend to upset their racial philosophy that rests so solidly on premises sanctified by time that they no longer need to be openly proclaimed. 2. They are, unwittingly, promoting the steady march toward a world conflict between the races. Yet they are doing what they feel they must do in faithful obedience to their Caucasian culture, the racial pattern of which emerged in the 17th century. The steady conquest and enslavement of a whole people made it imperative to create both a religious and a, quote, scientific doctrine to assuage the white conscience. Their phenomenal success in the industrial world at once supports and justifies their philosophy, the supremacy of the fittest. The danger now arises from an entirely new and unexpected development. A sleeping and submissive non-white world, while all this white power was being amassed, is no longer either sleeping or submissive. 3. Even the African revolt against colonialism and the worldwide challenge to white domination of the entire earth, even these signals of change do not disturb these scholars of imperialism. They represent the lords of the earth, controlling all levels of education, science, and research. They control the education of blacks throughout the world. Therefore, they see no need, even in the 1970s, to take a new look at the history of the blacks from its beginning and start the work of restoring the pages they deleted or ignored. They are doing the very opposite. Their histories and other, quote, scientific studies of the blacks are presented just as they have been for 300 years. With the rise and spread of independent African states and the Black Revolution in the United States, these scholarly representatives of white supremacy quickly reformed their techniques of mind control. They set up in Europe and America highly financed African studies associations, societies, institutes, history journals, and, quote, African periodicals of various kinds, all under complete white control and direction. Their African studies programs were pushed in the colleges and universities far ahead of the general demand by black youth for black studies. As the latter demands developed, black youth discovered that white professors not only had the field occupied, but were still teaching their traditional viewpoint on race. In the continuing crusade to control the minds of the blacks through the nature of their education, American and British scholars lead. They are as ruthless and aggressive in their scholarly pursuits on races as their co-partners in seizing and controlling the wealth and peoples of other lands. Having established strong national and international, quote, African associations and journals that even attempt to control research activities on Africa, they proceeded to flood the world with hastily thrown together African, quote, histories, pamphlets, and publication on just about every subject that could stand a black title. For, from their all-powerful position of strength, they continue to arrange and rearrange the world as it pleases them, naming and classifying peoples, places, and things as they will. In the United States, whites known to have any amount of Negro blood, no matter how small, are classified as Negroes. In Africa, North Africa in particular, they do the very opposite. Blacks with any amount of Caucasian blood are classified as white. This scheme was rigorously applied in the history of Egypt, for example, where even unmixed black pharaohs became white, and the originally black population was never referred to as Egyptians at all. The black kings who founded and ruled from the first dynasty are disguised as such, while the Scythe kings, white, of the small areas of Lower Egypt are presented as the pharaohs of all Egypt, even when African pharaohs were on the throne of Upper Egypt. Blotting the blacks out of history included replacing African names of persons, places, and things with Arabic and European names. One wave of the master's magic wand, and black Hamites and even Cushites, like their early Egyptian brothers, are no longer Africans. Their periodization of African history is carefully arranged in such a way that the history becomes the history of Arabs and Europeans in Africa, and not the history of Africans. In African history, a recent publication of the American Historical Association as a guide to teaching, their purpose becomes clear in the arrangement itself. First period is from the fall of the Roman Empire to 700 AD, Arab invasions. The second period of African history is the period of Islamic civilization, 700 AD, to the coming of the Europeans in 1500. The European period from 1500 to 1960 is subdivided at 1880 to mark the period of colonialism. There is no period of black civilization in black Africa. Such is the Caucasian viewpoint, almost a religion. Their very first period eliminates 4,000 years of black civilization and the very greatest periods of African achievements. Their second period is devoted to the Arabs and Berbers in Africa, and in their third period the focus is on European civilization, and it is all done under the heading of African history. Where it was impossible to deny black achievements, equal and often above the whites, such achievements were attributed to some kind of Caucasian influence, even if imaginary. Yet, the AHA publication number 56 uses the same strategy that makes Western scholarship so very triumphant. The main thrust of its racist presuppositions are, for the unwary, completely hidden by much highly welcome factual materials. But what is certain to disarm almost anyone is racism's forthright attacks on racism throughout the publication. I suppose no one is expected to notice the implied incapacity of black historians to deal with African history objectively. They are not referred to as historians, of course. They are, quote, some modern African intellectuals who have tried to show great civilizations in the past grander than anything that ever existed, end quote. As a direct result of this continued universal enslavement through education, black youth are in revolt. That revolt will become increasingly dangerous as they increasingly realize how completely they are blocked from self-realization in the very institutions that should further it. How difficult it is to find suitable textbooks in black history, or even, quote, Negro teachers who do not limit themselves to the viewpoints of the white masters who train them. The frustrations become more intolerable as the young find themselves between two fires: the white racists who determine the very nature of their education, and the Negro educators who also see the world through the blue eyes of the Saxons. In short, they are forced to turn to their own devices because they find so many of their own race who should be working with them in the camps of the enemy. Insofar as periodization is concerned, no one should be so naive as to expect a proper division of African history while the field is almost completely preempted by the enemies of that history. A proper division would tend to encourage a more all-inclusive research and a less biased interpretation of the results. Neither will happen until a new generation of black research scholars and historians take to the field, becoming the foremost authorities in their own right. Black historians, not a single one of whom will fall in Professor Philip D. Curtin's category of black intellectuals who try to show, quote, great civilizations in the past grander than anything that ever existed. The new research efforts call for black experts not only in the field of history, but also in the allied fields from which African history must heavily draw: archaeology, anthropology, linguistics, etc. The new approach. The first period would begin with prehistory, primarily because Norway, one of the oldest cities on earth, was begun by the blacks before recorded history. Another important reason is that the Canaanites and other white agents had invaded the Nile Delta and established a stronghold in Lower Egypt, then northeastern Ethiopia or Kem, in prehistoric times. This early concentration of whites along the seacoast of the land of the blacks is a circumstance of crucial importance in black history because it was exactly from this development that the achievements of the blacks were overshadowed by later writers or blotted out entirely. The call is for black specialists for one period in one area. What, for example, was the actual influence of the white agents rigidly held back for centuries in the lower one-fourth of the country upon the blacks who held the three-fourths that came to be known as Upper Egypt? Review and in-depth studies of this period are required. The general historian is out. The best general histories, region by region, can be written only after the work of the specialist is done. The second period might well be from the conquest of Lower Egypt by the Ethiopian leader Menes in 3100 BC. Note, earlier dates such as 4500 BC are also given and accepted by many authorities, for conflicting dates do appear in ancient records. I do not debate the point. End of note. To the end of the 6th dynasty, 2181, also the end of the Old Kingdom. This was the period that gave birth to Egypt, and before which there was no Egypt. It was the period during which black kings united the two lands, started the dynastic lineage system, and began the building of the greatest civilization. The greatest in-depth review and concentration of research should be focused on this second period. It was, in fact, the golden age in the history of the blacks, the age in which they reached the pinnacle of the glory so dazzling in achievements that Western and Arab writers felt compelled to erase it by the sheer power of their position and begin black history over 3,000 years later, limiting such as they allowed to, quote, Africa south of the Sahara. The third period of black history in Egypt should begin with the 7th dynasty, 2181 BC, and be subdivided into the tragic periods of internal turmoil and white invasions. The first subdivision would be from 2181 BC to 2040 BC. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th dynasties thereafter. Strict chronology should be ignored in order to focus on a single issue: the role of invasions and conquest in the destruction of black civilization, with the resulting ethnic transformation of Egypt from black to brown, Afro-Asian and Afro-European to white. This means that the second subdivision would bypass the restoration period of the great 11th and 12th dynasties. For the next period of invasion and conquest, the Hebrew Hyksos rule, 1645 to 1567 BC, again bypassing the new empire, the other subdivisions would study the periods of the Assyrian, Persian, Greek, Roman, and Arab invasions and the impact of their conquest and rule on the blacks. The fourth major division would begin with the skipped over 11th and 12th dynasties, 1786 to 1233 BC, the great 18th, 1567 to 1320, and then continue from the age of Ramses to the end of the 24th dynasty, 1330 to 730. The fifth period should be from the last of the black pharaohs to the destruction of the remaining southern division of the Ethiopian Empire below the First Cataract, 730 BC to the 5th century AD. The sixth period, from the re-emergence of successor black states in the 5th century AD to their final destruction by the Arabs in the 13th century. The seventh period, like the second, should not be a time division of neat and largely irrelevant chronological sequences. It is a study of migrations of the blacks that covered many centuries, but which became more widespread and desperate after the Arab conquest of the original center of black civilization in the Sudan. The long periods of wandering all over the continent, often aimlessly, was the great historic race of the blacks for survival, a race that tried to outdistance famine, disease, slavery, and death. The period that should have an intense, closer-up study and critical analysis extends from the 13th century to colonialism in the 19th. Elsewhere, I have posed the most perplexing question. If the blacks were among the very first builders of civilization, and their land the birthplace of civilization, what has happened to them since that left them at the bottom of world society? Precisely what happened? The Caucasian answer is simple and well known. The blacks were always at the bottom. This answer is clear even in the histories and other educational material they so busily prepare for the blacks themselves. Almost all of the true answers will be found in the study of the causes of the migrations and the tragic results stemming directly from those seemingly endless movements of fragmented peoples. How was the art of writing lost by one of the first peoples to invent it? Study the migrations. How and why did a once great people with a common origin splinter off into countless little independent societies and chiefdoms from which 2,000 different languages and dialects developed? Study the migrations. What caused the brother against brother, internecine wars, hatred, slavery, and mutual suspicion among the various black societies? Again, study the migrations. There would be several subdivisions of great importance. Slavery and the slave trade, for example, would include Africa, Asia, and the Americas. This would be the background for later periods covering black history in the United States, South America, and the Caribbean areas. The 8th division is the re-emergence of African kingdoms and empires by regions between the 10th and 19th centuries. This was the period during which there were attempts in every region of Africa to restore the glory that was Ethiopia's. It is doubtful if any of these black states realized that they were being slowly but steadily surrounded and hemmed in from all directions by invaders from the seacoasts and across the Sahara. The ultimate fall of the black states, first under Islamic and then under European Christian blows, closed this period with the triumph of colonialism. The final period is the Black Revolution that ended political colonialism with the rise of politically independent states. This would take us from 1950 to the present and should be subdivided for developments in Black America, South America, and the islands of the seas. From the new approach and plan for research, study, and development of African history presented above, periodization, while recognized as highly important, is not allowed to so fragment a great movement or development covering many periods and millenniums that their real significance is lost. Examples are the ethnic transformation of Egypt from black to brown to white, and the long centuries of the great migrations. These defied periodization in any meaningful sense. I only made passing reference in the work to blacks scattered outside of Africa over the world, not from the slave trade but dispersions that began in prehistory. This fact alone indicates the great task of future scholarship on the real history of the race. We are actually just on the threshold, gathering up some important missing fragments. The biggest jobs are still ahead. Ancient China and the Far East, for example, must be a special area of African research. How do we explain such a large population of blacks in southern China, powerful enough to form a kingdom of their own, or the black people of Formosa, Australia, the Malay Peninsula, Indochina, the Andamans, and numerous other islands? The heavy concentration of Africans in India, and the evidence that the earliest Aryan chiefs were black, which will make Hitler rise from his grave. Open still another interesting field for investigation. Even the Negroid finds in early Europe appear not to be as challenging as the black population centers in Asia, for again, reference is not made to small groups which may have wandered anywhere over the earth. Rather, our concern is with great and dominant populations. These are the blacks who have so puzzled Western scholars that some theorize that Asia or Europe may be the homeland of Africans after all. The African populations in Palestine, Arabia, and Mesopotamia are better known, although the many centuries of black rule over Palestine, South Arabia, and in Mesopotamia should be studied and elaborated in more detail. All of this will call for a new kind of scholarship, a scholarship without any mission other than the discovery of truth, and one that will not tremble with fear when that truth is contrary to what one prefers to believe. Nothing is clearer than the tragic fact that Africa, like the rest of the black world, has only the illusion of being free and independent. It is only about 1/3 free. It is still as economically enshackled as it ever was, in some respects more so. The study of this period and the conditions it presents will confront the blacks of the world with the final challenge. The response to that challenge will be the test of the genius of the race. The outcome and indeed the whole future of the race depends upon the extent to which we have become intellectually emancipated and de-Caucasianized enough to pioneer in original thinking. Those who do become free in fact will no longer readily grab the white man's ideologies and systems, whether capitalism, the Western version of democracy, or communism, without a critical review and analysis to determine whether Africa's own traditional system, when updated, may not be truly superior and best fitted to meet the aspirations of the black world. This last period, then, is the time of great decisions. It may well be the black race's last chance for a rebirth and salvation. The division proposed above for a new approach in the research, teaching, and study of African history will outrage most Western and Arab scholars, along with their subservient Negro followers, because I have shifted the main focus from the history of Arabs and Europeans in Africa to the Africans themselves, a history of the blacks that is a history of blacks. They will be coming back, center stage, into their own history at last. But to what end? Will it be just for the intellectual satisfaction of knowing our true history? Knowing it, yes, but so what? The answer is nothing, unless from history we learn what our strengths were, and especially in what particular aspect we were weak and vulnerable. Our history can then become at once the foundation and guiding light for united efforts in serious planning what we should be about now. Chapter 1. The Overview. The land of the blacks was a vast land, a big world into itself, covering 12 million square miles. From its northernmost point in what is now Tunisia to Cape Al-Quhas is approximately 5,000 miles, and in its widest extent from east to west is 4,600 miles. The whole of this second largest continent was once belied as Sudan, the land of the blacks, and not just the southern region to which they had been steadily pushed from the north. After Asian, Greek, and Roman occupations, the term Sudan came to indicate the areas not yet taken from the blacks and was coextensive with the Ethiopian Empire. For the Ethiopian Empire once extended from the Mediterranean north and southward to the source of the Nile in the country, Abyssinia, which recently reverted to the ancient name of the Ethiopian Empire, of which in earlier times it formed its southeastern provinces. Even as late as the times of Menes, 3100 BC, Ethiopia still included 3/4 of Egypt, or up to 29 degrees north parallel. The Asians held the Delta region, hence the two lands. Well known to all historians, but never fully explained. To explain the two lands, of course, would blast the myth about the builders of Egyptian civilization. It was pointed out that the study of the blacks must begin in Egypt, because more of their indestructible monuments are there, and further, because many of the artifacts archaeologists have been uncovering during the past 75 years as Egyptian are in fact African. Yet the very heartland of the race and the cradle of civilization were actually further southward below the first cataract, centered around the capital cities of Napata and Meroe. From there, black civilization spread northward, reaching its most spectacular achievements in what became known as Egyptian civilization. The general condition of vast stretches of land over the continent, uninhabited and uninhabitable, seemed to support the Western thesis that Africans never developed any worthwhile civilization, had no notable historic past, and, the more charitable might add, that in the very nature of their situation it could not be otherwise. Samuel Baker went far in promoting the idea of African innate inferiority, even if he had to use the most forbidding area in Africa to do it: the terrible swamplands of the Sud, an area south of Khartoum that in its full extent is as big as England. No one would claim that any kind of society, civilized or savage, could exist in the Sud swamplands, probably the largest in the world, for it was neither all land nor water, but a seemingly endless mass of rotting vegetation, interwoven tree-like vines, steaming heat, swarming man-killing mosquitoes, crocodiles, hippos, and other unknown forms of tropical life. The conclusion of Baker and others was that they were in a land where time had stood still since its beginning, where life never advanced and the human species has simply rotated in aimless cycles like the animal life in the Sud. As late as the 1840s and 50s, these explorers, even the most ignorant, should have known that in the same vast continent of wastelands, tropical rainforest and swamplands, there were also areas of arable land and civilized states. But they wrote about what they saw the most of: vast stretches of wasteland and secluded groups of strange people. But as we shall see, some of the great kingdoms and empire builders in Africa seem not to have known the meaning of failure or had any ideas about surrendering to fate. Ejected here, they led the people there and began to build again. Wherever the splintered off refugee groups found a place where the soil seemed favorable for cultivation and the land unoccupied by preceding migrants, they settled and began to build villages again. A sense of relative security was a necessary factor in deciding to begin a new settlement. A crucial question was, how many miles had they put between the slave hunters and themselves? For the kind of houses and community buildings they would erect depended directly on the probability of permanent settlement or sudden flight again. In short, whether to build large, sturdy, and attractive compound homes and temples of worship, or easily demolished huts. It was for reasons of security that so many of these groups, later called tribes or societies, sought the most hidden and isolated areas they could find. This permanent separation from their kinsmen in other groups was generally quite contrary to their heart's desires. The original splintering off and parting was often in tears, but breaking up into smaller units seemed to be the only route to survival in a permanent crisis situation, apparently permanent, since the movement of people over the continent had been going on so far beyond the memory of each generation that migrations and temporary settlements were among the most significant facts in the oral tradition of each society. Fragmentation and isolation had two momentous consequences. The first was that the isolation of various groups led to the development of over 2,000 different dialects and languages. The second fateful outcome was that the rise of all these tongues widened the gulf between the blacks that territorial distances had already achieved. One should pause here for reflection if there is any serious attempt to really understand what happened to the African people and why. For even without the aid of Western writers in emphasizing the language differences and the cultural variations and attempting to show how unrelated the blacks are, they themselves came in time to consider themselves unique and each society not only independent of the other, but its enemy, if only potentially. This unity and mutual suspicion became an African way of life. Small chiefdoms sprang up everywhere, often no more than a single village of one of 200 people. Africa therefore presented itself to Asia and Europe as the ideal land for exploitation, enslavement, and conquest. The history is complex and many-sided, and would be so if we were discussing just one nation and not an entire continent. This is why our focus must be on the main lines of development, the African-wide aspects, and the unmistakable common origin and continent-wide sameness of basic institutions which these universal aspects reflect. There were then different outcomes for different societies. Some perished even to the last member from disease, starvation, or warfare. Others, despairing of ever again being able to have a fixed abode, became nomads. Some, although isolated so long that they had developed different languages and customs, had nevertheless decided that salvation required a union with other groups. These were the tribes that merged with other tribes, lost their separate identity and languages, and who evolved from this process a single common language, larger and large chiefdoms, kingdoms, and finally empires that began the rebirth of their long-lost civilization. The fiercest wars between the blacks occurred in the founding and expansion of new kingdoms and empires. For a while the core groups were voluntary confederations. Expansions of empire required the conquest of neighboring states, usually small, independent chiefdoms that preferred to maintain their absolute sovereignty. The repercussions from this forced unity by conquest were to shake the continent from end to end centuries later when European political rule ended. Modern Africans and students of Africa have tended to emphasize the destructive impact of European imperialism in Africa while ignoring the most damaging developments from the Arab impact before the general European takeover in the last quarter of the 19th century, a relatively recent period. This point is important, for one of the most remarkable chapters in the history of the blacks is that dealing with those dauntless leaders and people who, having lost one state after another along with 3/4 of their kinsmen, nevertheless overrode all the forces of destruction and death and began to build, always once again, still another state. From the earliest times, the elimination of these states as independent African sovereignties had been an Asian objective, stepped up by Muslim onslaughts after the 7th century AD. So the re-established black states were still being conquered and Islamized when Europeans began to arrive in greater numbers to impose their rule over both Asians and Africans. The big thing that happened here, to repeat, is generally glossed over, ignored, or forgotten. The last being a pretension, since a historical development of this magnitude could hardly be forgotten by serious writers on Africa. For what happened very simply was that European imperialism in Africa checked and replaced Arab imperialism. The Arab screams against Western imperialism are the screams of outrage against Western Caucasians for checking and subduing Eastern Caucasians in the very midst of the blacks they had conquered. There are still countless thousands of blacks who are naive enough to believe that the Arabs' bitter attack on Western colonialism show their common cause with black Africa. Insofar as those who are fortunate enough to find promising areas for settlement are concerned, the picture was generally one of state building and the revival of basic African institutions which, though not forgotten, could neither be maintained nor developed by any people forever on the move. But what about the countless societies, fleeing before the conquering hordes and the enslavers, as well as famine and the deaths which were its daily companion? What about those who found no promised land anywhere? For quite unlike the societies I mentioned that could settle down and had the opportunity to start and develop civilizations comparable to any elsewhere in the world at the time, these people could neither settle down nor therefore develop a civilization. What they suffered from year to year as they wandered over the continent is almost beyond both description and belief. In fact, while the story is well known, few writers would want to go into its awful details. Suffice to say at this point that here now were numerous societies of Africans that were virtually sentenced either to death from starvation or enslavement by Arabs. I am still in the pre-European period. Or barbarism and savagery, and, in many cases, even cannibalism. Under such conditions, I would defend not only the retrogression of these people to barbarism, but to cannibalism itself. The defense of the latter is easy, since it has been well established that other supposedly highly civilized men will revert to savagery and cannibalism under prolonged conditions of extreme hunger and thirst, when survival itself is the only question that dominates the hunger-crazed mind. This phenomenon of reverting to a state of savagery and even cannibalism under extreme conditions of starvation is known to occur universally among various peoples: white, black, brown, red, or yellow. The facts we have then show that after they lost Egypt and the Eastern Sudan, some Africans, overriding all adverse conditions, grouped themselves to form nations and developed a high order of civilization independent of any external influences. Others never settled anywhere long enough to develop anything notable, but seemed to remain in a state of lethargy or suspended animation. They had surrendered to fate and became too weak to fight back. They descended to a state of semi-barbarism. Descended because most of these societies had known better times and a higher order of life. Some, in more favorable circumstances, nevertheless failed to advance. Still others were in the class discussed in connection with cannibalism, hunger-crazed people who had sunk to the lowest levels of dog-eat-dog existence. These last are the people about whom European and American authors delight to write. No cartoons are better known than those showing a sweating white man, usually an explorer or missionary, being cooked in a huge black pot, while black savages dance around with human bones decorating their heads or stuck through pierced noses. The idea these experts on Africa have been planting in the minds of the peoples of the world, and are still actively planting, is that this is Africa, and these are the savages who are now clamoring for independence. Nature joins the attack. The question of physiography, vegetation, climate, water, and soil are all more crucial in the history of the blacks than they are in the case of any other people. For here a whole continent is involved, and on that continent a people who in one period of time were among the foremost people on earth, and in a latter period the farthest behind. Nature itself set an environmental stage in a manner and under conditions which appear to have been designed to test to the utmost one race's moral, intellectual, and physical powers to override all obstacles to survival. The slow but relentlessly steady withdrawal of inhabitable land over the centuries eventually left Africa a land of desolation, a wasteland, the greater part of which was desert and treeless grassland, with only a fractional part about 10%, with the much needed forest and thickets. Even the continental land configuration was against its native inhabitants. Like a vast inclined plane, the highlands, beginning in Central Africa at 3,000 feet above sea level, rose southward to higher and higher levels, reaching the highest level of 15,000 feet in the southeastern provinces of the ancient Ethiopian Empire. This caused Africa to slope northward, and its principal rivers, the Nile in particular, to flow in the same direction. This single circumstance caused the blacks to lose the very earliest centers of their civilization and the heartland of the race, Egypt, and the southern area that was later called the Sudan, or land of the blacks, just as though Egypt itself was not also formerly the land of the blacks. For the greatest of their rivers, the Nile, still played another tragic joke on its people. This river, the longest in the world, flows 4,127 miles across Africa from Lake Nyanza to the Mediterranean. Yet, not until it reaches Aswan and begins its last stretch of 750 miles to the sea does it overflow to further enrich 13,500 square miles of already fertile soil in Egypt. For its 3,377 miles through the heart of black Africa, the Nile sank as it cut deep canyons in its soft limestone floor, leaving cliffs at places from a few hundred to 1,000 feet high. What this means is that for over 3,000 miles through the eastern side of the continent, the Nile was collecting the rich soil carried to it by the heavy rains and 1,000 tributary streams. These flow into the mother of rivers and add to the enrichment of its waters flowing northward, guarded all the way by her deep channels until it reaches the hard sandstone bottom above Aswan, and then begins its periodic overflow the rest of the way to the sea. Here, a natural phenomenon cheated the Africans in a big way that was to have dire consequences. There could be no black daughter of the Nile, observed Parsons in his Streams of History, for the Nile, in making Upper Ethiopia, Egypt, so rich in food production that it became world famous, not only as the breadbasket of the world, but also for its highly advanced civilization, stirred the envy of Asia and Europe, from which continents migrants begin to settle. Even in this, the physical geography of Africa was favorable to the peaceful settlers who later were to become its conquerors and rulers. For the seacoast is lowland everywhere, not more than 500 feet above sea level, and remains lowland 500 miles inland. Asian and European occupation of the seacoast of North Africa and East Africa was therefore relatively easy, and probably even welcomed at first by the blacks as co-partners in world trade. But the poor and hungry nomads from the vast desert areas of the Middle East poured into the most fertile and easily accessible areas of this other land of deserts, that is North Africa. There were several consequences of the greatest historical importance which are generally not sufficiently stressed. The first was that both the Saharan transformation and the steady incursion of Asians pressured more and more blacks back into the interior to concentrate in the already limited survival areas where just to subsist was a daily struggle. The second important result was the widespread amalgamation of the races. For the weaker more submissive blacks remained in Asian-occupied territory to become slave laborers and slave soldiers, and to witness a ruthless sexual traffic in black women that gave rise to a new breed of Afro-Asians. These were classed as Caucasians or Asians. They themselves bitterly objected to being identified with the race of their mothers, African. When these latter became known as Egyptians in Egypt, Moors in Morocco, and Mauritanians or Carthaginians in Carthage, Tunis, great care was taken to distinguish them from Africans in daily intercourse, in paintings, and in documentary literature. This new breed, half African, was to join with their Asian fathers and forefathers in the wars and enslaving raids against the blacks that went on century after century until all North Africa was eventually taken. Still, another fateful geographical factor that favored the invaders has been implied or partly stated in the foregoing observations. Aside from the easy occupation of the lowlands of the seacoast and the gradual taking over of the rich lands of the Nile Valley and its ancient civilization, both Asians and Europeans found the highlands of southern and eastern Africa more pleasant and healthy for Caucasian settlement. This meant that even after nature had damned 3/4 of the continent's landmass as impossible to support human life, the Asians and Europeans came in to seize and hold the best of the 1/4 that was left. The blacks found themselves cut off from all seacoast, then that mattered, hemmed in from all directions, and confined within narrower and narrower limits. Thus they became a wandering people, forever migrating in their own vast homeland, fragmenting from great united nations into countless little splinter societies, becoming so isolated from each other that each formed a new language of its own, considered itself quite different from its original brothers, now regarded as strangers and enemies in the endless tribal wars that ensued over the inhabitable land. The land over which these struggles went on varied in different regions. So did the climate that so greatly affected it. The people and even some of their institutions varied under environmental influences. The landmass in the eastern regions, for example, has been undergoing a vertical movement of elevation and sinking along with a leveling process occasioned by the atmosphere and weathering since Miocene times. Geologists trace the elevation of the mountains in the area, even Kilimanjaro, and the faulting and fracturing that created the Great Rift to early volcanic activity. In the arid and semi-arid regions, there are vast stretches of desolate land which were not made so by nature alone, for, like the Sahara itself, much of it was once woodland where animal life flourished and streams flowed. Man played the leading role in its destruction by fire in his shifting farm methods. Animals helped in the process. The relation of green grass and forest to climate and climate to rainfall seems not to have been known or fully appreciated. In treeless and grassless areas, the periodic rains evaporate into non-water holding earth. One may travel hundreds of miles over regions of this kind without finding a single stream. All rivers and streams have disappeared like the raindrops in the sand because of the same physical characteristics of the land previously discussed. Irrigation was extremely difficult and in most places impossible outside of Egypt. We have spoken so much about African deserts of sand and rocks that one might be misled by thinking that it was this kind of land alone that could not support a population. But there were vast non-desert areas of hard red and red-brown soil that had been leached by heavy rainfall, robbed of its essential elements for vegetation such as calcium and phosphorus, and of course its once rich humus of topsoil. This continuous weathering was obviously destructive. The soil problem was further aggravated by having underneath floors of hard laterite elements, just as though there was a master plan to guarantee that this soil would not hold any water. Therefore, the problem involved far more than restoring topsoil and a land conservation program to prevent erosion, because this hard floor underneath drains away the rainfall as fast as it reached that level. No corner or scrap of land in Africa has escaped hunger, says Josue de Castro in his Geography of Hunger. This is a continent of the starving, all of it, and in hunger and chronic malnutrition may be found one of the most decisive reasons for the backwardness of Africa, for the relative stagnation and lassitude of the greater part of its people. But the Garden of Eden areas must not be overlooked when we are considering the general overall conditions. These are areas which, while not comparable to the rich floodplains of the Nile Valley and Delta, have unfertilized soil that nevertheless produce a surprisingly rapid growth of abundant vegetation and a heavy concentration of animal and bird life. These are the areas where fruits and nuts of many varieties grow in abundance without the aid of man. Without these areas of salvation here and there over the continent, along with pastoral grazing land, the blacks as a race would have doubtlessly perished from the earth. They almost did. The trend once seemed to be definitely in the direction of extinction, even if we dismiss accounts of planned mass extermination by their enemies as unreliable. Too many other threats to survival remained to darken every ray of hope. Disease was everywhere, the offspring of distress, privation, hunger, and malnutrition. It spread over the land as advanced scouts for death. Over half of Africa's babies were either born dead or died soon after birth. Old age was between 40 and 50 years. 3/4 of the people, even today in our own time, are still weakened by malnutrition and malarial water, and a number of diseases that are largely traceable to these two causes: beriberi, pellagra, scurvy, and even leprosy. The scourge of childhood is kwashiorkor, or malignant malnutrition. This accelerated depopulation of the black man's countries, resulting from the nature of soil and climate, mass enslavement, deaths in resisting slavery, wars of conquest, intertribal conflicts, exhaustions from endless flights and migrations, and ever-present disease. All this reduced the black population by 3/4. Under reasonable, favorable conditions, the African population today would be 4 times its present number. And when it is pointed out that 3/4 of the people today are still weakened by malaria and malnutrition, reference is made to the 1/4 of the people who survived in spite of it all. How then were the blacks able to battle invading enemies from one end of the continent to the other for several thousand years? True, they were overcome in the end, but what sustained them through all these centuries of struggle on so many different fronts and against so many different kinds of enemies, weakened so generally by both disease and what became perpetual hunger. Whence came their strength and courage to carry on? It may well be that the answers lie in the death-defying pyramids they built in Egypt when the land was theirs. There must be a number of preconditions without which the genius of any people for thinking, inventing, discovering, and building will be inhibited and may even die under extreme circumstances. Preconditions for progress. A few of these preconditions for progress are: 1. The people must become famine-free and be able to end their perennial roaming from place to place in search of food and water and settle down. 2. Having found suitable territory, the leaders must proceed through negotiations with other neighboring societies and fragmented groups to nation building. 3. There must be developed, and this is a crucial precondition, a sense of national community among the various language groups that make up the country. This is so important that it cannot be left to wishful thinking or chance. It must be programmed in such a way that a sense of loyalty and of being an important part of a great united brotherhood, which is the nation itself, will develop naturally. 4. A strong army for defense. 5. The reign of law and justice, applying equally to all classes in the society. The people must feel absolutely secure as individuals, and that in their country there is equal justice for all. In short, certain conditions in a country can bring about that internal peace, stability, and confidence which unshackle the mind. There is now time to think. No more trekking with bleeding feet for hundreds of miles across rocky deserts. No more seeing your kinsmen fall out and welcome death along the way. A home at last, better farms, plenty of food, and now time to think. There is nothing mystical about the reasons why one group of people can easily become physically and mentally strong, while another becomes physically weak and less mentally alert. An abundance of nutritious food and pure drinking water may spell the difference between advance and decay. The number of death-dealing diseases developing from malnutrition alone is alarming. But what should be stressed above everything else is that millions of babies may become both physically and mentally retarded by disease while in their mother's wombs, which is another way of saying that a people wholly ignorant or indifferent to basic health can themselves become inferior in fact. But even this central fact, when fully realized, will still remain in the field of mere discussion until blacks everywhere begin mass organization for mass education of the masses. The system is so structured worldwide that blacks are forced into conditions that can lead to inferiority even genetically. There must be a breakthrough or gradual extinction. This is the final precondition for survival and advancement. Your attention is called again to the map of Africa, for it is very significant where the earliest invaders entered and permanently settled. They took over their areas of trade and easy contacts with their homeland and the other nations of the world, a point that simply cannot be overstressed in considering the plight of the African people. In the north, they settled around the Mediterranean, thereby maintaining contact with Europe and Asia. In the northeast, east, and south, they settled along the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, thereby keeping in touch with their homeland and the trade with countries farther away. Black Africa was thus hemmed in and effectively cut off commercially and otherwise from the rest of the world. The techniques of penetration and dominance were varied. Some came as peaceful traders, and doubtless trade was all that was intended by many. Africans were always eager traders. The main attraction of foreign traders was that they brought in many new kinds of commodities. These traders had little or no trouble in gaining coastal footholds as trading posts. The land was not sold, but leased. However, the blacks had what the world wanted most: gold, diamonds, ivory, copper, iron ore, and themselves. The trading posts soon became strong fortifications around which villages and towns sprang up as settlers from Asia poured in and armed forces became organized. The Africans watched these developments with increasing apprehension, for the traders were often armed with superior and different types of weapons of war and spent much time in training recruits, including Africans. Indeed, in some areas a definite pattern emerged: an all-African army under Asian officers, a pattern to be followed later by the Europeans. This was easy enough for the Arabs. They owned the captured Africans who made up their fighting forces. The Africans could blame only themselves for this. Here, as in certain other things, they were still engaged in practices which, while once universal, had long since been dying out or generally abandoned by the rest of the world. This one was the enslavement of captured prisoners of war. When African chiefs and kings began to sell these to slave-hungry Arabs, they set in motion a chain of events that was to undermine the civilizations of the most advanced societies on the continent, further checking their progress and degrading their whole race for another 2,000 years. When the sale of their fellows became the chief source of wealth, African leaders became increasingly estranged from the finest thing in African life, the sense of community and of kinship with all who would be friends. When greed severed the traditional ties of brotherhood, gradual movement of the invaders from the coastal areas inland became relatively easy. Blacks against blacks, with increasing suspicion and hatred, may be traced to the Africans' own slave raids. The inland raids for slaves were resisted by some chiefs, and the raiders were attacked. But this opposition was not always due to any opposition to slavery, but to this kind of direct action which bypassed the chiefs and thereby eliminated their profits. Note: there were, however, numerous chiefs who not only opposed slavery, but fought against it to the death, literally. Some were encircled and with their whole people died fighting the enslaver to the end. End of note. The conquest of the blacks by religion. Other invaders found penetration easy under the banners of religion. Full advantage was taken of the fact that Africans are a very religious people. Note: the Christian churches of 4th century Africa were independent of Western imperialism. They therefore could not be used as basis. End of note. First came the crescent flag of the Prophet. The Islamic advance was three-pronged: proselytizing missions claiming one brotherhood, widespread intermarriages and concubinage with African women due to Muslim system of polygamy, and forceful conversions at sword point. The cross of Jesus Christ followed the Muslim crescent. The cloak of Christianity was a most convenient hiding place for those who had other designs, hence the drive to convert. Conversion here meant far more than conversion to Christianity, as in the case of Islam it meant change into the white man's image, his ideas and value system. The real object of worship turned out to be neither Jesus Christ nor his father God, but Western man and Western civilization. Christian Brotherhood? Well, yes, in principle. Or, to be practical, you blacks can have all the Christian Brotherhood you desire among yourselves. Apartheid was Africa-wide under colonialism and not a peculiarity of the South African system, as so many are led to think. Note, the pattern of continent-wide segregated communities can be seen even today in independent African states. End of note. But what happened in the process of converting the blacks to Islam and Christianity was the supreme triumph of the white world over the black. Millions of Africans became non-Africans. Africans who were neither Muslims nor Christians were classed as pagans and therefore required to disavow their whole culture and to regard practically all African institutions as backward or savage. The blacks in their own right became non-persons, members of a race of nobodies, and so hopeless that self-realization as personalities, even in a subordinate status, could only be achieved by becoming Muslims or Christians. Indeed, in order to destroy completely not only their African heritage but also their very African identity psychologically, they were forced to change their names to Arabic and Christian names. Henceforth, if these black Emils, Johns, Muhammads, Samuels, and Abdullahs happened to achieve greatness in some field, the assumption would be that it was Caucasian achievement, unless a special effort was made to identify the race of the persons in question. Blacks at home in Africa and blacks scattered over the world bore the names of their enslavers and oppressors, the ultimate in self-effacement that promoted a self-hatred which made pride in race difficult. That these psychological shackles still handicap not only the rebirth of modern African states, but also blacks everywhere should be obvious to all. Finally, there were the invaders who apparently disdained the cloak of deception and came in fighting. They had no problems. They knew in advance that they would find the Africans almost everywhere unprepared to defend themselves against a well-organized, well-trained body of men, no matter how small. This situation developed as splinter, independent little states became more and more numerous. The use of secret agents seems to be as old as organized states, for the practice of sending spies as goodwill ambassadors, traders, etc., well in advance into a country to be invaded goes far back into antiquity. Those sent into Africa from various lands could report back that 1. The Africans were largely a peaceful people engaged in agriculture, mining trade, fishing, the arts, crafts of various kinds, and manufacturing such things as pottery, furniture, building materials, boats, weapons of war, etc. 2. That these settled states and their generally highly developed social and political systems indicate their advanced civilization. 3. But that they are ill prepared for war, except against their neighbors, who also use the kind of spears, bows, and arrows which we abandoned long since. 4. In general, they have no swiftly moving mounted soldiers. 100 of our dashing cavalrymen with firepower could put 10,000 of them to flight. 5. They are a secretive people, for while they are fully aware of the great mineral wealth of the continent, they use it in a very limited way, mainly for personal adornment, and have no desire to open up to foreigners for world commerce that would greatly benefit them. They accordingly rigidly limit their trading activities, but mainly because Asians hold all of their seacoast and have them cut off from the world and its trade. 6. Finally, the whole of Africa could, with a few exceptions, be progressively taken over simply by picking off one small state after another. For the overall pattern of the continent is one of countless small independent groups, each for itself and itself alone. There is no unity among them, even for a common defense. Since it is the first duty of each chief to protect his people, all seem to be too proud to seek unity with other chiefs, thinking this might indicate a sign of weakness and itself invite attack. Therefore, it could have been truthfully reported to either Asia or Europe any time during the last 1,000 years that the widespread segmentation and attending disunity among the Africans made them easy to conquer and dominate. Some of these 6 hypothetical items would be valid as conclusions regarding a general situation only after the widespread collapse of strong African states, when small splinter states spread over the continent like an epidemic. But, as we shall see, the united resistance of the blacks to white Asian invasions had been going on before recorded history began. And despite all the segmentations and endless invasions from the north, south, east, and west, there were black nations that kept up the resistance of 5,000 years right down into the 20th century. We shall review some of these in chapters which follow. Chapter 2. Ethiopia's oldest daughter, Egypt. The Great Deception. Egypt, as pointed out before, was the northeastern region of ancient Ethiopia. The 6 cataracts of the Nile were the great watermarks in the heartland of the blacks from whence African culture spread over the continent. But nowhere was it as pronounced as in Egypt. This northern sector of the Ethiopian Empire had been the object of world attention from the earliest times. The fact was that it was in the center of the crossroads from all directions leading into Africa from Asia and Europe. This also explains how the Asians came to occupy and control a fourth of Egypt, Lower Egypt, before the unification of the 2 lands in the 3rd millennium BC. With the relentless spread of the desert and the attending scarcity of arable land, there was a heavier concentration of Africans in the Nile Delta and Valley, the areas with the richest soil in the empire. The great agricultural system that was developed along the overflowing Nile was one of the sources of the wealth to support the great cultural advances. The other was the gold mines below the first cataract. This was also the magnet that drew Caucasian peoples from many lands. As these increased in number and variety, the undermining of black power was accelerated. The melting pot of the races began around the northern perimeter. The end result was always the same. The blacks were pushed to the bottom of the social, economic, and political ladder whenever and wherever the Asians and their mulatto offsprings gained control. This scheme of weakening the blacks by turning their half-white brothers against them cannot be overemphasized because it began in the early times, became the universal practice of whites, and is still one of the cornerstones in the edifice of white power. The white Asians were generally very proud of their sons by black women, but these black mothers remained slaves, while their mulatto sons and daughters were born free and, moreover, classified as white. As such, they formed a social class that, while never recognized as equal with the real whites, had just about all the other privileges of free men. The picture was generally the same from about 4000 BC. Note: Throughout this work, I refer to time spans of 6,000 years, 5,000 years, 4,000 years, 3,000, etc. The variations depend on the time span of the developments under discussion. End of note. In the Asian-held areas in the north, the blacks had hard choices to make. As elsewhere on the continent, they had the choice of remaining in their homeland and being reduced to the status of servants and slaves, or, if they were well-to-do members of the professional classes, architects, engineers, or skilled craftsmen, they could remain, become integrated in Asian society, be classed as white, and even hold high positions, or finally, they could reject integration into Asian culture and migrate southwards. This the great majority did. It is therefore not without significance that even today a number of African tribes 4,000 miles south from Egypt still claim it as their ancestral homeland. There were blacks who neither fled before the Asian advance nor submitted to enslavement. These also rejecting amalgamation as the process of transforming the race stood their ground fighting back and were generally wiped out. In short, the Africans held Upper Egypt, south, while the Asiatics held Lower Egypt, north. Kurt Seethe, in attempting to reconstruct the prehistory of Egypt, concluded that the division of the country between Africans in the south and Asiatics in the north was due mostly to a split over religion. According to this view, the Africans refused to accept the cult of Horus that dominated the Nile Delta. They therefore formed a second nation in Upper Egypt and established their national religious shrines at Amnos, Thebes, Thines, and Napata. Other scholars insist that the two lands meant that the Africans had simply separated themselves from the Asians. These, unlike Seethe, do not inquire about the reasons. What actually happened in prehistoric times, however, was on such a grand scale over long periods of time that patterns, even of unwritten history, became clear and understandable. The Asians and Europeans were entering in increasing numbers and pushing the Africans farther and farther away from the Mediterranean, pushing them farther and farther towards what became Africa south of the Sahara. But the Africans had taken their first firm stand within their Egypt, making it two lands, exactly as the Sudan is two lands today, with the Arabs and colored Arabs in the north and Africans in the south, and also for exactly the same reason, to escape white oppression. And the Sudanese blacks concentrated in the south for the same ancient reason, to escape white and colored oppression. We are in the period of ancient history. The records of the times are unmistakable, and the evidence is clear only when the archaeologists have done their work as well. In no area of the world have they been more successful than in Egypt. It was the science of archaeology, along with ancient historical records, that support my viewpoint that the Africans, while being either subjugated or pushed southwards, fought back in a long series of wars to regain their ancient homeland along the Mediterranean. As early as the end of the 4th millennium BC, and even before the first dynasty in Egypt, there are records of a great African victory over the Asians in the north. Note: reference is made to the pellets and mace heads found at Hyrcanopolis. End of note. The blacks had established their Egyptian capital at Nekheb. The royal palace was just across the river at Nekeb. Thebes and Napata continued to be the cultural centers of the black world. As the historic period opened in Egypt, it appeared that the Africans were retaking the whole of their country. The Palermo stone records victory after victory over the Asians. Finally, the great triumph came when the African king Menes defeated the Asians decisively, united all Egypt under African rule again, and thus became the historic First Dynasty. Note: there was in fact no Egypt before Menes built Memphis. End of note. Historians of ancient Egypt would do well to pause and ponder longer over the question of the two lands. Those who are interested in the truth about the black man's history will be compelled to do so. For the most significant part of the black African's history developed in Egypt, and the division of the country into two lands, one predominantly Asian and the other African, marked the first great stage of the unending process and pressures that steadily forced the blacks from the northern areas. But for countless centuries, the greater region was held by the blacks. This was the southern region called Upper Egypt. It seems quite clear that the seesaw conflict between Africans and Asians covered centuries back into prehistory, just as it was to continue intermittently for nearly 5,000 years after Menes. Indeed, the Zanzibar Revolution and the purely racial conflict in the Sudan are simply a present-day continuity of the ancient struggle between the invaders and the invaded. After the Asian North was subdued, the African capital city was moved from Nekeb in the south to the north, where the two lands met. Here, astride what had been the boundary, the eternal city of Memphis was built, named for the king, and like Thebes, became the focal point of black power and one of the chief centers of African civilization. In completing the building of Memphis, Menes' nephew apparently believed that he was making the final settlement of the Asian problem, and that this capital city would stand forever. The massive fortification system built to control the Asians stood for centuries. The Africans' literal belief in immortality was reflected in their building and burial arrangements. The early three-chambered brick mastabas foreshadowed the later pyramids that were to surround the city like watchmen and form a line of march from there into the Giza Desert. During one of the longest reigns in history, Menes brought about the kind of stability and innovations in administration that not only provided a solid foundation for a first dynasty, but also the economic and social conditions necessary for the more uniform expansion of religion, the arts, crafts, and the mathematical sciences. Here too is where Mesopotamia, Palestine, and Greece, although not as advanced, may have made cultural contributions to the Africans and received much from them in return. The external influence myth. The Greek contribution was the greatest. It was accidental, one of those accidents of history that turns out to be highly important. In this case, the Greeks unwittingly applied the second name of the city of Menes, Memphis, Aegyptos, to the whole country. For Memphis was also called Hecupta, or the mansion of the south of Ptah, the god protector of the city. From the Greek Aegyptos, Memphis became Egypt, and Egypt became the name of the two lands, extending from the Mediterranean to the first cataract. There was no Egypt before the black king from whose name it was indirectly derived. Before that, the country was called Kem, or Kemai, another name indicating its black inhabitants, and not the color of the soil, as some writers have needlessly strained themselves in asserting. Indeed, the strong predilection of both Europeans and white Asians to replace the names of other peoples and places with their own terminologies was at once a blessing and a curse in the history of the blacks. Not knowing the racist twist that modern history was to take, these early historians, geographers, and travelers reported what they found and described peoples in their own terms of speech. In doing so, they established beyond question that the blacks were the first Egyptians and the builders of that ancient civilization. For it was these early writers, and not the blacks, who made it clear that although the invading Euro-Asians had firmly established themselves in about 1/4 of northern Ethiopia, Lower Egypt, as early as the 4th millennium BC, the blacks with equal firmness held all the rest from the 29th north parallel to the 10th south. It was the whites, not the blacks, who called Africa the land of the blacks, until Asian and European invasions made it expedient to change this to mean African countries not yet taken over by Caucasians, and later to Africa south of the Sahara. Even this has to be qualified now as the whites dominate southern African and Portuguese-held areas. The early whites, again, not the blacks, not only defined all Upper Egypt as black to distinguish it from predominantly white Lower Egypt, but they settled the matter for posterity by calling Upper Egypt the Thebaid, and the blacks Thebans, because Thebes, no way, was the oldest and greatest center of black civilization. The curse referred to above concerns the amazing success of modern writers in so blotting out, obscuring, or reinterpreting the earlier writers on Africa that the actual role of the blacks in their own land was practically erased from memory. Their strategy of silence worked, and must have worked more successfully than they could have dreamed. The great silence even fell over the monumental fact that the blacks themselves started the whole dynastic system in Egypt about 3100 BC, and that the great civilization of world acclaim developed after these black regimes began. Greek and Arabic names and the accepted Caucasoid features in the conventional style of royal portraits all furthered the great deception. There was also the external influence on early African speech and writing in Egypt. As more and more Asians moved into Upper Egypt after the unification of the two lands, the mingling of the two peoples not only produced a new breed of Egyptians, but also an increasingly Afro-Asian language and writing system that differed markedly from the original African writing as it was developed below the first cataract. Development in Asia and Europe, 1,000 and 2,000 years after the golden age of black civilization, helped to obscure that civilization or paint it over as an entirely Euro-Asian achievement. Our task is to begin the removal of this false incrustation, hardened as it is by 2,000 years of unchallenged growth. The time and continuum in the history of the blacks is highly important in reference to the state of civilization in the lands from which the invading groups came during the first 1,000 years of black ascendancy in Egypt and southern Ethiopia, the Sudan. The record is quite clear that the incursive groups were largely tent-dwelling nomads. They had no tradition of great cities with imposing temples, obelisks, pyramids, or indeed stonemasonry at all. In particular, one should note the number of centuries after Thebes and Memphis before their ancient cities were founded. Noe, Thebes, prehistory. Memphis, 3100. Rome, village, 1000 BC. Rome, town, 250 BC. Athens, village, 1200 BC. Athens, city, 360 BC. Antioch, 400 BC. Jerusalem, 1400 BC. Babylon, 2100 BC. In short, what great contributions did these roaming nomads have to make to an already highly developed black civilization? Since even Jerusalem was not in existence, what people in Lower Egypt came from a country with a city as great as Thebes or Memphis? It was the beginning of a new era in the history of the blacks, when an Ethiopian king turned the course of the Nile River by building a great dam at the border between Upper and Lower Egypt for the site of the new capital that was to bear his name. For generations, Memphis was almost entirely an all-African city, with white Asian villages slowly growing up around the outskirts. For the Asians are a very smart and very cunning people. Once conquered, they feigned complete and humble acceptance of African rule. Far from showing the slightest signs of any feeling of racial superiority, they were such masters of the art of dissembling that they could hoodwink the Africans, often under the guise of brotherhood, by capitalizing on their often dark complexions, similar institutions, intermarriages, and mixing with the black population generally as far as possible. That all this was the direct route to repeated Asian ascendancy on the continent, few Africans seem to see, for they are, as a race, too ready to forgive and forget past evils committed by foreigners. Whereas, on the other hand, a fellow African tribe can easily become a traditional enemy, and continue as such for so many generations that no one remembers what the original quarrel was all about. So the blacks were apparently unconcerned about the Asian villages springing up just outside of Memphis, nor about the largest one that was more rapidly developing just across the river on the right bank. This community was to become the Asian city of Fostat that challenged the supremacy of the capital city and eventually helped to change its African character and cause its final destruction. Yet, what I have just stated so briefly occurred only after nearly 3,000 years of glorious history. It remained the capital and one of the greatest cities of Egypt and the world from the first to the 20th dynasty, when it yielded to Thebes again. But it was still a great city when Alexander the Great arrived in 332 BC. Its death knell was sounded only when Arab tribes overran the land and Cairo rose to overshadow it. The second and third dynasties were also African. Most writers will not flatly state this. They generally designate these dynasties as Thinite, Memphite, or followers of Seth. One has to know that the first dynasty was African and Memphite or Thinite, so called after the name of their sacred city, Thinis, and that the cults of Seth and Ammon were African. That the fourth dynasty was indigenous is equally clear. These were the chief pyramid builders, the Great Pyramid being the largest and highest building on earth until modern times. It was built during the reign of Khufu, 2590 to 67 BC. His nephew Khafre carried on and built the second Great Pyramid, but he went farther. He built the Great Sphinx, and as though he intended to settle the question of his racial identity for all ages to come, he had his African features so boldly and clearly carved into a portrait statue that not even a fool could seriously doubt that this mighty monarch was a Negro. He was therefore among the first to break with the classical Caucasoid stereotypes in Egyptian portraits. Having determined what periods Africans were referred to as Thinites, Memphistes, Thebans, Cushites, Libyans, Ethiopians, Nubians, etc., a major problem in African history was near solution. Some of the disguising masks were thus removed, but much still remained to be done in developing guidelines to identification, because the work of effacing the black man's role in world history was so thoroughly done over so many centuries that it is amazing how so universal a consensus was reached by Caucasian writers in almost every age. Yet it should have occurred to some that, since they themselves knew very well who the black civilization builders were, painstaking research would later reveal all they tried to conceal. I point out repeatedly also that some of the bias is not deliberate, but often so deeply rooted that the white scholar is totally unaware of it. One of these, for example, was Sir Flinders W.M. Petrie, one of the greatest archaeologist historians of Egypt. He tried so hard to be scientifically objective, yet when he unearthed a famous king or queen who was unmistakably Negro, he seemed to be quite puzzled. But like most of his fellow investigators, some of his best thinking was set in motion for a rational explanation. Thus, the find of Sneferu's black queen, Mertetefs, indicated that the royal wife might be of an inferior race and not of the high type. But the guidelines I found useful in identifying who was who are: 1. Knowing the terms used when referring to early Africans. 2. Noting rulers whom the writers concede to be Africans or persons with marked Negroid features, and tracing this line to succeeding dynasties, i.e. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, etc. 3. Noting what kings or queens in later dynasties claimed an African ruler of an early period as their ancestor, and accordingly venerated and worshipped. For, similarly, what kings and queens take the name of ancient black rulers and build temples and monuments to perpetuate their memory? 5. The evidence in stone, inscriptions on monuments, and stelae of various kinds. 6. To what race did the invading rulers from the south belong? And over what kind of people did they rule below the first cataract? 7. And finally, the unearthed statues and portraits of kings and queens of Egypt who were pure Africans. Unless physical anthropologists now wish to change their criteria for determining race, there are a few guidelines to early Egyptians as early black Africans. The fact of black rulers, however, is not as important as the fact of an indigenous black population from which they sprang. For these early blacks were themselves a great people, excelling on many fronts from a line of builders so distant in the past that it seems to have extended into the Stone Ages. It was a society of scientists, scholars, organized religions with organized priesthoods, mathematicians, scribes, architects, engineers, standing armies and generals, stone and brick masons, carpenters, artists, sculptors, cloth makers, slaves, farmers, teachers, gold and silversmiths, blacksmiths, and so on the widest spectrum of an advanced society. Africa, as the cradle of civilization, meant exactly that. These blacks developed one of the oldest written languages. The Egyptian language was an African language with later Asiatic influence, similar to that of Arabic on the African language known as Swahili. And it was as totally destroyed and replaced by a non-indigenous tongue as were other African creations. Nothing better marked the increasing cleavage between the blacks and their half-brothers beyond the cataracts than this linguistic nationalism, the refusal of the retreating blacks to use the Asianized Egyptian tongue. The mulatto problem. The recent revival of Black is Beautiful is no more than that, a revival. The great majority of ancient blacks took great pride in their color, and their resistance to amalgamation may be so interpreted. For one thing they had observed in Egypt was that a dynasty, beginning as all black, could remain unbroken over generations and still in the end become near white in color with not a black face in the royal lineage. This two-way process of intermingling and direct aggression meant victory for the white Asians in the end. They were already within the country as Egyptians when the conquering hordes from their various homelands swept in. Many were nationalistic Egyptians, and as such fought the invaders along with the Africans. Others, though born in Egypt also, were loyal to their fathers' native countries and sided with their armies. Since the first to be called Egyptians exclusively were half African and half Asian, their general hostility to their mother's race was a social phenomenon that should not be passed over lightly, even though that development followed a universal pattern and therefore was not peculiar to the Egyptians. Its nature is essentially opportunist, a quest for security, recognition, and advancement by identifying with and becoming a part of the new power elite of the conquerors. The invading conquerors not only capture and control all political and economic power by military might, but even though they might be nomadic barbarians, they generally claim to be from a higher civilization and therefore reinforce the myth of being superior, in fact, and not just because of military conquest. Even if no such claim is made, the new ruling classes and all members of their race are superior vis-a-vis the indigenous or conquered people. Expediency and survival itself dictated loyalty and faithful service to the Asian masters in the regions over which they had gained control, first in northern Egypt. This meant that even in the beginning, siding with the Asians was not solely determined by whether one was a half-breed or a full-blooded African. Blacks who did not choose to flee south but remained under Asian rule, even if enslaved, worked harder to gain recognition and acceptance than any other group. Indeed, so anxious were some of these early blacks for integration with the Asians that they themselves did most in creating the new breed of Egyptians, who were to become their mortal enemies. For in an all-out effort to appease the invaders, they freely gave their daughters and other desirable females as gifts to become concubines, thus speeding up the reproduction processes on an ever-widening scale. Nor did this lessen the wholesale capture of women in raids on African villages for the same purpose and for export to Asia. Reference was made to the Egyptians' race of their mothers, for in Egypt, as elsewhere, it was a one-way sexual process. The master race always kept its own women sacred and secluded behind the walls of their homes. They were not allowed to go outside except under guard. African women had no such restrictions or protection. They were fair game for the men of all races, and for them it was always open season. Many black women preferred death by suicide. Of these, 2 history does not sing. The master race, then, while loudly proclaiming a strange doctrine of racial purity for itself, has been the world's leader in bastardizing other peoples. So it has been on a grand scale in the United States, in South America, in East and South Africa, and so it was in Egypt. The evolution of the Egyptians as a nationality group is as interesting as their anti-African attitude, although the latter differs not at all from that of many mixed breeds with African blood elsewhere. It has been stated that the original Egyptians were black, half African and half Asian. This general racial pattern changed, however, as the centuries passed along and more white conquerors, their followers, and the other whites were attracted to the breadbasket on the Nile. Canaanites, Jews, Syrians, Hittites, Persians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Greeks, Turks, Arabs, Romans, et al. Intermarriages between conquerors and conquered continued, along with concubinage as a national institution. The direct result was that more and more Egyptians became lighter and near white in complexion. In short, they did in fact become more Asian in blood than African. Yet this upper ruling class of near whites was at no time more than 1/4 of the population, for until the Islamic flood, which began in the middle of the 7th century AD, the vast majority of the Egyptians were what modern scholars like to characterize as Negroid. Note: the unmixed blacks in Egypt I am still designating as African. The mulattoes, then as now, generally objected to being called Africans. End of note. But what has been referred to as a social phenomenon was in fact a development among the half-breeds everywhere that ran counter to what would be normally expected. if not contrary to nature itself. This was the outright rejection of one's mother and her people, and a cleaving to the father and his people. While I do not know whether the overwhelming love which Africans generally have for their mothers is any greater than that among other peoples, it is certainly so marked that it has been a matter of comment by many writers. Some of the principal reasons why the half-breeds turned against the blacks and sought integration with the Asians have been pointed out. These applied to the blacks as well as to the new breed. All sought security, advancement, and social prestige by ingratiating themselves with the current ruling classes. But the half-breeds had the inside track and all of the advantages. First of all, they were mainly the sons and daughters of white and European Asian fathers. These fathers recognized them as such and, in general, proudly. And since they claimed superiority over the Africans, their half-African offsprings considered themselves to be a superior breed also. These Afro-Asian offsprings were given preferential treatment, positions of authority, wealth according to the status of their patrilineal family, and an education that could draw on Asian culture as well as the highly advanced African civilization in Upper Egypt and southwards to the land of the gods. Another situation that was a most potent factor in the half-breeds' attitude toward their mother's race was that more often than not, their mothers were concubinary slaves. This meant that the half-breed was introduced into the lowest level of African life, even from birth. Concubinage was so general that it overshadowed the small number of African women who were the legitimate wives of Asians. These African wives were the exception, generally coming as they did from powerful upper classes, the noble or royal families. In such cases, it did not seem to matter at all how black they were. But since most of the new Egyptians were originally sons and daughters of slave mothers and upper-class fathers, they tended to be ashamed of their mothers and sought self-realization on their father's side. Furthermore, the slave mother had no claim on the children she bore. They belonged to the Asian father, who could and generally did consider them as freeborn due to their Asian blood. To prove how truly Asian they were, the mixed Egyptians made hatred of Africans a ritual, and tried to surpass the whites in raiding for slaves in all African areas. Various Afro-Eurasians who became Egyptian kings declared eternal warfare against the blacks and vowed to enslave the entire race. Hope in this connection could have developed from the fact that while many races were represented among captured slaves, the Africans constituted the largest number. Relying wholly on the emerging concept of innate superiority of Europeans and Asians, these people everywhere created a class system that made their bastard offsprings superior to all blacks, and in status next below themselves. The system operated in the 20th century the same as it did in earlier times. The Afro-Dutch coloreds of South Africa fully illustrate most of the points made about Egyptians. The coloreds' hatred of Africans seemed to be even more thoroughgoing than that of the whites in South Africa. Because of their Dutch blood, they too had been given special privileges, a higher social and economic status than the blacks, and a completely separate society. Education and civil rights denied the blacks were theirs. The best available jobs for non-whites were theirs. But above all, they had the magic of the half-white skin that in itself automatically put them above the blacks. Some of these coloreds became hysterical if reminded of their Bantu or Kafir blood. The lightest ones simply deny having any African blood. Yet sometimes nature itself, as though disgusted with these ridiculous pretension, plays a joke on some of the very lightest husbands and wives by presenting them with a black baby, a throwback from black ancestors. The most charitable thing that can be said about the racism of the Dutch Boers and their cape-colored offsprings is that they were ignorant of even the names of great African leaders, not to mention the great civilization they had built just north of where the Dutch first landed. But the Assyrians, Hebrews, Greeks, and Romans could make no such claim to support the myth of Caucasian superiority, for nothing seems clearer from ancient records than that the whole ancient world knew of nothing more ancient than the black man's civilization. The real challenge was standing there in monuments of stone which the blacks had built on a scale that had withstood all passing ages. To meet this challenge, the Asians and their Afro-Asian offsprings set about to do three main things. 1. To destroy everything left by the Africans that indicated African superiority. 2. But where the temples, monuments, etc. were of such beauty and durability that destruction was less desirable than claiming the achievements as their own, in these cases African inscriptions were systematically erased and replaced with Asian and new Egyptian inscriptions that gave to themselves the credit for whatever achievements there were. Sometimes the inscriptions were so deeply engraved that effacement was impossible, so the workmen would have to conceal these by building stone casings around them. The early African builders had been most exasperating, leaving their statues everywhere, flat noses, thick lips and all. Hundreds of statuettes were carved in various dynasties. These could be thrown away, but what to do with the huge monumental statues that were lined up outside of the most famous temples? The problem was solved by passing those Egyptian rulers who merely had Negroid features. Many of those with all African faces simply had their heads knocked off, all to no lasting avail. The facts of history could not be completely changed. One troublesome fact was that most of the greatest kings and queens of Egypt were black Africans, so great indeed that their names were gladly spread over pages that glorify the Egyptian past. Their names, but not their African identity. In history, these blacks are simply Egyptians and not Cushites, Ethiopians, or Nubians. This is still another technique for deliberately losing track of African history. But the archaeologists' spades just kept turning up statuettes and some remarkable portraits that frustrate some scholars, while others feel challenged and reply with a heavy artillery of misleading words and phrases. Regardless of what the field investigators find, the main work of reconstructing African history in the 20th century is still in the hands of those who degraded it. White hands who still have the power to shape it as they will. 3. Finally, the great revolt of white slaves, Mamelukes, in 1250 AD, and their murderous onslaughts against their Turk and Arab masters ended forever the general enslavement of whites, and thereafter led to a concentration on the enslavement of blacks only. This changed the course of history and came to make the myth of racial superiority, inferiority appear to be a visible reality. Master and slave. Could there be any question about it? Even the slaves could realize that their actual situation was one of inferiority. And after centuries of bondage, the slaves generally came to believe that they were in fact inferior beings, and that their masters, by the very arrangements of life, were superior. For whether in Asia, Europe, South America, the United States, or the West Indies, the story was the same. The essential links with their past were broken. All knowledge of former greatness was lost. Even their kinship and family relationships were destroyed along with their true names. They were not regarded as human beings. They became a race of outcasts, hating themselves for being. The Caucasian triumph was complete. In the course of time, the Egyptians became more and more conscious of their separate national and non-Asian identity as Egyptians. The term Asian, of course, covered numerous white nationality and ethnic groups. Asian blood had no specific meaning. It might be Hebrew, Mongolian, Arabic, Persian, Indian, and so on. Egyptian nationalism, with its sense of independence, could evolve all the more easily because of this lack of exclusive identity with any one of their kindred nationalities. Another important factor was the relatively unmixed Asians and a sprinkling of Europeans who had been living in the country for so many generations that they regarded themselves as Egyptians, owing no loyalty to their native lands and ready to fight as Egyptians when Egypt was attacked or herself went to war. Here again, we see additional reasons why the Egyptians felt more Asian than African. They become even clearer if we keep in mind that during all the centuries of Egyptian evolution to a separate identity and nationhood, relentless warfare with the Africans continued. As long as the Africans seemed resolved to retake Egypt, no pharaoh could rest easily. From the record, extending over several thousand years, it seems that the blacks intended to reconquer Egypt as Menes had done or fight on forever. They seemed to take their most devastating defeats as mere temporary setbacks, and always invaded or attempted to invade Egypt again and again. And again, note the very different Western version. Is this one of the principal reasons the Egyptians hated them so much? Was the mass enslavement of Africans a part of a scheme to break the power and end the eternal threat from the now southern land of the blacks? I am, of course, fully aware that the same ancient records may be read and interpreted in such a way that one would think that most of the invasions were one way from Egypt into the all-black countries below the First Cataract, and that, indeed, the Africans were no match for the mighty Egyptian armies, but generally turned tail and fled. In this, and 100 other instances, I simply read the record differently. The great chain of defense fortifications the Egyptians built facing south at the First Cataract were hardly built to prevent themselves from invading the Black Empire. As late as the 12th dynasty, records still refer to wars against the Asian invaders and to defense measures such as building walls on the eastern frontier. they had been expelled en masse from the rich Delta region in 2040 BC. Note: this is the generally accepted view. I note elsewhere that it was not a mass expulsion of Asians. End of note. But they always returned, if not as conquering warriors, then as peaceful traders or friendly migrants seeking a home. It should also be remembered that Egypt was not always the innocent object of aggression, but was herself often the invading aggressor in Asia. She also enslaved many Asians and marched them back to Egypt, men, women, and children. It can be said with certainty, therefore, that some of the many invasions of Egypt were invited or provoked by Egypt's own imperialistic adventures. Yet, they may well have been countermoves to check the constant invasions from these regions. The African masses caught it from all directions, as their own leaders progressively became Caucasian, Hamites, and Semites, and as many who were unmistakably full-blooded Africans became as predatory as were their known enemies. Note: one lesson of history is quite clear. One's own leaders may be as unjust, inhuman, and as brutal as strangers, often more so. End of note. It appears that from times immemorial, stark greed, the desire for wealth, has overridden all humane considerations. Greed has served as a kind of anesthesia, deadening humane sentiments and breaking the bonds of affection that relates man to man. Greed was triumphant in Egypt from ancient times down into our own century. It was the major slave exchange center in Africa. Nubia, the northern Sudan, was not only the chief source of supply for slaves who were marched up to the Second Cataract, but it was also the main source of gold, ivory, ostrich feathers, precious stones of many kinds, ebony, and animal skins. These enriched Egypt in her expanding international trade. A hostile Egypt now stood between the black world and international commerce. But all had not been going well in the land. There had been civil wars, division of the country again, reunification again, decentralization, a breakup into autonomous nomarchies, and back to unification once more. These ups and downs seem to be according to the strength or weakness of the leadership in any given period, or the role played by the conquerors in unifying or failing to unify the country. Black Egypt turning brown and white. The long stretch of the centuries into millenniums made it easy to delete some of the most significant developments in those early ages in Egypt. The emergence of great leaders and long periods of remarkable achievements were followed by weak leaders and long periods of national disorganization and chaos in such amazing cycles that it seems that some relentless socio-political law was operating in the land. Centralized government, first instituted by Menes, always collapsed as civil war spread over the provinces and constituent kingdoms. One of the worst and most fateful periods of crisis was during the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th dynasties, 2181 to 2040 BC. What happened during this period of political anarchy is typical of the unproclaimed processes that slowly but steadily changed both the political and ethnic character of Egypt and in the end, that of the all-black Sudan as well. During this period, as in many others, the blacks played a leading role in expediting their own downfall, a fact as important in their history as anything else. In Egypt, it was an almost endless power struggle, both within the royal lineages on the national and provincial levels, and between the various provinces. The civil strife became more intense and bitter as the largest and strongest provinces, such as Thebes, tried to force the others back into a state of national unity. The trouble was that too many nomarchs, chiefs, were trying to do the same thing, each being ambitious to become the pharaoh of all Egypt at the very least, and all Ethiopia if possible, Egypt and the Sudan. Held in the center of the empire, Upper Egypt, for 141 years. 141 years of retrogression and destruction. Both ends of the empire broke away from the center. The northern end, white Lower Egypt, became independent again, and more white spread over Upper Egypt, taking full advantage of the general upheaval and promoting it by forming alliances with various provincial chiefs in the warfare against others. Since Lower Egypt also had internal strife among its now independent provinces, Delta chiefs did not hesitate in accepting the invitations of black princes to form alliances and lead troops into Upper Egypt. Asians also marched across the desert from Libya, where they had also replaced the indigenous blacks and were now the dominant population. The steady transformation from black to brown to white becomes even clearer if it is remembered that after the unification of the two lands, the whites of Lower Egypt had every legal right to travel and settle in black Upper Egypt. And while there was always a general opposition, there had been a steady infiltration from the beginning. They, like their Libyan kinsmen, always came in a manner that never caused immediate harm. Small numbers spreading out, and then gradually forming separate communities next to an African village, town, or city. They became an integral part of life in the provinces, became the active supporters of the local chiefs, nomarchs, married into their families, and, by so doing, in time became legitimate chiefs themselves. The Asian power base was thus firmly established in provinces, and established so slowly, without fanfare, that it appeared to be an imperceptible development. The same changes had been taking place on the national level in some of the royal families. But the biggest changes in the racial character of Egypt always occurred during the crisis periods of political decentralization and civil disorder, when the whites came in hordes and spread over the country. The already established Asian communities served as magnets, but the overflow of settlers caused the building of numerous new communities. They could now move in unchallenged. They came in not only from the Delta and Libya, but from Asia also. These were not military invasions, but invading settlers. They were, like John the Baptist, the forerunners. They prepared the way and made it easy for all the invading armies that came later from Asia and Europe. These could now count on cooperation and welcome from the white population already in Egypt. A century and a half of this, a pause and reflection are required here if the full significance of what has been set forth above is to be grasped. Yet the picture need not be as confusing as many writers have made it by the simple expedient of omitting salient facts. Among these are the following. 1. The collapse of centralized authority from Memphis not only enabled Lower Egypt to become independent again, but it also meant that this predominantly Asian region was in the same state of disruption as the rest of the country. 2. Kings in Lower Egypt, ruling from Avaris or Sais, often claimed to be kings or pharaohs of all Egypt without having gained control of the whole country. Just as kings in Upper Egypt, ruling from Thebes or Memphis, made similar claims during the same period without having gained control over the whole country or even all of Upper Egypt. This point is highly important, for what it means is that there were periods when both white and black aspirants claimed to be pharaohs of Egypt at the same time, when none actually had effective control over the nation. 3. Writers, knowing this well enough, have nevertheless generally presented the whites and Afro-Asians, classified as white, as the Egyptian pharaohs, while ignoring the African pharaohs altogether. Their defense, when pressed, is that the African pharaohs are indicated as Thebians, Memphites, etc., satisfied, as previously pointed out, that the use of these terms is a part of the blackout of black history. 4. The periods during which the Asian incursions were greatest, such as 2181 to 2040 BC, should be stressed, because these population pressures caused a steady withdrawal of non-integrating blacks southward below the First Cataract. 5. To overlook this early separatist movement among the blacks is to neglect one of the most important keys to the fuller understanding of black Egyptian history. But just as the blacks had withdrawn in large numbers from Lower Egypt as it became more and more white and began to settle beyond what became the border between Lower and Upper Egypt, so now they had been moving from place to place in Upper Egypt in a futile effort to escape from the ever-pressing whites. These were the blacks who finally joined others in the south, Nubia. Nubia, therefore, revolted and became independent during the same period of general collapse at the center. But the compelling reasons, as stated elsewhere, appear to have been resistance not only to the increasing Asian power in Upper Egypt, but also to the African and Afro-Asian pharaohs whose integration policies promoted the spread of this foreign power in what had been an important region of their homeland. It was black separatism and racialism without apology. It was even something more than a resistance movement against the political domination of foreigners and the social degradation of the blacks that always followed. But it was a stubborn resistance to the extinction of the race itself through amalgamation. These were the first of the race for whom black was in fact beautiful, and not just a catching slogan of the day. The expansion of white power from the Delta into Upper Egypt had been going on slowly long before the age of weak kings. They had been appointed as ministers, court officials of various kinds, trade commissioners, army officers, and soldiers. The 90-year reign of Pepi II, the longest in history, was in their favor. For while Pepi had been a strong leader and a mighty king during the first 50 years of his reign, the general upheaval began when he had become too old to govern or even know what was going on in the country. This unheard of long reign made the sixth dynasty the introduction to the era of chaos. This was the period of simultaneous dynasties of Asian, Libyans, and Theban pharaohs, and several different capitals. There were so many kings during the 8th, 9th, and 10th dynasties with very short reigns that many of their names are unknown. Finally, the line of African kings ruling from Thebes first overcame the other powerful Asian dynasty in Upper Egypt that was centered at Heracleopolis, and proceeded with the awful task of uniting the empire again. Strong rulers had begun to emerge again in 2133. So, the 11th dynasty of the great Mentuhoteps began 93 years before the 10th dynasty ended, a further illustration of points previously made. Mentuhotep II was probably the greatest of 11th dynasty kings. It was he who undertook to settle the white Asian problem forever by reversing the policy of integration and expelling them from Lower Egypt. Historians of the period write that he did expel the Asians from the Delta in 2040 BC. This too is misleading, for while he did indeed reconquer Lower Egypt again, and probably believed that reunification with the Black South would be easier if he first drove the Asians out, he was now 1,000 years too late for such a task. The Asians could not be expelled en masse in any event, for all Lower Egypt was overwhelmingly an Asian population and had been so far for centuries beyond record. Nobody knows at what point in time they became the dominant people there. What Mentuhotep did was to put the government to flight, along with its army and other known supporters. Besides, the Asians were now dispersed all through the provinces of Upper Egypt. The compelling reason for the reconquest of the Delta was always economic. In fact, race itself was an economic factor. When Asians controlled, it was a commercial blockade of the blacks from direct world trade and international relations in general. Therefore, the second reunification in 2040 ushered in another golden age in black history. African ships of commerce sailed the seas again. Nationwide reconstruction was pushed, and the revival of learning, science, the arts, and crafts marked the 11th and 12th dynasties. The most important lesson the black world can learn from its history is that there was an economic development base for each and every advance. Meanwhile, the blacks concentrated in the South had firmly fixed the dividing line between themselves and their brothers in Upper Egypt at the First Cataract. This too meant war, because the South was the richest region in mineral resources. The long war against Nubia began during the 11th dynasty and went on year after year without success. A very real problem now was the attitude of the black troops from Thebes toward a war against their brothers in the South. In any event, no progress in overcoming the South was made at all until the power center at Thebes was moved to Al-Fayoum in the 12th dynasty. Even then, the war dragged on for another 50 years before the region bordering on Egypt, called Lower Nubia, was brought under control. Henceforth, the country from the First Cataract to the Mediterranean was definitely called Egypt, and the country from the First Cataract southward was definitely called Ethiopia, Nubia, Kush, etc. The end of the 12th dynasty in 1786 ended nearly 3½ centuries of great leaders and, therefore, great progress. Yet, once again, the cycle of disaster returned with the 13th dynasty. Mental pygmies sat on the thrones, once occupied by giants. Nearly 2 centuries of internal strife and decay followed. Lower Egypt, of course, had quickly become independent again, for the 3rd time, This meant an increased and unrestricted flow of Asians into the country. A period of turmoil was also the opportune time for great armed invasions. Among these invaders were the Hyksos, the children of Israel, according to the historian Josephus. This invasion of Egypt in 1720 BC was ruthless and aimed at nothing less than the extermination of the Egyptian people and their replacement by the Israelites. They did not succeed in this, but settled down to rule the country as the 13th and 16th dynasties and stayed as a powerful influence for over 400 years. Note, some writers say that they were Arabs and that their rule lasted about 250 years. End of note. The important point here is that Semites poured into Egypt following its conquest by fellow tribesmen, and that this still further advanced the Asiatic character of the Egyptians. Hyksos' power was broken during the 18th dynasty, and many were expelled en masse. They returned to Palestine and founded Jerusalem. Meanwhile, Egypt was developing into the new empire, and during the same dynasty in which the Hyksos had been expelled, she struck back by conquering the Hyksos homeland in Syria and extended conquest to the Euphrates. It should be noted that the greatest Hebrew invasion of Egypt occurred about 600 years before Moses and the captivity. One reason why the great issues in African history must be both reviewed and expanded is that anyone who dares to challenge the prevailing and widely held viewpoints is in a position far more precarious than that of little David facing the towering and mightily armed Goliath. Here, an almost universal army of giants standing steadfastly in defense of the Africanist ideologies they have developed must be combated. To this end, I review positions already stated in order to be crystal clear, and I expand by introducing additional facts on the same subject. Indeed, I might be properly accused of overemphasizing one point on which most scholars are already agreed: the great antiquity of African civilization. But the greatest of all issues is right here in the general agreement that at the very earliest period known to mankind, an African civilization in the areas later called the Sudan and Egypt was fully developed, with all the arts of civilized life already matured. Its beginning being placed so far into the early history of the world that it is beyond the reach of man. Since the most compelling evidence forced scholars to these conclusions in recent times, the prevailing racist theories of history created a very real dilemma. How, in view of civilization's beginning in the land of the blacks, to explain their role in world history? Having successfully degraded the black race throughout the world and supported that degradation with their science and religion, how now explain that this same black race was the first builders of the very civilization of which the Caucasians themselves are heirs? White scholarship solves such problems very neatly and without a blink of an eye. In this case, they very simply put the white man in Africa before the black man. And apparently not feeling secure enough with this, they overrode geography itself and took Egypt out of Africa, making it a part of the Asian Middle East. Laughter and tragedy. For, of course, a racism so extreme that it becomes ridiculous also becomes amusing, even though it is at the same time the tragedy of an unabated 20th century assault on the blacks. The discovery that the earliest civilization, and therefore the most advanced nation, were in Africa led white scholars to do a quick turnabout, going far beyond transforming the indigenous people into whites. They now made Africa the birthplace of the entire human race, and, to please God, rushed back to Noah's sons again for a theory of racial origins and dispersions, but now from Africa over the earth. Western scholars, in the absence of solid facts, do not hesitate to use myth and legend if these serve their purposes. So, in addition to the legend of how the different races came to be and migrated, we also have quoted the Egyptian legend of how the god Tum assigned colors to the various groups. Sir Gardner Wilkinson, in his 3 volumes on ancient Egypt, follows the same well-known line about Egyptians as Caucasians. In this, he is quite in step with most Western and Asian writers on the subject. Indeed, in addition to the evidence cited above, he relies also on Caucasian features in certain Egyptian monuments, portraits, etc. The head carvings, pictures, and other representations of people are quite true, depending on the period in which the work was done. Was it done during the long era of classical representations when all portraits were of a standardized form? The subject was idealized in an artistic attempt to make him look quite different than he actually was. In fact, a true representation of the individual was considered vulgar. The complementary question is, were the wall paintings and similar depictions done during the periods of Caucasian ascendancy, Asian and Afro-Asian? For during these periods, both African and Afro-Asian ruling and upper classes were classed as Asians or Caucasians, and a sharp distinction was made between themselves and the non-integrating blacks. The stylized paintings also show the blacks in the same unvarying patterns. The first known revolt against this ancient system of classical art came during Akhenaten's religious reforms in the 15th century BC. Note: Khafre actually broke the tradition in the 4th dynasty, but the Negroid features in the Sphinx did not change the classical style. End of note. Anyone examining these early paintings will readily see why African history is so confused and so often misleading. One example is a wall painting in a tomb at Thebes, the oldest city of the blacks. The picture shows Negroes presenting tribute to the chief minister of Thutmose III. If one did not know that all the Thutmoses were of an African lineage, he would naturally conclude that Egyptian civilization was in fact a Caucasian civilization, and the blacks, where they appear on the scene at all, were in a distinctively inferior role. Were not the paintings conclusive evidence of this? Look at their scanty, almost barbarous attire. The city of 100 gates. References have been made to Thebes, and it may have seemed to be almost passing references. Yet Thebes was the most important single city in the entire history of the black people. The whole series of lectures could be properly based on Thebes. The history of black Africa might well begin at Thebes, for this was truly the eternal city of the blacks that presented the most compelling evidence that they were the builders of the earliest civilization in Kem. later called Egypt, as well as the great civilization in the south. The foundation of Thebes, like the black state of which it was the center, goes so far back in prehistory that not even a general Stone Age period can be suggested. This city is another example of what was meant when I suggested earlier that research workers should not shun the enemy authorities because they themselves inevitably present factual data that contravene positions previously taken. I am not speaking about those scholars who present the various conflicting theories and viewpoints of the different schools of thought. It should be needless to say that this is desirable, or that reference is not made to such writers, but reference was made to those historians who espoused such doctrines as that of an indigenous white African society before the arrival of the blacks in Africa, and then later on themselves unwittingly showing that such could not have been the case. So almost all are forced by the evidence to concede in one place or another, and often in very guarded or ambiguous language, that 1. The blacks were also called Thebians because 2. All Upper Egypt was for centuries called the Thebaid after its greatest city Thebes and its people, the black Thebans. 3. That the Thebaid also referred to the city itself as the intellectual center of black Africa, the chief seat of learning, of science, religion, engineering, and the arts. Thebaid, therefore, could mean the whole of black Egypt or the university city, depending on the inflection of the voice. 4. That the Asian whites were held rather firmly in the Delta region they occupied in Lower Egypt until the unification of the two lands under Menes. 5. And that the much heralded Egyptian dynasties were African founded and were nothing more nor less than the African traditional lineage system, matrilineal in character except when it was made patrilineal after Asian conquest or the great Egyptian transformation. I have said that the confusion in African history did not develop accidentally or because of a long series of unfortunate circumstances. The confusion seems to have been deliberately contrived. All specialists on ancient Egypt whose works we have examined were quite familiar with all the facts presented here. I present nothing here that would be new to them, for so much of it is their own findings. Consider how much confusion and misinterpretations would have been avoided if they had stated the well-established fact that the Ethiopian Empire still included most of Egypt even after the Asian occupation of the Delta, that it extended southward over northern Abyssinia, present-day Ethiopia, and that states such as Wawet, Nubia, Kush, etc. were, like Egypt, lesser divisions of that vast empire. Even in the works, where this is presented in various and sundry ways, you will not find a single map showing the extent of the Ethiopian Empire. To present maps of ancient Ethiopia, of course, would have defeated all major efforts to destroy or disguise the most significant aspects of African history. All honors must go to the ancient Greek and Roman historians who did not seem to know what racism is, certainly not as it developed in modern white civilization. They, in dealing with Africa, simply told it like it was. Pliny, Herodotus, Diodorus, Eratosthenes, Plutarch et al., along with the Bible, all refute the interpretations of African history by modern Caucasians. They eagerly quote the ancient historians as first-line authorities, but attack them whenever and wherever their records upset the premises upon which modern racism is built. In such cases, the Western scholar feels so absolute and infallible in his wealth-centered power and control over science and education that on those points he does not choose to accept, he will dismiss the father of history with, "Here Herodotus must be read with caution. He is known to have made errors. He did not travel very much in Africa," or "It is very likely that Diodorus was relying on oral tradition here," or "They may have confused the Greek Ethiopia, which means the black land, with Chem, Egypt, which also means the black land. For Pliny suggests that in the case of Egypt, black refers to the soil rather than the people, and so it goes." Throughout the study of the black man's history, we may find ourselves constantly misled or puzzled if we forget that practically all the names and terms in use are not African names and terms, but Greek, Roman, Arabic, Anglo-Saxon, etc. Some of the more recent pre-European and pre-Asian African names, however, have been rediscovered. One of these earlier names for Thebes was the No, the Na-Amun of the Bible and ancient Hebrew writers. But the African name was Waose, and, like the Greek Theobald, referred to all Upper Ethiopia or Upper Egypt. The blacks also made the distinction between Waose, the Theobald, and Noe, Thebes, the university city. Another point of the highest importance here is that the African name for Thebes not only comes from the south, as Nims points out, but the name itself is the name of the imperial scepter of Ethiopia, a golden staff ribboned with ostrich feathers at the top. Here now is a single name that, all by itself alone, gives far-reaching insights into the history of the blacks. And this is why I have urged that high up on the list of research fields yet to be explored, there should be one devoted to the rediscovery of African names and their meaning. For, obviously, much of the African past was rather effectively blotted out by blotting out African names along with other indexes to black achievements. The determination of ancient African names and their meaning will spearhead a real black revolution because it will lead directly to the emancipation of our still enslaved minds. It will be the great intellectual reawakening of a people whose world outlook through Caucasian eyes has been dimmed. I cannot now, for example, switch to the use of the African names I know in this discussion. I must continue to say Thebes, not Waose or No Way. The reasons are obvious, but if the kind of suggested research is done, the next generation of black writers will be using African terms freely and understandably, and with maps redrawn showing places with their own original names. But let us never forget the central fact about Thebes, not even for a moment, for if the blacks had never left a single written record of their past greatness, that record will still stand, defying time, in the deathless stones of Thebes, of her fallen columns from temples, monuments, and her pyramids. A city more eternal than Rome because its foundation was laid before the dawn of history, and its plan was that copied by other cities of the world. If the blacks of today want to measure the distance to the heights from which they have fallen, they need go no further than Noe, Thebes. Thebes and the role of religion. The mother of cities, as it was called, was one of the chief centers of religion in Africa. The blacks were a very religious people and had quite a number of religious cities, each one under the special patronage of a god, goddess, or any number of deities. The gods and goddesses of Thebes were among the most important because their city was so important. Because religion to the Africans was far more than ritual, reflecting beliefs, but a reality reflected in their actual way of life. Religion from the earliest times became the dynamic force in the development of all the major aspects of black civilization. The belief in immortality was a simple matter, of course, and beyond the realm of debate. This belief in life after death was the great inspiration for building on so grand a scale, trying to erect structures that would stand forever. Necessity, therefore, gave birth to the mathematical sciences required for building the amazing pyramids and the architectural designs for the most elaborate system of temple building the world had ever known. As the city of Amun, the king of the gods, and of his wife, the great goddess Mut, the temples and monuments to them alone had to be on a massive scale. There was also the war god of Thebes, the source of the power of the mightiest armies, the proudest and most fearless warriors. From this center of empire alone, 20,000 war chariots could be put into the field. The hierarchy of deities not only included numerous lesser gods and goddesses, but also a long line of venerated former kings, queens, and ancestors. All of this not only inspired endless temple building at Thebes, but also a concentration on attaining the highest standards of excellence. This in turn called for reflective thinking, invention, and discovery. Many of the temples were what we call colleges, as the different fields of study were temple-centered. Here scholars from foreign lands came to study, and from here religious ideas and architectural designs spread abroad. The early Greeks and Romans eagerly copied from both, reshaped them, and made them integral parts of an original Western culture. During periods of decline or conquest, Europe and Asia seized and transported from Africa as much of the artifacts of its civilization as they could. Cambyses, for example, as early as the 6th century BC, hauled away over $100 million worth of precious historical materials from Thebes alone. Cambyses was only one of countless thousands who invaded the tomb repositories of black history during each of the many periods of foreign invasions and foreign rule. For these tombs not only contained valuable historical records in different forms, but also great treasures in gold and precious stones. In these cases, the historical records were generally destroyed incidentally and not deliberately. The raid on graves and the great tombs were for the great treasures to be found there. But the stolen gold and other treasures were of no importance when compared with the mass of priceless historical materials that are scattered over Europe and Asia, some in museums, some destroyed or thrown away, all from the heartland of black civilization. Today, the descendants of the robbers still smugly declare, the blacks never had any worthwhile history. If so, where are their records? The still interesting fact about Thebes is that many of its formerly great temples were prehistoric ruins even 5,000 years ago. The most ancient temple at Karnak, for example, in what was the center of Norway, goes back beyond the reach of man's records. No other city on earth ever had so many temples, and even today there are more ruins of temples there than anywhere in the world. Because of the splendor of their architectural designs and the colossal size of the structures, they, like the pyramids, became wonders of the world. Religion was not only the immediate occasion for the development of art and architecture, but it also inspired the drive for bigness, the grand design, on a scale as huge as human skill and effort could achieve. Nothing less was befitting the gods. The keepers of the temples of Thebes and elsewhere became a powerful priesthood. thus indirectly reducing the power and influence of chiefs and kings who, in traditional Africa, derived their real powers as the official intermediaries between the gods, sainted ancestors, and the people. If an African king or chief had any real political power, it was acquired either by virtue of his religious functions or because of the prestige of being a great general and victorious warrior. Otherwise, the council was the constitutional center of power. Moreover, religion became the basis of political power in a subtle and more far-reaching sense. For back behind the impenetrable curtains of time, shrewd leaders saw the overriding mystery of religion as a controlling force in the lives of men. It appears that in almost all societies, religion was recognized not only as the principal means of social control, but the equally certain source of economic wealth and political authority. From the chieftain's role of offering prayers and sacrifices to the gods, the steps to his own claim of kinship with the deities were easy enough. For who can gainsay one who is in exclusive communication with the Almighty? Although divine kinship was never widespread over the continent, it seems to be true that the ideas and practices of the divine despots of the Orient did penetrate and influence a number of African kingdoms. The point of all this is that religion made the people submissive, obedient, and all the more so if their ruler had a superhuman role and even kinship with the gods and the protecting ancestors. For did this not mean then that rulers held all the keys to heaven? Indeed, the chiefs and kings had evolved into the very instruments of the people's salvation. The state's income from religion stemmed from the requirement of sacrificial offerings from the people. This might be from 10 to 50% of what each individual produced or earned. But where the traditional constitutional law of the blacks prevailed, the people contributed of their means willingly for a quite non-religious reason. The central treasury belonged to the people and was maintained for people's welfare, and not only for public projects, but for the relief of each and every individual in distress whose needs could not be met by his family or clan. However, African constitutional law received its first blows in Egypt in the wake of numerous invasions and foreign rule, followed later by its almost complete destruction by Muslim and European conquest. The ancient religion that gave birth to science and learning, art, engineering, architecture, the resources for a national economy and political control, that same religion was the mother of history, of writing, of music, the healing art, the song, and the dance. The first historians were the professional storytellers and traveling singers. Both recounted the deeds of leaders, important events such as wars and migrations, and how and by whom the society or state was founded. Poetry and music were the creations of the people in general, and, like the dance, came so easily that they seemed to be the natural heritage of everyone. The dance also recorded a message, just as the various musical instruments and singing tell a story, appealed for spiritual aid from God and ancestors, expressed joy for successful harvest, hunting, victories in war, or forms of prayer to ward off the evil spirits that always seek to overcome the good. Sickness is one of these evils, hence the association of medicine with the spiritual forces for good. The ritual for appealing to a power beyond man is called magic by Westerners, that is, if they are discussing Africa. Exactly the same belief and practice are called divine healing in Christendom. The great civilization of the blacks that for countless ages was centered around Noe, Thebes, did not just happen. Progress does not happen automatically. Every forward step made by these early blacks was made, you might even say forced, by the imperatives of what had to be done to survive. Bear in mind that spiritual survival was much more important than physical, a concept the modern world is not expected to understand at all. The development of writing is not explained by the simple statement of a need to communicate. The idea of permanence seemed to motivate the drawing of pictures and symbols, which were man's first step toward the art of writing. Significantly, the scribes arose in the holy temples, and this is why so many inscriptions of historical importance have been found there, on walls, altars, and on colonnades. The world's oldest city, that not only had the greatest number of temples, but also the oldest, must have been the place where the largest mass of historical data would have been found, if the plunderers from different countries had not destroyed, stolen, and carried away so much of it. Here we need not be as much concerned with further testimony such as that of Diodorus affirming that the Thebans were the oldest, first, men on earth, according to their tradition, and that they also originated the systems of philosophy and astrology. We need not be as much concerned about their antiquity, which is already well established, as we are about the loss of so much of the additional evidence concerning the development of philosophy and the beginning of the space science of astrology. Ancient Greek scholars, through Herodotus, refer to the completion of their education in Ethiopia with pride, and it appears as a matter of course. So much has been built up against the black race since those faraway times that it will be difficult for many people of today to realize that whites of the ancient world did not seem to regard the question of Ethiopia as the principal center of learning as even debatable. But we have to remind ourselves constantly, racism as we know it today was practically non-existent. When an ancient people boasted of their superiority over another nationality group, the terms of reference were conquest, political rule, and some kind of myth to legitimize that rule. When the fortunes of war enabled one white nation to enslave the entire population of another white state, no one believed that the conquered people were actually, that is, innately inferior to the conquerors. Neither did the relatively backward Asian whites who invaded Egypt consider themselves superior to the black builders of the civilization they found there. The emphasis has been on the Thebaid as all Upper Egypt as Upper Ethiopia, and Thebes, Norway, as its most ancient city, and one of the very earliest centers of black civilization. And we have said that the ancient whites so regarded it. The Greek historian Eratosthenes refers to Menes as the Theban and first king of Thebes, meaning the Thebaid or Upper Egypt when it was united with Lower Egypt, and the beginning of the first dynasty, 3100 BC. The same historian noted that Menes' reign of 62 years was one of the longest in history, and that of his nephew Eratosthenes ran a close second, 59 years. During this early period, and before Memphis was founded, the city of 100 gates spread 6 square miles over both sides of the Nile. It was also the City Beautiful, being called by more different glorifying names than any city known to the ancient world. Its widest avenues, lined with sphinxes, temples, palaces, and monuments, could accommodate the array of colorful chariots, 20 abreast. It was also the two cities, or the city of the living and the city of the dead. One was on the east side of the river, and the other was on the west side. Each vied with the other in a race for magnificence. Palaces and mansions were largely concentrated on the east bank. Temples, being everywhere, were about as numerous in the city of the living as in the city of the dead, on the west bank, where the mortuary temples of kings and queens were located. along with the various religious cults and houses of priests, craftsmen, soldiers, and the masses. The West Bank was such a beehive of industrial, commercial, and religious activities that City of the Dead, even though it refers to its famous burial places, is nevertheless a very misleading name. Thebes' status as the capital city and center of imperial activities rose and declined, with few exceptions, according to the race or nationality of the ruling dynasty at that time. Being the center of black power, it was a main object for destruction by non-African invaders, and after they had achieved control, they established new capitals elsewhere. The importance of the city that had been the envy of the world was ignored, and many of its cultural activities were transferred elsewhere. No white pharaoh could feel either comfortable or safe in the center of one of the most heavily populated areas of blacks in the empire. The colored Egyptians generally felt the same way. Thebes was also eclipsed at times by the building programs of black kings in their drive to advance from the very old to the very new, and also for the purpose of securing a more effective centralized administration. The building of Memphis was for this purpose. On the other hand, Pianki and his successors in the 25th dynasty apparently preferred the capital city of Napata in the deep south over both Thebes and Memphis. Was this because the holy city of Napata was like Meroe, the one great all-black city that had never been defiled by the conqueror's hands? We may so speculate. It is clear, however, that Thebes reflected the shifts in power more directly, whether or not the shifts were occasioned by internal or external forces. It declined as Memphis rose during the dynasties 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 3100 to 2345 BC. These were the first 5 African lineages to rule after the reunification. There was a further decline of Thebes after the 5th dynasty, and again for internal reasons of a quite different nature. Suffice it to say that after the period during which there was an active policy of integrating Africans and Asians through the Memphis capital on their dividing line, the border between Upper and Lower Egypt, native kings generally sought to restore to its ancient glory the city so dear to the hearts of the blacks. Chapter 3. Egypt, the Rise and Fall of Black Civilization. We may now review and sum up this long period, beginning with an outline of some important developments that highlight factors in the rise and fall of the blacks, and a further discussion of those factors. Let us therefore begin at the beginning, where some of the misinterpretations were simply due to ignorance. This takes us back to the pre-dynastic period of about 4500 BC, certainly not the beginning, but quite far enough. Many writers refer to the kingless periods before centralized states as the rule of nobles, oligarchies, or hierarchies, etc. From the beginning, therefore, the Westerners applied Western concept to quite different African institutions. Later they described the same kind of societies as chiefless, or worse, stateless. They did not understand the African constitutional system of real self-government by the people through their representatives, the Council of Elders. Nor did they seem to understand that the chief elder or chief was also the chief priest, or that the other elders also have religious functions in connection with their respective clans. During the pre-dynastic period under discussion, they were neither oligarchies nor hierarchies, as these terms are understood in the West. In fact, the Western conception of kingship itself was foreign to traditional Africa. what the West called king was in Africa the same senior elder who presided at the council of elders had to be elected, and only then if he had the honor of belonging to a family the ancestors of which either founded the state or was the most outstanding in promoting the welfare of the whole people. To such a family, the Africans gave permanent leadership status as long as descendant candidates qualified for it. Westerners call this the royal family. But again, the royal family concept was unknown to traditional Africa, where the chief or king was the chief representative of the people before God and man, and at once the personifications of the people's dignity and the instrument for carrying out their will. Much confusion and trouble developed and still exist all over the continent because Africans generally accepted Western and Asian expressions without accepting their underlying ideas. Hence, an African king who attempted to be an absolute monarch or oriental dictator generally found himself in trouble rather quickly. The blackout in review. The conversion of names in Egypt was on such a universal scale that its African origin and character were changed as much as it was humanly possible to do. Small political units or states, which Europeans style as chiefdoms in other parts of Africa, become nomarchies in Egypt. Since Asians and some Europeans were heavily concentrated in Lower Egypt, it became relatively easy for them to appropriate exclusively for themselves not only the name Egyptian, but also all achievements by the blacks in Upper Egypt and the rest of the Ethiopian Empire. Holding the seacoast and thus blocking African contact with the rest of the world, these white Egyptians were able to perpetuate the myth so successfully that even today many remarkable achievements by blacks elsewhere over the continent are attributed to Egyptian influence. There is something amusing here too, for when they refer to Egyptian influence on African institutions, they are in fact pointing out black influence on black institutions throughout Africa. No one but a fool would deny Asian and European influence in Egypt and elsewhere in Africa. This is a fact that is obvious, but not more obvious than the nature of that influence as it was discussed in part before. It can be singled out and separated from the basic institutions of the blacks as easily as we can separate Islam and Christianity from the traditional African religion. Another pre-dynastic situation to keep in mind concerns government in the two lands. All Asians had their kings in Lower Egypt, and the blacks had their kings in Upper Egypt. The long drawn-out wars between the two races were over the unification and control over the two lands. These struggles apparently had been going on since the Asian incursions began in prehistoric times, and it was not just the control of all Egypt to the first cataract that was involved, but unification and rule of the whole Ethiopian Empire from the Mediterranean Sea to the very source of the Nile. This great design and all-consuming objective throughout the history of Africa must be understood if, for example, one is to understand why even black pharaohs of Egypt carried the wars into the heartland of their own race, trying to subdue a rebellious Nubia, Wawat, or Kush. Southern separatist movements and rebellion spread as Asian influence and integration spread in the north. Viewing the outcome from the long perspective of history, Meany's great victory over the Asians, the union of the white and black lands, and the subsequent policy of trying to promote brotherhood through integration, all this turned out to be not a victory for the blacks, but the beginning of their ultimate downfall and almost permanent degradation as a people. It has been pointed out that up to the time of Meany's victory over them, the Asians were rather firmly held behind a borderline along the 29th parallel. Few were allowed in the all-black regions of Upper Egypt. With unification, the situation radically changed in that the gates to the south were now open to the people who already held a fourth of the country. The black masses were therefore apprehensive about the new unification policies, and the general hostility to the Asians checked any immediate and widespread infiltrations southward. But time was on the side of the whites, whose most commendable attributes are tactful persistence when overt aggressive action is for the moment inexpedient, and their careful planning for their future generations with what appears to be more interest in the future welfare of their descendants than they are in the living. In Lower Egypt, they could buy their time and overcome the triumphant blacks in many ways. Asian kings in Lower Egypt, now dethroned, still had a direct power over the blacks through the new brotherhood of integration and amalgamation. The African matrilineal system made the Asian route to the African throne easy when compared with the generally patrilineal system of the whites. All the Asian kings had to do, whether in Lower Egypt or on the Asian continent, was to promote the marriage of royal males to the oldest sisters of African kings. The firstborn male in such a marriage, though Afro-Asian, would be the number one candidate for the throne. The other event to be awaited with patience was the passing of so many great African leaders and the coming of weaker ones. This was an historic certainty unless cycles of past developments were to be no more. But time seemed slower and longer during the first 5 dynasties, each of which was characterized by great leaders, a period of 755 years. The roll call brings forth names that still resound through the corridors of time: Menes, Athothis, Peribsen, Kaskem, Imhotep, Zoser, Seneferu, Khufu, Khafre, Userkaf, Neferfre, and others who re-established Ethiopian power, a united empire, and held it without a serious challenge for almost 1,000 years. During this period, active foreign trade and expanded contacts with other countries were now possible. Internal stability was achieved through the process of increased centralization of power at Memphis and the perfection of the bureaucracy of the vast imperial administration. The state became the chief promoter and inspirer of progress on all fronts: agriculture, industrial development, science, the arts, engineering, massive building programs, mining, and shipbuilding. The rapid rise and expansion of numerous crafts, each an organized secret society, stimulated the remarkable industrial and building developments. Internal peace and stability provided the opportunity for the outpouring of much hitherto dormant native genius, and religion was the chief motivating source. Every craft society had its own patron sub-god, not to be confused with the supreme god. It was during this same period that stone was first used in building. hieroglyphic writing was first invented, the Great Pyramids were built, stone quarrying perfected and expanded, and Imhotep became the world's greatest architect and the father of scientific medicine. It was 7.5 centuries of the most glorious pages in the history of the black world. There was a concentration of some of the greatest leaders in the Fourth Dynasty, 2613 to 2494 BC. Thereafter, fewer and fewer of the great kings appeared to stem the disorganization that was clearly developing near the close of the Sixth Dynasty. The most notable achievement was doubtless the compilation of the Palermo Stone Annals, a work of great historical importance. The Old Kingdom ended with this dynasty. The great wealth of the nation continued. International commerce and internal progress overshadowed the accelerating disintegration in the country. Conflicts between the religious cults battling for more and more political power expanded. Rebellions of various chiefdoms seeking independence from weak and weaker rulers at Memphis also spread. Decentralization became the order of the day for which the Asians had been patiently waiting so long. Under weak rulers at Memphis and the breaking up of the country into small independent areas, nomarchies, Asian penetration and expansion in the black land became the normal scene. Earlier, I referred to the African failure to employ the essentials of real nation building and proposed certain criteria they generally fail to use. When this is done, our black students often protest that the same is also true of many non-African peoples. They would like to take comfort in this fact, for it is a fact, and forget the whole thing. But I am not now dealing with these other peoples. I am concerned here only with African life and history. The failures of one people should serve as a warning of what to avoid, and not as a justification for similar failures by another. The glaring weakness in the unification of the Ethiopian Empire was the absence of any national program for the development of a national solidarity and a sense of national community and belonging that aimed at overcoming the greater local or tribal loyalties. To begin with, there were too many tributary states within the empire. Their very reason for being a part of the empire was mainly tribute, their regular contributions to the imperial treasury. Such states did not, and indeed could not, feel themselves to be integral parts of the empire. Blinded by the wealth that was pouring into the national treasury, the empire builders were unable to see or understand the requirements of the human heart and spirit for the formation of attitudes of love and devotion toward a national citizenship. We shall be discussing the traditional African constitution later, because every expanding African kingdom and empire already had the guidelines to both greatness and permanence, but guidelines which the leaders either thought applied only to small states or felt themselves to be so rich and powerful that the traditional constitutional safeguards could be safely ignored. In the smaller states or tribal societies, the African constitutional system operated to promote equal justice, individual and group welfare or social security, and an undying loyalty to the group. The very scheme of social organization assured all this. Group solidarity became a natural development. An almost fierce spirit of brotherhood prevailed in all tribal states. The work of expanding this spirit as the nation expanded was rarely undertaken. Since there was no such program in the best of times, the every province for itself spirit was chaff before the storms of invasions. The invaders had found it easy to establish another Asian capital, even at Heracleopolis. This move, in view of the general trend throughout Ethiopia, was thought to be taken at the most propitious time, the time when the empire was falling apart and no one was in command. But Asian assumption of imperial power and the establishment of their capital in the center of the black world aroused the disorganized and leaderless people to fury. And the Asians apparently had not taken Thebes into account. Thebes, the seat of the blacks' war god and the place from which the mightiest African armies always came. Of course, even with this knowledge, neither the Asians nor anyone else would expect any threat from Thebes in the present state of national chaos. But the blacks had always looked to Thebes in times of crisis, leaders or no leaders. They did so now. Theban leaders emerged, and with them fighting men arose to battle the Asians again. Heracleopolis fell to the blacks, but Asian kings were able to hold Lower Egypt again and re-establish dynasties there under Keti I and his successors. Western historians refer to this period as the First Intermediate Period, 2181 to 2040 BC, and further confuse an already too confused situation by mixing the Asian rulers of Lower Egypt with the African rulers of Upper Egypt, and then listing all the dynasties sequentially, so that from such an arrangement one cannot distinguish the white Asian dynasties, kings, or pharaohs from the black. So the 11 Asian kings of Lower Egypt that followed Keti I appear as kings of Egypt. We should pause at the beginning of the Middle Kingdom, 2133 BC, because during the long 1500 years covered by my brief summary, one of the most unusual socio-political phenomena occurred. It has been referred to numerous times before in terms of its development, but now the unexpected has happened. At this point, we have passed 15 centuries of African-Asian amalgamation, at first largely in Lower Egypt, but afterward more and more in black Upper Egypt. The Afro-Asian offsprings were called the new breed, the distinguishing characteristics of which were devotion to Asians and hatred of Africans. Unless this point is grasped, we may as well drop the study of African history insofar as understanding fully the internal troubles of this race. Firstly, the Afro-Asians, or coloreds, had far outnumbered the Asians in the northern population during the past 1500 years. Secondly, the coloreds had become sensitively aware that they were suspended between two worlds, the black and the white, and that they were not fully accepted in either. Nowhere did their Asian fathers and other white kinsmen regard or accept them as equals, while the blacks had come to hate them as much as they hated the blacks. Thirdly, out of this situation developed a passionate and defiant Egyptian nationalism that restricted the term Egyptian to mulattoes alone. Henceforth, neither Asians nor Africans were to be called Egyptians. Indeed, the new breed began to treat Asians as strangers and no longer welcomed them en masse, even in Lower Egypt. The Afro-Asians had apparently resolved that since they could not belong to either the black or white race, they would be a race by themselves, and in their own right, the Egyptian race. It worked. Asians, if unmixed, were now called Asians, and Africans, if unmixed, were called Africans or Ethiopians. They alone, the new breed, were to be called Egyptians, and the writers of the world followed this classification from Homer's time to this day. I shall use the terms in the same way in all subsequent references. In the earliest period, Egyptian would have meant the blacks. Later on, it would have meant blacks and Afro-Asians. The white Asians were never called Egyptians, even when they ruled all Egypt. Even the present-day rulers of the land are unhappy with the term and much prefer to be called what they are, Arabs. Hence, the change of the official name of the country from Egypt to the United Arab Republic. However, the increasing hostility to the Asians was due to their offspring's resentment over being rejected as equals and having a lower status in the society whenever white Asians were in control. Their hostility to the Africans had been nurtured from birth and remained the same. Yet they never failed to seek alliances with the blacks when it suited their purposes, just as they do today through OAU, or to marry into ruling African families to enhance and perpetuate their rule. The 11th dynasty was started with stronger black rulers, beginning with Mentuhotep and followed by 3 kings of the same name. Their rule was again limited to Upper Egypt, since the Asians had re-established their rule in Lower Egypt. During the period of nationwide turmoil and rebellions, Mentuhotep II, after restoring order in Upper Egypt and promoting a rapid economic program, had turned north to repeat Menes' great feat of conquering Lower Egypt again. Ethiopia South. But Ethiopia, below the first cataract, did not return to the reunited imperial fold in the north. As we have seen, the southern kingdoms did not intend to return. Their defections had been going on one after another long before the general disorganization and rebellions during the 6th and 7th dynasties. Hostility to the Asian invasions was always greatest in the southern regions. Many of the people claimed the Asian-held areas as their ancestral home. They wanted Lower Egypt conquered and the Asians driven out. Menes had achieved the great victory, but the integration policies that followed were regarded as a betrayal of the blacks. They had lost faith in the black kings ruling from Memphis, who not only favored integration but promoted it. The steady movement of the whites from the Delta into Upper Egypt itself was proof enough for southern blacks that the Asian aim was nothing less than ultimate control of all Ethiopia. So, as the Asian presence and influence spread in Upper Egypt, the withdrawal of the southern kingdoms appeared to keep pace. But why were the blacks farthest away from the Asian threat so much more concerned, or appeared to be, than those who still lived next door to the enemy in Upper Egypt? Even the larger number of refugees from Lower Egypt must have settled in Upper Egypt, because the biggest concentration of blacks was there. This would have been the situation around 2400 BC. The answer may be that since Napata was regarded as the unchanging capital and center of the black world, and not Norway, Thebes, of glorious memory, any threat to this sacred area, land of the gods, was a threat to the survival of the race itself. The first great southern division of the Ethiopian Empire was the kingdom of Wawat, and below that was the far greater kingdom of Nubia, which, like many other vast areas, while nominally a part of the empire, was at various times independent. The age-old dream of all the great kings, whether black, white, or mixed, was the consolidation of the northern and southern regions. Hence, the constant wars against Lower Egypt and, now again, Mentuhotep's war against Nubia. In both cases, that of the Asians in the far north and the blacks in the far south, economics was the driving force. The hold on the sea coast not only blocked the Africans from world trade, but that fact enabled the Asians and colors to control the domestic economy indirectly as well. The record shows that every time this Asian stranglehold was broken, African foreign trade flourished again and national prosperity began to rise. On the other hand, southern Ethiopia, Nubia or Kush, and Abyssinia had to be more firmly integrated with the north, no matter how black the pharaohs of the time might be, and also for economic reasons. For the south actually had all Egypt at its mercy. The south was the real source of Egypt's wealth, as it had been of Egypt's civilization. The gold mines were there, and also it was where the vast stone quarrying, copper, and tin mining were carried on. Here, most of the papyrus plants, from which the blacks invented paper and built the first and finest boats from the same tough leaves. Here in the south was all the ivory and the only source of the then highly prized ostrich feathers, etc. In short, Egyptian foreign trade depended almost entirely on southern Ethiopia. Added to these economic imperatives, there was an even greater danger felt in the north. This was the control of the Nile, almost all of which, over 3,000 miles, flowed through southern Ethiopia. Black Upper Egypt, being in the middle, was forced by circumstances to play the leading role in the wars for unification in both directions, and considering the many centuries over which they were intermittently waged, they seemed destined to go on forever. It is noteworthy that all these long drawn-out efforts at unification of an empire under a centralized government were confined to the directly indispensable economic regions which were contiguous to each other. Other members of the empire, even those that had long since stopped paying tribute, were not disturbed. In fact, as I have been indicating, Ethiopian empire was often merely a geographical expression insofar as effective rule over all of its supposed parts was concerned. To keep the picture as clear as possible, we have to keep on remembering that at various periods in ancient times, the land of the blacks meant all Ethiopia. All Ethiopia meant all Africa, and all blacks were Africans or Ethiopians or Thebans, etc. There were numerous independent states in the western land of the blacks, Western Sudan, that may have claimed a membership alliance with the Ethiopian Empire as an expression of pride and nothing more, a symbolic gesture to the great state that was the mother of the race and bore the race's name, Ethiopian. Note: it is well known, of course, that Ethiopian is the Greek rendering of black or the sunburnt people. End of quote. In any event, the extent of the territory claimed at times for the empire was so vast that even if there had been efforts to consolidate states other than those directly north and south, it would have been impossible in the absence of administrative and communication systems for the task. The war to bring Nubia under control started near the end of the 11th dynasty, went on for over 400 years, ending in defeat for southern blacks in the next dynasty, 1991 to 1786 BC. This period was notable for the further expansion of foreign trade, especially in Palestine, Syria, and Punt, the golden age of the arts and crafts, a vast program of land reclamation, and marked improvements in irrigation. By repetition, one of the greatest of the great issues stands out. With each and every mass invasion of the whites, the physical characteristics of the Egyptian people changed more and more, became more and more Caucasoid as more and more blacks tended to move southward. When the white dynasties continued for several centuries, as in the case of the children of Israel, Semitic Caucasianization was accelerated on an ever-widening scale. One of the significant ethnic changes was that the only people then recognized as Egyptians, the Afro-Asians, became more and more Asian white, both in color, language, and culture. Upper Egypt was becoming less and less Black Egypt. Thebes, under white rule, was becoming a museum center for European and Asian collectors. So by the time Herodotus and other Greek historians arrived, Ethiopia as an empire extended only up to the first cataract. The third period of great rulers. But that time was still far away when Kamose, the last Theban king in the 17th dynasty, 1645 to 1567, opened a full-scale war of liberation against the Hebrews, and the greatest of the dynasties since the fourth had now arrived. This was the remarkable 18th dynasty, with a line of kings and queens who became immortal. Ahmose I, Nefertari, Amenhotep II, Thutmose I, Thutmose II, Queen Hatshepsut the Great, Amenhotep III, Akhenaten the Great Reformer, and Tutankhamun. It was called the New Empire, and so it was in fact. The Hyksos rule was broken, and they were expelled. This, however, could only apply to the rulers and their immediate followers. The Hyksos masses were scattered over the country and permanently settled as Egyptians. They had become integrated into Egyptian society, were contributing to its development on all fronts, and so were not disturbed when their leaders were expelled. There was the usual revival of domestic industry, agriculture, and foreign trade, along with the expansion of imperial rule in Palestine and Syria to the Euphrates and Mesopotamia. This expansion of empire and its promise of great wealth from the accompanying expansion of trade meant renewal of the wars against their black brothers holding the economically indispensable South. So this time, the new and most powerful central government was able to extend its rule farther south than ever, that is, to the Fourth Cataract, almost to the holy city of Napata itself. For Western writers to state the obvious truth that the black rulers of Egypt did not hesitate to wage wars against the black rulers of southern Ethiopia, to state this would have destroyed their biggest myth. The Egyptians, white Asians or coloreds, were always the conquering heroes over the blacks in the South. In short, as previously stated, these wars did not always follow a racial pattern. As would be expected under black rulers, Thebes was again reorganized under the 18th dynasty and much of its ancient grandeur restored. Temple building in the grand style was resumed. The 18th, like some of the previous African dynasties, was well integrated with loyal Asians. For there were, it should be needless to say, countless thousands of Asians who were wholeheartedly devoted to the blacks, just as there were thousands of Afro-Asians, Egyptians, as loyal to the black race as any black could possibly be. Therefore, when an overall picture is presented, such as in my discussion of the attitudes of Asians, Afro-Asians, and Africans toward each other, one should keep the always big exceptions in mind. Nothing is ever all white, all black, and in this case, all half-white either. In the case of the half-whites, the record overflows with those who, contrary to the rule, hated the fact of their white blood and stuck to the blacks and their cause all the more tenaciously. These are the kinds of outcomes that reflect the complexities and variations of the human mind, and that make generalization about a whole people so ridiculous. The great 18th had begun under the most favorable circumstances, for one of the great black queens of Egypt, Nefertari, and her equally famous husband, Ahmose I, headed the dynasty. As was the custom, she had been named after some of the distinguished queens of the same name who had preceded her. No queen of the same name before her, however, ranked near Nefertari of the 18th in active participation and leadership in national affairs. She helped her son, Amenhotep, in the great work of national reconstruction. If she did not reach the heights of the greatest black queen of Egypt, Hatshepsut, it was because the latter was a queen absolute, ruling alone as a king, to emphasize the point she often dressed in royal male attire, including the false beard and wig. But the comparison is hardly fair, because each was great in her field of work, and that work was largely predetermined, and the role to be played by each was clear. And that was why, in the end, both Nefertari and Amenhotep I were deified as the founders of one of the world's greatest line of rulers, and some of the finest monuments were erected to their memory. Had the people forgotten Ahmose, her husband, who was the true founder? Queen Hatshepsut, daughter of Thutmose I, was indeed a, quote, man in many of her aggressive and unyielding characteristics as a ruler. As regent for Thutmose III, She tended to be an absolute ruler, and by expertly relying on her feminine charms, she was able to have her own way without a real check by the council, something few African kings could do successfully. But it was not all due to, quote, feminine charms, and perhaps not at all. For Hatshepsut was, in fact, one of the most brilliant minds that ever ascended the throne of a nation. Her reign was in two parts, one as regent and the other as reigning queen in her own right. There was actually no difference, for Thutmose III was too young to count. Even before becoming legal ruler, therefore, she was actively pushing the things dearest to the hearts of all great African leaders: the expansion of foreign trade, international diplomatic relations, perfection of national defenses, vast public building programs, securing the South and the North through either peace or war, and one of her, quote, pet projects, building a great navy for both commerce and war. Her success on most of these fronts made her one of the giants of the race. Meanwhile, the next Thutmose was waiting with increasing impatience and frustration to succeed a woman who, to him at least, seemed destined to live forever. The fact that his wife was the queen's daughter did not affect the really morbid hatred of his royal mother-in-law, unless it was to increase it. Consequently, when he finally became King Thutmose III at last, he himself did what Asians and Europeans were to do on a scale so grand that the history of ancient Egypt as essentially black history was almost completely obliterated. He undertook to erase her name from all the monuments and temples she had built, destroy all documents bearing her name, smash all sculpture likenesses, paintings, and, indeed, anything that might indicate that Hatshepsut ever lived. Also, as later Europeans and Asians were to do to all recognized blacks, Thutmose III had his own name and that of his brother engraved where Hatshepsut's had been chiseled out, thus taking credit for all of her achievements in addition to his own outstanding works. These were many, and need not be detailed, since so much of it repeats the works of great leaders already discussed. Queen Tai was also one of Egypt's remarkable queens. Amenhotep III and Queen Tai gave a son to Egypt who was destined to be one of the greats in the black world. This was Amenhotep IV, known to fame as Akhenaten. He was different than all of his predecessors. He was more preacher than king, and the greatest single spiritual force to appear in the history of the blacks. His great religious reform movement aimed at a greater focus on the one and only Almighty God, creator of the universe. The numerous lesser gods were overshadowing the Almighty by causing the people to be more directly involved with them through the endless number of competing cults and a too self-serving priesthood promoting the cults. Such an unheard of stand by the leader of the nation meant revolution and certain rebellion by the powerful priesthoods all over the land. The new doctrine did not reach the masses, and the non-spiritual demands for leadership on pressing earthly fronts put the king in an unhappy situation. One was the continued Asian harassments on the eastern borders. Akhenaten now became more and more indifferent as his religious movement declined. After 17 years of heroic efforts, he passed in 1362, leaving the reins to Tutankhamun. This stepson's effort to carry on the work of his father had only limited success. The old-time religion still prevailed. Akhenaten's impact on the nation, however, was everlasting. His proposed reforms had more to do with a shift in emphasis than in faith, but even this seems to have been regarded as a direct threat to the powerful priesthood that, no matter how much divided into numerous cults, could unite in a common cause. The power of the priesthood rose as the kings of Egypt became more preoccupied with secular affairs than their religious role as high priest of the Most High. It has been pointed out that the ruler's political influence stemmed not from the constitution, but from his close relationship with the gods. The priests themselves had promoted the evolution of an idea of the ruler's role as chief priest and intermediary with the ancestral dead and the gods to the idea of the ruler's kinship with the gods, thereby becoming divine himself, the son or daughter of a god, and finally a god himself. As custodians of the temples, the priests were promoting and making their own positions more powerful and secure by promoting the divine kingship idea. It meant that each king would try to outdo his predecessors in building more and more temples, bigger and finer temples, colossal burial structures, the pyramids for the royal saints and the sons and daughters of Amun, Horus, Set, etc. The priests were in the most strategic positions to acquire great economic and political power for themselves, quite naturally and without any particular efforts to do so. They were the first men of learning, scribes, historians, scientists, architects, physicians, artists, mathematicians, astrologers, and especially chemists. Many temples, therefore, were colleges as well as places of worship. The temples were also places through which flowed much of the national revenue. We could go on, indicating how and why priests became so politically powerful in Egyptian life that even a great king like Akhenaten could not overcome their opposition. It was too late for him to escape from the now traditional status of being divine. One might say it was the price a god has to pay for god makers. In 1320 BC, the age of the Ramses began. This time, a line of great leaders was not followed by a line of weaklings. This was the 19th dynasty, 1320 to 1200 BC. And while it did not equal the glorious 18th, the Ramesside kings stamped their periods as one of the most outstanding in the long history of the country. It was only near its end that the usual phenomenon of weakness and decline in the cycle began to set in: general social, economic, and political disorganization. The Ramses rule continued in the 20th dynasty, 1200 to 1085. The 21st, 22nd, and 23rd periods, 1085 to 730 BC, again illustrated, as I stated before, the fallacy of trying to chronicle African history in Egypt by dynasties. I pointed out that at various times during the long struggles for power, we find several different, quote, dynasties ruling at the same time from their respective capitals in various parts of the country. Every period of weak kings at Memphis or Thebes was a general breakdown during which exactly the same thing happened over and over again. The Asian Lower Egypt became independent again, and from its capital at Avaris or Sais pushed the expansion of Asian power in Upper Egypt. By 1085, the Asian population was so vast there that new Asian dynasties were relatively easy to establish almost anywhere north of the First Cataract. During one of these periods, 70 kings in 70 days are reported. The picture now was one of those confused scenes of black dynasties, Asian dynasties, Egyptian dynasties, Afro-Asian, combination dynasties, those formed by alliances between two of the above groups, all ruling simultaneously in Egypt from various capitals. Many historians were further misled by the fact that while some of these so-called dynasties claimed to be the imperial government of all Egypt, others made no such claim and confined themselves to their local chiefdoms or nomarchies. Significantly, many of the latter were headed by priests. Our reference to dynasties formed by alliances between two groups against a third could be misleading to those who failed to grasp what had been said about the changing ethnic character of the dynasties over many centuries. From the 5th and 6th dynasties on, we have pointed out, Asian penetration through the royal marriage route caused the succeeding dynasties, with few exceptions, to be more and more mixed. Often they were only predominantly black, less than half black, or predominantly Asian or Egyptian, Afro-Asian. The founders of the 18th dynasty, like many similar instances, illustrate the reality of the process. For it is well known that the famous queen Nefertari was, quote, all black, while her equally great husband, Ahmose I, was mulatto, Egyptian. So that the 18th, like the great 19th dynasty of the Ramses, was predominantly black, not all black. On the other hand, the long periods of all white Asian and European dynasties were emphasized and had to be emphasized to set the record straight. There were also, for still another example, quote, Libyan dynasties, indicated by the Libyan names of the rulers. But who now were the Libyans? They were, first of all, Western Ethiopians, then heavily Berber, Mongolian, Arab, a sprinkling of Hebrews and other Asiatic peoples, and then, of course, the resulting Afro-Asians. The ethnic composition of Libya was about the same as that of early Egypt, with the exception that there were fewer Europeans and more Mongolians. Libya was once so nearly all black that to be called a Libyan meant black. So the Libyan dynasties during this period could have been predominantly white, black, Afro-Asian, or a combination of all three, depending upon what faction was in the ascendancy at the time. It is also worth noting that not only the whites of Lower Egypt took advantage of every breakdown in the center, Upper Egypt, and declared its independence and tried to extend its rule over the whole land, southern Ethiopia tried to do exactly the same thing. The truth is that the millenniums of contest over Egypt were never really over unification per se, but who should rule the land after unification was completed, the whites of the Delta or the blacks of southern Ethiopia, particularly those south of the First Cataract. Indeed, As the Asianization of Upper Egypt increased, migrations of the blacks southward increased, hostility toward the north increased, and the resolve of the blacks to attempt to reconquer all of their land all the way to the Mediterranean was renewed once more. The southern region, therefore, generally became independent as soon as Lower Egypt became independent. It began to threaten Upper Egypt at the same time the Asian threat was spreading. The southern Ethiopians were even more bitter because they had to fight the quote, integrationist blacks of Egypt just as hard as they had to fight the whites from Lower Egypt and Libya. The South was no more prepared to accept the Afro-Asians as rulers than it was to accept all white rule. If anything, they trusted the mixed breeds less because of their ability to play either white or black roles as it suited their purposes. This may also be the reasons so many blacks opposed large-scale amalgamation. It appeared as one of the white man's most effective weapons for the domination of the race, while at the same time slowly removing it from the face of the earth. As proof, the Ethiopians could ask, from whence came our worst enemies? The Egyptians? Are they not half Ethiopian? And do they not now scorn the very Ethiopian name itself, proclaiming themselves to be white? The Ethiopians therefore followed all developments to the north, northeast, and west with closest attention. The activities of the probably Libyan king of the 22nd dynasty, Sheshonq I, did not escape their notice and appraisal. From his capital at Bubastis in Lower Egypt, he pushed affairs on a number of fronts, including the usual strategy of marriage alliances with black ruling families, always with white males. These, after worming their way to power through the African inheritance through female line system, matrilineal, could then change it to the Asian and Western patrilineal system. This invidious scheme for achieving power over the blacks through the blacks did not escape those on the alert. So the move of Sheshonq I in negotiating a marriage with the daughter of a king, thereby gaining legitimate control of Thebes, this well-known pattern of expanding Caucasian power, though well-known, never failed to create another stir in the still all-black areas. To make matters worse, from the viewpoint of the blacks, Sheshonq had another son made high priest of the African god Amun. The significance of this should be obvious. The whites were systematically preempting the whole of Egypt, even adopting as their own black institutions they could not easily destroy. And they were wise enough to see that to control Africans, they would have to gain control of the African religion. So now, as the whites became priests and worshippers of the supreme god and lesser gods of the blacks in Egypt, the success of erasing every vestige of early African civilization was moving toward the absolute. As the white priesthoods became stronger and more widespread, they were not only able to secure control of Thebes, the most powerful stronghold of the blacks in Egypt, but of equal importance, they were then in a position to gain followers in the rebelling nomarchies and persuade dissident chiefs to acknowledge the overlordship of Asian kings in various parts of the country. In short, they took over Africa's gods as their own, as a means of taking over Africa as their own. There was nothing sudden or new about all this. The process was as long and leisurely as Egyptian history itself, gaining rapid momentum only during the often repeated decades of internal strife. Lower Egypt was always the area from which internal strife in black Upper Egypt was planned and promoted. Secret agents, as mentioned earlier, are not new inventions of modern states, so the only thing new about Tefnakti's penetration of Upper Egypt between 730 and 715 BC was that this time an Asian king, Libyan, from his delta capital, now at Sais, had so inflamed southern Ethiopia that all-out war was declared against both Asians and Egyptians, Afro-Asians, and the 21-year-old king, Pianki, was given supreme command of the black armies. Ethiopia recaptures Egypt. In view of the extent of the expansion of Asian power in Upper Egypt, the Ethiopians' age-old dream of recovering their northern homelands now seemed to be, in very truth, an impossible dream. In 715 BC, the strong situation of the Asians was such that the idea of the blacks repeating Menes' feat of 23 centuries before, that of once again expanding the Ethiopian empire northward to the Mediterranean, now seemed fantastic. Both Asian kings, Tefnakti and Bokoria, were themselves great leaders and field commanders, and of all things they had already taken Thebes and practically had all Egypt under Asian control. Some writers put it the other way and say that they had control of the Thebaid, another name for Upper Egypt. The great city of Heracleopolis alone held until the arrival of Ethiopian forces. The immediate objective of Pianki and the Ethiopian generals was the recapture of Thebes, supported by his naval forces moving down the Nile and the thousands of black fighters who flocked to his standard as he moved northward through Upper Egypt. Pianki's armies drove the Asians out of Thebes, re-established it as the capital city of the north, put Tefnakti and his court to flight, and, apparently using tactics of Menes, pressed on to capture the once all-black capital city of Memphis. The rightful rulers of our land have returned. The oppressed blacks cried as they flocked to his standard. Pianki returned to the capital city of Napata in the heartland before Lower Egypt was brought under control again. The task of reuniting the country under Ethiopian rule was left for his great successor, Shabaka. Shabaka firmly established the 25th dynasty, the only one Western writers generally recognize as black. This dynasty, however, should be of special significance for the black world, not because it was African from the beginning, but because the end of this period, 730 to 656 BC, marked the end of all-out efforts by the blacks to retake Egypt. The African victory over the Asians did not lessen the danger from them, for they always had the advantage of striking either from within or from Asia itself. Now the new threat came from Asia. Assyria was fighting its way toward Egypt. The pathways had been made easy because the previous Egyptian conquests of Palestine and Syria had made these countries bastions of defense as long as they were properly governed. The later Egypt had been unable to do this. So Palestine and Syria, like Egypt itself, had become weak from internal disorganization. At first, the Assyrian advance seemed to be concerned only with Syria and Palestine, not Egypt. Uneasiness spread as the Assyrian hosts approached the borders of Egypt. However, Shabaka first followed the pattern of modern diplomacy by loudly professing one thing while actively doing the very opposite. In this case, Shabaka, while actively cultivating the friendship of the Assyrian king Sargon II, was just as active in supporting the armies of the Syrians and Palestinians. Modern, I say, because it was exactly the same kind of commitment and special interest policy that the United States maintains in East Asia and other places around the world. In 671 BC, Esarhaddon led his Assyrian forces to victory near the Egyptian border and moved on to capture the city of Memphis. Memphis, just retaken from one army of Asians, only to be lost to another. Esarhaddon seemed to have thought that he had conquered Egypt when he took the ancient capital. He retired after appointing local princes to collect the usual tribute. Shabaka's nephew, Taharka, promptly marched up from the south again and massacred all of the Assyrian garrisons. Esarhaddon died leading a second expedition of vengeance in 669 BC. His son, Ashurbanipal, assumed the leadership, invaded Egypt, and put Taharka to flight. The Egyptian governors were reinstated under a governor-general named Necho, also Egyptian. As was to be expected, the blacks of Upper Egypt remained loyal to the African line. They shouted loud enough for posterity to hear that the blacks were the, quote, rightful rulers of Egypt. Taharka was succeeded by his nephew, Tanatuman. He renewed the war against the Assyrians and the Egyptians, the latter preferring, as usual, to support the Asians against native Africans. Tanatuman recaptured Memphis again, during which battle the Egyptian governor-general Necho was slain. This put the Africans in a dominant position in northern Egypt once again. But in 661 BC, the outraged Ashurbanipal drove the African armed forces out of northern Egypt, pursued them up the Nile, and burned the ancient city of Thebes, the stronghold of black power from times immemorial. The Africans, eventually barred from further rule in Egypt, continued Pianki's line, first from the capital at Napata and then at Meroe, where they promoted a broad reconstruction program. There the remarkable 25th dynasty ended in 656 BC. The line of kings from Pianki to Tanatuaman were all buried in the great pyramids they and their ancestors had built at Napata. Let us follow the blacks from Egypt there. Chapter 4. The First Cataract, the Black World's New Borderline. Having lost both Upper and Lower Egypt, Ethiopia's northern border had been pushed to the First Cataract at Aswan, and Necho II eventually became king of Egypt, beginning the 26th dynasty, 664 to 525 BC. The Egyptian armies were increasingly made up of foreigners and enslaved blacks. It was during this dynasty that the Assyrians were expelled again, this time by nationalistic Egyptians. The blacks' loss of their beloved Memphis, Thebes, and even their Egyptian name now seemed to be final. Other invasions were to come, however. The Persians under Darius the Great took over, and their domination of Egypt lasted from 525 to 404 BC, with the assistance of Greek mercenaries. They returned in 343 to re-establish their rule. Again, it was of relatively short duration. Alexander reached Egypt in 332 BC on his world-conquering rampage. But one of the greatest generals in the ancient world was also the Empress of Ethiopia. This was the formidable Black Queen Candace. World famous as a military tactician and field commander, legend has it that Alexander could not entertain even the possibility of having his world fame and unbroken chains of victories marred by risking a defeat, at last by a woman. So he halted his armies at the borders of Ethiopia and did not invade to meet the waiting black armies with their queen in personal command. Upon his death, one of his most outstanding generals became pharaoh as Ptolemy I, and thus began 300 years of Macedonian Greek rule. Toward the end of Greek domination, the expansion of the Roman Empire had transferred the real center of power to Rome. Assyria, Persia, Greece, Rome. The continuing process of transforming a black civilization into a near white civilization long before the Christian era. The Ptolemaic period had been largely one of confusion. The division of power among Greeks, Macedonians, and Egyptians, intermarriages with the latter, joint rule, etc., made the Ptolemies at times merely nominal rulers. There were times when a native Afro-Asian ruler gained the center of the stage as the star attraction, as in the case of Cleopatra. Upon her death, Romans assumed direct control, 30 BC, and ruled the country for 7 centuries, beginning therefore just 30 years before Jesus Christ was born in the same Palestine where blacks had lived and also ruled so long. After this long period of domination, the Arab general Amir ibn al-As entered Alexandria in 642 AD with only 4,000 men. The conquest of Egypt by Muslim armies, which had reached Pelusium 2 years earlier, was not only to change the character of Egyptian civilization radically, but it was to have a disastrous impact on the dignity and destiny of Africans as a people. The Arab conquest had opened the floodgates wider, and Arabs poured in. Colonization and Islamization progressed, and as Egypt became a main center of Arab power, this fact found concrete expression in Arab Islamic expansion over North Africa, into Spain, and southward into what remained as the land of the blacks. The new borderline of the blacks. We have traced the ancient struggles between Africans, mulattoes, and Asians. Struggle on the part of Africans not only to resist conquest, but to retake the whole of Egypt. They succeeded at times, as has been shown. They finally lost all of Egypt, as we have also seen. Ethiopia now began at the first cataract in the north and extended south into present-day Ethiopia. It was now bounded by Upper Egypt, the Red Sea, and the Libyan Desert. These are rather general geographical designations without any precise meaning, for ancient Ethiopia had no precise southern boundaries. Ancient Ethiopians would say that their land included Egypt and was in fact without boundaries in Africa insofar as non-Africans were concerned. All of the European and Asian doctrines about, quote, unoccupied regions of Africa at any given period in history is quite meaningless and unacceptable to Africans, for to them it is just as senseless as it would be to say to a farmer anywhere, see here now, there are large sections of your land unoccupied and untended, so we'll just come in and take it. The Africans' area of great concentration then was ancient Nubia between the first and the sixth cataracts. It was the land where they continued to develop the great civilization after that which they had extended over Egypt had been appropriated by the invaders as their own handiwork. The geography of Nubia is the geography of much of the present-day Sudan and beyond. The Nile flows through its sand and rock deserts with a series of falls and a number of rapids. The country is almost rainless. It is the land of the great Nubian desert. West of the Nile towards the Red Sea was the mining area, especially gold. It was, even within the concept of these geographical boundaries, the heartland of the black world. Already pushed by the invaders from the Mediterranean areas in the north, northeast, and northwest, the Africans were to be further hedged in from the east and southeast as the Asian hordes continued to stream across the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, and much later, as the Dutch Boers poured in from the southernmost tip of the continent. Scraps from prehistory. The Stone Age Africans lived about the same as Stone Age peoples all over the world. They were hunters, fishermen, and craftsmen. Archaeologists have dug up some of their tools and other artifacts at Wadi Halfa, Wawa, Sai Island, Wadi Hudi, the Salima Oasis, Tangasi, Tegaya, and other places. Those mentioned are between the second and fourth cataracts. Our discussion of specific, concrete evidence of early black civilization up to this point has been confined to the Egyptian north. Most notable among the Neolithic finds in the south were the beautiful, highly burnished, black-topped, and red pottery bowls, jars, etc. All pottery was artistically decorated in wavy ripples or squares. Their earliest writing was in pictures, so many hundreds of these rock messages were found along the Nile through Nubia land that one may well wonder if these prehistoric historians had posterity in mind. For while many of the pictures portrayed wildlife and other objects of interest in the environment, others went beyond this role of the artist and recorded such historic facts as the conquest of northern Nubia by a Nubian pharaoh of the Old Kingdom, Neferu, in 2730 BC. Footnote: there was a previous reference to Neferu's, quote, scorched earth war in his own home to further illustrate the extreme southern opposition to integration with the Asians even under black kings. End of footnote. This war left a vast wasteland and practically wiped out a civilization that had been developing before Neolithic times. The children of the sun. For one thing, the land to the south of Egypt had developed a strong economy that was continuously enriched by a thriving export trade in paper, from papyrus, ivory, gold, ebony, emeralds, copper, incense, ostrich feathers, always greatly in demand, and its famous decorated earthenware. A strong economy also meant a strong Ethiopian army that posed a threat even to an African-ruled Egypt. From the Egyptian viewpoint, the land of the blacks was a threefold threat. Historically, the blacks who had fled below the first cataract to escape the various conquests never seemed to accept those conquests as final, and attempted to retake Egypt from time to time. These repetitions are deliberate because nowhere in history is this very important fact clearly stated. But it is clear that, having reconquered the Asian-dominated Lower Egypt, the black pharaohs sought integration with the Asians instead of driving them out of the country. This policy of moderation and accommodation was apparently anathema to the extremist Ethiopians. Proud blacks, for whom the prospects of having their children come into the world with a color distinctly different from their own was at once an insult to the dignity of every African man, an insult to their watching ancestors, and an offense to the gods themselves. This attitude might also explain the hostility of the southern blacks toward the Afro-Asian. The latter were not true Africans, because they were becoming Egyptians, a mixed breed of many races. They were therefore traitors in the eyes of the true Africans, whose badge of eternal honor was the blackness of their skin. This was color racism, deeply rooted, for it sprang from religion. They were, quote, children of the sun, blessed with the blackness by the sun god himself, and thus protected from his fiery rays. They were his children. Their very blackness, therefore, was religious, a blessing, and an honor. The second already stated threat was economic. Egypt's own flourishing export trade, both by sea and caravans, depended heavily on her imports from the south. To cut these off would mean economic panic in an otherwise prosperous land. The third great fear concerned the mighty Nile River. Suppose the Ethiopians decided to bring Egypt to her knees and starve her to death by diverting the waters of the Nile. Belief in this possibility was ancient and ran deep. The Egyptian conquest of Nubia, therefore, might remove the military and economic threats, but insofar as the Nile was concerned, it would settle nothing. Besides, these blacks seemed to be unconquerable. A Neferu might attempt total extermination of the population, burn every town and village, destroy farms and cattle, and leave the land in utter ruin. Yet, as soon as the armies of destruction withdrew, the surviving Africans came out from their hiding places and began to rebuild once again. Like Upper Egypt, this was a land of cities and towns, of temples and pyramids. Africans were the great pyramid builders, the temple builders. They had built the great pyramids of Egypt during their rule. So there was renewed activity in temple building after Nubia was reoccupied by the 18th dynasty rulers. All this renewed zeal in building new towns and temples in the south was reconstruction. The Old Kingdom raiders could not destroy all of the temples and other monuments. The returning Egyptians, therefore, had found many fine temples still in use, others in ruins. All Ethiopian inscriptions on the temples and monuments were erased, and Egyptian inscriptions substituted. Any outstanding African creations that could not be converted and claimed as the work of Egyptians were destroyed. For now, Egyptian meant white, Asian, or European. This was done to, quote, promote national unity. Ethiopian inscriptions, of course, recorded victories over Egypt. The Arabs were to carry out the work of eradication in a far more thoroughgoing manner at a later time. All of the South was never completely conquered. The reconquest we are now discussing extended 40 or 50 miles below Abu Hamed. History continued to repeat itself. Below the area of conquest, the Africans continued to rebuild, reorganizing their fighting forces and watching an overextended Egypt become weaker and weaker under weak pharaohs who were unable to cope with the interminable struggle for power among the Asians, Egyptians, and other incursive groups. In these cycles of consolidation and then fragmentation into numerous chiefdoms and principalities, Egypt mirrored the results of the human power craze, not only in Africa but generally throughout the world. Yet, in the long view of her history, Egypt's overall record was one of consolidation and unity that was at times not seriously broken during 1,000 years. Napata was a beautiful city that was favored by surroundings that helped to make it so. Located below the fourth cataract, above the great curve where the Nile had turned southward and, as though changing its mind, turned north again, an imposing hill, the quote, throne of the sun god, was the site of temples. The city itself was regarded as the Holy of Holies, the capital of what the Egyptians call the land of the gods. But Napata referred not only to this central city, but included what today we would call a metropolitan area that covered towns and villages for miles in all directions from the present-day town of Karima. It was to this area that African leaders, including priests of the various cults, retreated when things got too hot in Egypt. Here also, certain African kings preferred to stay even when their position and power in Egypt were unchallenged. Most of the royal burials and pyramids were at Kuru. The largest pyramid in Ethiopia is that of King Taharka at Nuri. After the Assyrian-Greek invasion in 590 BC, the city was almost completely destroyed again. The capital now moved on the other side of the river to the other historic industrial center at Meroe. The blacks apparently had been more concerned with the development of their copper industry than with iron. Iron ore in abundance was all around. Their failure to exploit it earlier, especially for military weapons, was the reason Assyrians with their superior iron weapons were able to sweep them out of Egypt and even invade the heartland and destroy the holy city of Napata. The Africans had long since learned the use of iron. They knew all about the smelting process. Why then did they allow the Assyrians to get ahead of them? Even granting that the ancients kept their military developments as secret as nations try to do today, it is also true that spies, including Africans, were active everywhere. The question is interesting because we are not discussing the period when the African had ultimately surrendered to despair and retrogression, but a period of African power, high civilization, and a greatness that had the respect and fear of the ancient world. Even after the onslaught by the Assyrians and their allies, the Africans were to rebuild, from the new capital city of Meroe, a civilization greater than the one just destroyed. There were many lesser states and countless small chiefdoms in the vast landmass that began where the effective control by Ethiopia ended. Through all these millenniums of ups and downs, of trials and errors, of great victories and disastrous defeats. Through it all, the central drive of this once all-black land was in the direction of consolidation and progress. Tribes were united into one nation, either voluntarily or, that failing, by force. Strong armies were maintained to protect and expand their civilization. The retaking of that part of the homeland that extended north along the Nile to the Mediterranean was at once the deathless dream, the impassioned goal, and the cornerstone of their foreign policy. So these Africans battled the invading agents decade after decade, after century, until their resistance to conquest and enslavement extended over 4,000 years. From ancient days, therefore, the Africans had, in the very center of the heartland on the continent, a history from which their posterity could learn how unity alone provides the conditions for strength and progress, and that each one of 1,000 little, quote, independent chiefdoms is but a standing invitation to the aggressors and ultimate domination for all. Why did the Africans fail to take this message of salvation as a revealed truth from their own history? What dimmed civilization's light on Barkal Hill and caused an ultimate withdrawal to the bush and the scattering of people hither and yon like hunted beasts? Why did Africans begin to retire from the race with other advancing peoples and fall so far behind that even the memory of former greatness could not inspire a revival, because that memory had been almost completely blotted out? I have been detailing with some of the answers throughout the lecture series. In later chapters, we shall explore further answers to questions raised and unanswered. We now cross to the west bank of the Nile and journey farther south to the city of Meroe. It is the 8th century BC, and the move to Meroe was simply to move to what was already the southern capital, and that now, instead of having 2 capital cities in the south, there would be only one. The development of writing. A distinguished line of leaders followed Tutankhamun to the throne in 653 BC. At Lan-Nursa, Sen-Kamensetkin, and Laman, Aspalta, Amtalka, and Malanakan, palace, temple, and pyramid builders, all. 2 of the greatest temples were built by King Aspalta at Meroe, the Sun Temple and the Temple of Amun. Footnote: it is believed that the temple to Amun was not completed during Aspalta's lifetime, but by his successors. End of footnote. The imposing pyramids and rows of huge royal statues added to the majesty and magnificence of Meroe. The royal tombs, as in Egypt, were the repositories of the nation's history. For it was from these tombs that the archaeologists were able to determine a line of 41 rulers after the conquest of Lower Nubia. These monuments were not only sources of early African history from within, but of the highest importance. They were elaborately decorated outside with both the first form of writing, hieroglyphics, and the more advanced African inscriptions in their own invented writing. For the Africans themselves had invented writing, and all attempts to connect this ancient achievement with Egyptian or Asiatic influence have failed. Here the quote external influence school has suffered a major defeat, because the written records found on statues, altars, tombstones, graffiti, etc., were so distinctly African that their native origin could not be successfully disputed. Moreover, the African system of writing was very different from the Egyptian. It was simpler and had vowels, whereas Egyptian had none. There were 23 characters or letters in the African alphabet, 4 vowel signs, 17 consonants, and 2 signs of the syllable. New concepts and new or special words could be easily introduced by the old picture system. Clarity and easy reading was assured by measured spacing between words. There was developed a system of numerical symbols for mathematics. The African inscriptions on monuments and such records as those found in royal tombs are in a special category. General writing was done on tablets of wood and skins prepared for that purpose. Still, other artifacts with ancient African writing were found on such things as rocks, walls, vases, and broken bits and pieces of earthenware. Again, how and why did all this disappear? How and why was it blotted out or hidden so completely for 2,000 years that an ignorant world with unprecedented research facilities in its universities still believes, teaches, and proclaims that the black man never developed a civilization of his own? It has been noted that the attractions of Ethiopia were great, not only because the Egyptians regarded it as the main source of their religion, the land of the gods, but also because of its socio-political, economic, and strategic importance. When African kings reconquered Egypt and became Egyptian pharaohs, they still longed for the motherland to the south, desired to unite the whole of it with Egypt into one vast empire. Often retired there, and some wanted their final resting place to be in a pyramid below the first cataract. Here rested their ancestors, whose company they were to join. Here was the capital city of both the black man's world and that of his heaven as well, the holy city of Napata. So during the different periods in which Napata came under a foreign yoke, the capital city of Meroe had to become somewhat holy in its own right, and many of the kings, queens, and other leaders were buried in pyramids there. These were constructed of stone outside of the city proper, sometimes at a visible distance of 2 or more miles. They were built to stand forever, an attempt that stemmed from the Africans' actual belief in immortality. This is why their faith included the natural assumption that those who had passed on, their ancestors, were living in the great beyond, and were therefore in the most favorable position to represent the interests of their kinsmen below, or, in short, to serve as mediators between God and man. The pyramids ringing the city not only added to the physical beauty of the surroundings, but they were also the silent sentinels, the ever-watchful ancestral presence from which might come either a benediction or a curse. Earlier, you may recall, I was unsparing in my criticism of those African societies which seemed to be governed by fatalism and failed to counterattack against their enemies, both natural and human. As I read the record, it seemed to me that these groups did not try to meet the awful challenges with which they were confronted, gave up too readily, refused to ignore tribal lines and unite for survival strategies, but scattered here and there like hunted animals, and into barbarism and savagery. Such were my strictures, and obviously I did not give the whole story even about these groups. Just now, however, and by a glorious contrast, we are in the midst of blacks, the core group of all Africa, who met the challenge on all fronts and from every direction, and who fought on and on through the centuries against the forces of both man and nature until they were completely overwhelmed. 3,000 years ago, the desert, while slowly moving in on Africa, had not advanced where it is today. There was, therefore, more arable land in Ethiopia, although its agriculture did not match that of the rich delta region of Egypt. The blacks were, however, mainly agriculturalists like other Africans. Even with their remarkable industrial development, farming went on both sides of the two Niles, which met in their land before continuing as one great river through Egypt to the Mediterranean Sea. Nor should the importance of the Atbara River be overlooked. Even though the surrounding deserts were a problem insofar as agricultural expansion was desired, the more immediate problem was famine from drought. There were years during which no rain fell at all, and not a hopeful cloud appeared in the sky. The Africans met the challenge by constructing a national system of reservoirs. These were strategically located around the capital at Musawarat, Naga, Hordan, Usuda in the Gezira region, at Duanib, Bassa, and doubtlessly at other sites not yet excavated. This master plan to defeat drought and famine, this system of reservoirs, was more important than all of the architectural art that found expression in their beautiful statues, temples, palaces, columns, and pyramids. The reservoirs were more significant than the monuments, important as these were in hiding the black man's intellectual achievements in the invention of writing deep under the sands. I rate the reservoirs as the supreme achievement because they reflect the real measure of African man as he met the challenge to survival head-on, with a constructive counterattack against the adverse forces of earth, sun, and sky. The irrigation system, made reasonably effective with their oxen-powered wheels, was a part of this challenge to adverse circumstances. Bianchi, following Kashta in 720 BC, began what was quickly to become again one of the greatest world powers of the time. For this time, Ethiopia was united with Afro-Asian Egypt under a single imperial rule that extended from the Mediterranean in the north to an undefined boundary in the south. Also unknown is how far did its eastern boundary extend southward along the Indian Ocean coastland, how much of Uganda and Abyssinia was included, or how far westward did the empire extend. Footnote: this whole period of black achievements is minimized by writers who substitute Meroe, the city, for Ethiopia, the empire. Ethiopian writing then becomes, quote, some Meroitic inscriptions, etc. End of footnote. All this is not so important as the point that during this period of triumph, world fame and fear, and unprecedented prosperity from a flourishing trade with about one half of the world, for long periods African rulers continued to neglect the updating of their military and naval defenses. Iron was the basis of the technological revolution in warfare that the Assyrians, Hittites, Persians, and other Asiatic nations were equipping their armies with new type iron weapons, and that these were devastatingly more effective than stone and copper weapons, had to be well known to the Africans. And it was not news. As mentioned before, they not only knew about the uses of iron, but they had long since developed the iron smelting process. The trouble was the highly secretive royal monopoly. No secret was more zealously guarded than the smelting of iron. This meant rigidly limited production. Here was fear outmatching both reason and the most elementary common sense. This over-secretiveness which inhibited the expansion of iron production was to contribute mightily to the success of Assyrian arms over them. Prosperity, too, may have blurred the African's vision. Too much success can be dangerous. In this case, so much wealth was being piled up from foreign trade, especially in gold, ivory, and copper, that the question of iron, if raised, may have been dismissed as economically unsound. Whatever the reasons were, the fact is that the great iron industries which developed in this center and spread over Africa could have started centuries before they did. Even as early as 300 BC, when iron smelting was for more useful purposes than ornaments, the royal monopoly still prevented widespread use. That they knew of the importance of iron is shown by the fact that kings and high priests were often heads of the guild, and the chief iron master might become prime minister, not an African title. But no matter about the delay, iron smelting and tool making got underway on a vast scale in Ethiopia at a most crucial period for Africa. Its center was Meroe, and it appears that the biggest ironworks were in and around this capital city. This development was at a crucial period because it was the period of increasing migrations from the heartland and the scattering of groups all over Africa. They carried their knowledge of this great technological revolution wherever they went, and they began the use of iron and the development of iron industries wherever they had the opportunity to settle in iron ore areas and remain settled long enough to create a stable society. This spread of ironworking from the cradle of black civilization is just another example of how other fundamental African institutions spread over the continent, north as well as south, and remained basically unchanged down through the centuries, no matter how numerous were the groups into which the original society became fragmented, or how countless were the various languages and dialects that resulted from that segmentation. There were, as a matter of course, many variations and modifications by different survival groups. The most remarkable of the facts was that even those groups that were pushed back into a state of barbarism still held on, God only knows how, to some of the basic institutions of the society from which they descended from 1 to 2,000 years before. Nor was either Christian Europe or Muslim Asia able to destroy those institutions completely, even in the vast regions over which both had supreme control. And this is why, in a previous talk, I suggested a smile of compassion when you read or hear about, quote, Egyptian influence on this or that black society, because in general, all that could possibly be meant is the, quote, influence of early black civilization on subsequent black societies. The expansion of the iron culture, however, was a revolution in technology that ushered in a new age and gave new hope to a despairing people. It meant the use of new instruments of production in agriculture, the industrial crafts, and of great importance for a refugee people, for a new kind of military organization and defense. It can be seen that the motherland of the blacks, centered on the Nile, around the cataracts, provided her wandering sons and daughters with the instruments of survival, a knowledge that still served them well centuries after the Arabs and Turks had overrun that motherland. The memory of many things had been lost, however. Who remembered Thebes, Napata, Memphis, Elephantine, Heracleopolis, or Nekeb? Indeed, who remembered even Meroe, the most advanced center not only of the African Iron Age, but also of writing? And what of the other important towns and cities in southern Ethiopia? Nubia Kush, Musawarat, Nuri, Panopolis, Kerma, Aswan, Soleb, Abu Simbel, Kurusku, Samna, Fale, Kawa, Dongola, etc. Our constant references to Napata and Meroe might lead those who do not look at the map to think that there were only two important cities in the land. Forgetting the names of ancient centers of importance was nothing compared to the tragedy of the blacks in forgetting, almost completely forgetting, the very art of writing which they themselves invented. This was one of the most tragic losses, to repeat, that was ever suffered by a whole people, and in view of the anti-black course of subsequent history, the blacks needed their written language and records more than any people. Just how and why this people discontinued the use of writing has been set forth rather clearly and in some detail in foregoing pages. However, the matter is of such transcendent importance that I hope that some black scholar will devote an entire book to detailing just this one episode in the long history of Africans. From long drawn out situations and circumstances, when writing was so needless as to be out of the question, to a general disuse for lack of need, to a general loss of the art itself. That is the story. I say general loss again because, of course, some African societies did not completely lose the art of writing, even under conditions where its use seemed utterly futile. The most important fact to keep in mind, however, is that we are considering the early age when relatively only a few people could write, a small professional class, the scribes. All books, scrolls, inscriptions, letters, etc. were written by them. Therefore, in any society where the scribes were either captured or disappeared from it for whatever reason, the art of writing in that society died. In view of the developments in black Africa, the disappearance of writing is not a mystery at all. Conquest and domination tended to check migrations and bring a larger measure of iron rule stability in the invaded regions. An integral part of that iron rule was the introduction of the conqueror's speech and writing, the first step in the process of conquering both the soul and minds of the blacks along with their bodies. This was easy because the knowledge-starved, quote, key people among the blacks eagerly grasped Arabic, French, Portuguese, English, or German as the best route to status in a new civilization. Most of this developed later than the period we have been summarizing. The 1,000 years in Ethiopia after its last success in retaking Egypt, and its defeat and withdrawal with the fall of the 25th dynasty. That is, the period from the 6th century BC to the 4th century of the Christian Church in Ethiopia. Christian Africa. Africa was naturally among the first areas to which Christianity spread. It was next door to Palestine, and from the earliest times there had been the closest relations between the Jews and the blacks, both friendly and hostile. The exchange of pre-Christian religious concepts took place easily, and due to the residence of so many ancient Jewish leaders in Ethiopia, almost naturally, Abraham, Joseph and brothers, Joseph, Mary and Jesus, and of course the great lawgiver Moses, who was not only born in Africa but married the daughter of an African priest. Footnotes. Many accounts refer only to his marriage to the daughter of a Midianite priest. However, Aaron and his wife rebuked Moses for marrying a black woman. End of footnote. The pathway for the early Christian church in the land of the blacks had been made smooth many centuries before. In a different work, I suggested that a major reason why so many later Christian missionaries failed in Africa was because they were bringing refurbished religious doctrines that came from Africa in the first place. The religious belief in sacrifice for the remission of sins was an African belief and practice at least 2,000 years before Abraham. The results of a comparative study of the African, Jewish, and Christian religions have amazed many who have undertaken the task. Practically all of the 10 Commandments were embedded in the African constitution ages before Moses went up Mount Sinai in Africa in 1491 BC, a rather late date in African history. We do not know how much significance should be read into the fact that Christianity began to spread in Ethiopia, Nubia or Kush, only after the destruction of the Central Empire with the fall of Meroe. However, the most important development after the empire passed was not the rise of Christianity, but the rise of the 2 black states that picked up the mantle and staff of Ethiopia to carry on. These 2 states were Makuria and Alwa. Chapter 5. The 2 that carried on. From the early African viewpoint, there was nothing earth-shaking or extraordinary about the establishment of still another cult, the cult of Christian churches. The only unusual thing about the new cults of Christians was that while they disclaimed being of the Jewish faith, they worshipped the Jewish tribal god, the God of Israel. The Christians seemed to be expanding the role of a God who had been concerned only with the Jews as his chosen people to a God of the universe, and thus competing with the African God of the universe, the sun god. The Christians were not really different even in the central religious beliefs of the African and Jews of the period in sacrificing sheep, goats, bulls, and sometimes humans for the remission of sins. For while the Christians had given up the slaughtering of animals for offerings, the very cornerstone of their faith was that Jesus Christ, the Son of God, was sacrificed for the sins of man, and that his blood was shed for this purpose alone. Drinking of the blood, wine, and eating of the body, bread, are all fundamental aspects of man's most ancient religion. The spread of Christianity in the land below the first cataract gained momentum after the destruction of Ethiopia as an empire, including its world-famous capital, the city of Meroe. Such a decline and fall of a nation, empire, or civilization is never as short or sudden as a date given for the event suggested, in this case 350 AD. Many factors and forces operated over a long period of time before what can be called the Great Age of Black Civilization came to a close. How the black world was being adversely affected by both Asia and Europe may be better understood by a flashback to events following the end of black rule over Egypt with the close of the 25th dynasty in 656 BC. The victorious Assyrians, you may recall, made Negro, a king from Sais in Lower Egypt, the governor-general, supported by Assyrian garrisons. This Negro was an Asian, but by this time the practice of calling all non-African residents Egyptians had been firmly established so long that it had the weight of customary law. The Afro-Asians had failed to win recognition as the only Egyptians. Whites of all nationalities, though a minority, were often the dominant groups, ruling from their power base in Lower Egypt. Hence, the continuing crises between the white Egyptians and the now more populous colored Egyptians. Footnote: the same development is now taking place in South Africa, where the coloreds, once fanatically devoted to the whites, are now bitterly resentful because their privileged status vis-a-vis the blacks is being steadily reduced. End of footnote. The black Egyptians no longer counted as a power group north of the First Cataract. So when the Assyrians were finally expelled during the 26th dynasty, 664 to 525 BC, the foundations for permanent white European Asian rule in Egypt had been firmly laid. From this period on, the wars for the control of Egypt were primarily wars of whites against whites. The internal corruption, jockeying for position by the various partisan groups, reflected the weakness of the country in employing more and more foreign mercenary troops, especially Greeks. The larger and larger incursions of Greeks and their allies formed the same kind of advanced base for a future Greek hegemony as did previous Asiatic peoples. The time was not yet, but it was the opportune time for the Persians to invade this much invaded land and begin a rule in 525 BC. That was to last 121 years. Since the administration of a conquered country by absentee kings is generally weak and open to revolt, the very long Persian rule in Egypt was doubtless due to an extraordinary line of strong kings and imperial administrators, Cambyses, Darius the Great, and Darius II. The end of Persian rule came in 404, when the Egyptian Greeks joined with the Egyptian nationalists in a war of liberation. The victory was short-lived. The Egyptians were in power only 5 years before the rebellion and independence were broken and Persian rule re-established for another 64 years. In 332, Alexander the Great arrived and, having broken the imperial power of Persia elsewhere, had no trouble taking over Egypt. A Greek was crowned pharaoh in 334 BC as Ptolemy I. The Greeks ruled Egypt for almost 300 years before the expansion of the Roman Empire into Egypt ended their dominion in 30 BC. This was our flashback point of departure, but before returning to the Ethiopian churches, the significance of what we have been reviewing as flashbacks should again be emphasized as a great issue, for we have been reviewing the last phases of the process of Caucasianization in Egypt that was so thoroughgoing that both the blacks and their history were erased from memory. The Jewish rule, 500 years, the Assyrian interludes, the Persians, 185 years, the Greeks, 274 years, the Romans, 700 years, the Arabs, 1,327 years. The long, long struggle to take from the blacks whatever they had of human worth, their land and all the wealth therein, their bodies, their souls, and their minds, a process of steady depersonalization, dehumanization. Yet Greece and Rome, having made the exclusion of the blacks from Egypt permanent, appeared to have no conquest ambitions in the black country to the south, and Pax Romana checked the constant warfare between the two regions. The great wealth producing trade with Ethiopia was promoted, and what appeared to be a general detente prevailed. Indeed, whoever held the seacoast, whether Asian, European, or Egyptian, controlled world trade and put Ethiopia in a state of economic dependence, no matter how vast the flow of goods was from the south. Egypt was the middleman, with the greater control over both volume and prices. Both the Greeks and Roman rulers of Egypt left Ethiopia to play its own role, and we have seen what the role was during 1,000 years of unbroken progress directed from Meroe. The Semitic storm from Axum. Yet a storm cloud was threatening farther south as the Roman legions withdrew from Egypt to help check the erosion of an overextended world empire. We have noted that the Ethiopian Empire, at the height of its greatness, extended southward into Abyssinia, present-day Ethiopia, and further, that as time passed, the blacks were being hemmed in from almost all directions, essential for survival. Now, for some centuries, Arabs and Jews, the latter called Solomonids by most historians, had been swarming into the southeastern region, pushing through the middle in such a way that even in Abyssinia the blacks were pressed southward, always southward. Egyptian history was repeating itself. The Asians and mulattoes held northern Abyssinia, with the center of power in the strategic kingdom of Axum. From Axum, the Arabs prepared their forces for the destruction of a now weakening Ethiopian empire. The weakness, as usual, came from separatist movements struggling for power. It was the old-time factional fights among leaders who felt they must rule or ruin, a drive so well known that it is needless to recount. But it was the situation for which the Axumite Arabs and their colored and Jewish allies were waiting. So, in 350 AD, their armies destroyed Meroe, and an epoch in history ended. Ethiopia was now split into three major states: Nobodies, bordering Egypt at the first cataract; Makuria, the more powerful kingdom in the middle with its capital at Dongola; and Alwa, another strong state south of Makuria or between Makuria and Axum. After the collapse of the Central Black Empire in the 4th century, the Christian churches spread more rapidly through the now independent kingdoms. Even in the division of Ethiopia into smaller states, the process of ethnic transformation was obvious as it pressed southward from Egypt. Greek and Roman presence had been heavy and marked in Nobodies. Since no one now questioned that Nobodies, Nubia, was Ethiopian, the mixed breed could not be called Egyptian, as was the case above the first cataract. The population in this kingdom bordering Caucasianized Egypt was now also predominantly Afro-European and Afro-Asian. The problem was solved very neatly by calling them the Red Noba, and the Africans were called Black Noba. The other two kingdoms were all black and presented no classification problems. The churches seemed to be more firmly rooted in Alwa and Makuria. Churches seemed to be everywhere. There were several in every large town, one in just about every small village, some in rural areas away from villages, and churches scattered over large urban centers, along with those of greater splendor in the cathedral cities, the seats of bishops. White administration and control of African Christianity was assured by establishing the head of the church in Lower Egypt, the Patriarch of Alexandria, with power to appoint all bishops in Africa. The bishops appointed were always white or near white until token appointments of blacks to lesser posts, such as deacons, had to be made following protests by black church leaders supported by their kings. And while the red men of nobody, caught in the middle, tended to identify with the blacks of Makoria and Awa, the split between the Western and Eastern churches over doctrine was reflected in the three Ethiopian kingdoms. This meant that the religious strife tended to alienate Monophysite nobody from Orthodox Makoria. This competition for ascendancy may have had a great deal to do with the expansion of churches in Egypt and the former Ethiopian Empire in the south. The growth of states. These southern kingdoms also carried on much of the old Ethiopian tradition of rapid reconstruction after destruction, continued the expansion of caravan routes for external trade across the Sahara to the western black world to offset the Egyptian seacoast monopoly, replacement of vast temple building programs with equally vast church building programs, and the continued development of iron industries and better equipped armies. Egyptian, Asian, Greek, and Roman influence was as marked on African institutions in nobody as it was on the complexion of most of the people living in this fringe kingdom. Nobody, then, is a classic example of external influence on African institutions, just as Egypt had become. It is an influence that could be praised to high heaven, as the eclectic process of civilization itself, had not the Caucasians resorted to thefts and lies in their vain and ignoble attempts to preempt the whole field of human progress as being theirs and theirs alone. In the 4th century AD, the areas of black power had been pushed out of Egypt down where the kingdom of Makoria formed its borders with nobody. Here the concentration of blacks began, just as though a southward movement of the race was a decree of providence. Here, once again, they took their stand. Here again, even in the lands which were officially Christian, black battle lines had to be formed again for defense. The Aksumite, colored Solomonids, and Arabs had retired after the destruction of the Black Empire. The more immediate danger was still Egypt. This was true also from the viewpoint of Christendom, for white Egyptian control over the churches reflected the same policies that were to follow through the centuries into our own times. No church sponsored theological schools for the training of African clergy. By thus preventing educational opportunities, they could always maintain that the blacks were simply not qualified for this or that high post. In religion, as in every other field, the system deliberately prevented qualification in order to declare the lack of qualification on the part of blacks in all regions under white control or in all institutions. In this case, the church, over which white power prevailed. There were no situations, however, in which some blacks did not override all obstacles and become bishops in either all black or predominantly black countries. In discussing mass migration from Egypt, I hope no one has forgotten the countless thousands of blacks left behind there in both upper and lower. Not only then, but they are there today, also a submerged group. That there were exceptions to this general status has always been emphasized. The people who accept a slave or inferior status in the society as their lot were the kind Aristotle had in mind when he referred to men who were born to be slaves. On the other hand, those blacks who migrated or fought to the death rather than accept slavery were those who were born to be free. The most important point missed by many quoting this most quoted passage from Aristotle. It was these born to be free blacks who, as we have seen, not only beat back the enslaving invaders over and over again, but just as many times either conquered their would-be enslavers or drove them back into Asia. The fall of the Black Empire did not mean that the blacks had surrendered. The fragmented kingdoms were still to carry the fight to the enemy, and they were still to fight their way again, all the way across Egypt as far as where the ancient city of Memphis once stood. Still others remained in the conquered regions simply because they refused to leave their ancestral homes, come what may. By the 7th century, the blacks had achieved a major goal by incorporating nobodies with Makoria and thus re-establishing what had become the recognized boundary between Ethiopia and Egypt at the First Cataract. The precise manner of this amazing achievement is unknown. Did the black Noba of Makoria overrun the red Noba of Nobade, or was it a union of kingdoms by agreement? We do not know. What we do know is that the blacks' kingdoms of Alwa and Makoria were stronger than ever since the fall of Napata and Meroe. A decisive battle of history. Egypt, on the other hand, was undergoing one of her periodic convulsions from an invasion, the most fateful one to which we have already referred, the Muslim invasion of 639 to 42 AD. This conquest, as was usually the case, had been made easier by still another Persian invasion, 619 to 629 AD. Some sources suggest that the new wave of Persian invasions that began in 619 AD determined the course of the blacks in conquering Nobade and re-establishing their frontier at the great system of fortifications at the First Cataracts. From there, the blacks had been raiding various areas in Egypt and attacking garrisons throughout the 10 years of the last Persian occupation. In this and other similar instances, the picture that emerges clearly is that the blacks, even after being pushed out of Egypt, were more upset by foreign invasions and resisted them more courageously than the new Egyptians, who by comparison appeared to be an easily conquered and rather cowardly lot. Otherwise, how could Amir ibn al-As, the Muslim general, conquer all Egypt so easily with only 4,000 men? The conquering Arab general apparently knew the difference between the fighting qualities of the blacks in the south and those of the Egyptians and their mercenary troops. For despite the continued raids by the blacks, he chose not to extend his operations into their land. But not so disposed was Abdullah, the new Arab governor general, viceroy of Egypt. The year following the complete takeover by the Muslims, 643 AD, he decided to bring the whole heartland of the blacks under Muslim control at once. He knew, however, that this would really be a war, not like the easy conquest of Egypt with an army of only 4,000 men. So with a larger and better equipped army, the Arab expedition invaded the black country with a confidence that was heightened by what appeared to be hasty and confused retreats by frightened warriors. This Ethiopian strategy of pretended fright and wild retreat was so well known in Egypt that it is difficult to understand how it could have been unknown to Abdullah and his generals. Or had this too, like everything else that was African, been blotted from memory? If so, for once they were going to pay dearly for ignoring an African invention. For they were allowed to advance deeply into black territory before 100,000 retreating and frightened blacks turned in frontal and flanking onslaughts that almost completely wiped out the entire Arab army. An Arab historian of the period felt compelled to admit that it was the most devastating defeat ever suffered by an Arab army. There were other eyewitness reports from the scene of battle dealing with the remarkable training and dashing courage of the black forces, with the king of Makoria in personal command. Those were the days when king meant leader. The leader led from the front and not from some hill miles away from the fighting. This immediate presence of their leader in the midst of danger with them may have had much to do with the courage and expertise of the African soldiers, the units that amazed the ancient world. That memorable day between the first and second cataracts were the bow and arrow corps. These were so skillfully trained that they could aim their arrows at the eyes of the enemy and shoot with unbelievable accuracy. For reasons which by now must be obvious, this battle not only does not appear as one of the decisive battles of history in any of your history books, but it is not even mentioned. Yet it was in fact one of the decisive battles of the world. The defeat of the hitherto undefeated Arab forces was so disastrous that it took them 8 years to recover, reorganize, and regain the necessary courage to attack the blacks again, and thereby avenge that awful defeat and almost annihilation on the plains of Makoria in 643. This African victory furthermore delayed the Arab conquest in the Black South and spurred the development of subsequent events in both of the southern kingdoms. In 651, the Arab viceroy of Egypt decided that he had the unbeatable armed might and was ready to avenge the disaster of 8 years before and bring the blacks to their knees in the process. The Arab generals proceeded boldly but cautiously in order to avoid the traps and surprise tactics of the black generals, considerations which arrogance probably caused them to ignore before. Yet the same African strategy was used. They were allowed to invade the nobodian state in depth with only, quote, token opposition. Hell broke loose only when they crossed the former Makorian border before the union of the two kingdoms and headed for the capital city of Dongola. However, the Arabs captured it and destroyed all of the principal public buildings, including the great cathedral. They had brought along huge catapults for the express purpose of raising all brick and stone edifices that were the pride and glory of black civilization. With the fall of their capital city, the seat of government, the blacks were expected to surrender. But King Kalidosos, the African leader, and his generals had no thought about surrendering or any doubt that they could defeat the Arabs again. The spirit of their decisive victory over the Arabs in 643 still fired the black armies. So the king withdrew from his burning capital only to regroup and plan strategies for a no-surrender war. As the fighting continued with increased fury on both sides, it became clear to the Arab generals that victory over the blacks could never be won on the field of battle. Again, their previous defeat by the blacks was still playing a determining role in Arab-African relations. So an armistice was declared, and a treaty of peace was signed by the now undefeated equals, Abdullah for Muslim Egypt and Kalidosos for the Christian kingdoms of Ethiopia, Makoria, and Alwa. The Arabs had in fact lost the war, for with carefully trained and overwhelming forces filled with vengeance for the previous disaster, they were still unable to defeat the blacks and bring their country under Muslim control. The historic significance is twofold. One, the psychological effects of being defeated by the blacks twice on broad national fronts caused the Arabs to adopt a peaceful relationship with these countries that lasted 600 years. 2. The treaty included provisions that were the basis for the expansion of slavery and the, quote, peaceful conquest of the Sudan. Goals which could not be achieved directly on the battlefield were to be achieved indirectly by Arab traders and Muslim missionary brotherhoods. In a previous discussion, I wondered out loud whether the black race is lacking in one quality that seems to distinguish Caucasians and explain the reasons for their long domination of the earth: their deep concern about their posterity, the future role and welfare of their white offsprings to the farthest unborn generation. Their plans and policies for today's world are often based on expected outcomes centuries hence. The blacks as a race, on the other hand, have been so split up and preoccupied with current problems that they seem to have lost this deep concern about the future of their descendants. This matter calls for serious reflection, particularly on the part of blacks and their relations with long-range planning whites. For from the earliest times and in almost every period of history, we find the whites carefully developing plans for future results none expect to see realized in their lifetime. And so it was here in the Sudan in 652 AD when the peace treaty between Arabs and blacks was signed. First of all, the Arabs had to make their failure appear to the world as a victory of some sort. So the conquerors' Bacht was an important provision in the treaty, an annual tribute to be paid to them. The terms called for the delivery of 360 slaves near the frontier annually, and 40 extra slaves as a gift to the Ethiopian viceroy. Footnote: a slave was a captured prisoner of war, and in early history the term was no more degrading than that of prisoner of war today. End of footnote. In order to induce the Ethiopians to accept what at first appeared to be a tribute, in fact, the Arab leaders presented it as a treaty of trade and commerce, agreeing to pay in exchange wheat, barley, and wine at a value in excess of the gifts by the Africans. More important than this, however, was the provision for building a great mosque in the restored Dongola and allowing Arab traders in only as traders, not settlers. Since it was a treaty between equals, the provisions of the treaty were reciprocal. Black traders could operate in Egypt and have a church on the same terms, even if the Africans had not known that the Arabs in Egypt were busily converting churches and temples into Muslim mosques. There would still be no occasion for building a church for their traders in Egypt. They had no long-range plans for the eventual control of Egypt through the trade and religion routes. But the Arabs did have such a plan for the eventual conquest of the Sudan through mosque and traders. The Caucasians, unable to conquer the blacks directly, were contented when they had set in motion the process of gradual infiltration and expansion that would eventually lead to victory, even though it was to take 600 years. And I am saying that the blacks seem not only to have lost the grand vision of the future, but also what should have been the unforgettable lessons of their past. The pattern of Caucasian conquest had been cut out and made clear through 37 centuries of their history. After they had allowed the Asians first to infiltrate and then to overrun all Lower Egypt, the blacks drew a firm boundary line between the two lands beyond which the whites were not allowed to settle. Those were the days when the Africans were not so trusting that they were unable to perceive that the Caucasians are eternally restless unless they are the masters in every situation whatsoever. They were therefore barred from settlement in black Upper Egypt until Narmer and Menes united the Lower and Upper Egypts. If there ever was a Pyrrhic victory in history, it could not have been more disastrous than that of Menes over the Asians in 3100 BC. For the decline of black civilization, not only in Egypt but throughout Africa, can be traced to that period, despite all of its monumental achievements afterwards. The termites of its destruction, slow but steady, had been let in under the laudable dream of black-white brotherhood. The long drawn-out process of penetration and eventual domination was both visible and invisible. Yet from these tiny footholds, the Asian population grew and grew until the blacks were not only outnumbered by Asians but also overwhelmed. Substantially, the same scheme was followed in every black city, town, and village throughout Egypt. The record of the 5,000 years that ended with the European conquest of the whole continent in the 19th century shows that every African state remained relatively secure and independent as long as it maintained a strict policy of excluding foreigners from settlement within its borders. And that same record makes clear that whenever this policy was abandoned and whites were admitted under any pretext whatsoever, the eventual doom of that state was certain. The single point that is being made in all this is that King Kalidosos and the other black leaders already had, as early as 652 AD, 37 centuries of this record before them when they allowed the Arabs to establish a permanent base of operations in their land. They ignored the record, as other black leaders were to continue to do until Muslim Asia and Christian Europe swept the continent and left the whole black world prostrate at their feet. In the 7th century, this tragic outcome was still far away. The fall of Meroe and the breakup of the Ethiopian Empire into kingdoms did not check the flowering of black civilization in these states. Indeed, Makoria and Awa seemed determined not only to maintain the ancient tradition of progress, but to overcome the imperial breakdown by pushing forward more aggressively than ever on all fronts. The 600-year détente with the Arabs in Egypt was a period of such reconstruction and progress that the criticism made regarding the leadership above would seem to be unjustified unless viewed from the long, backward perspective of history. Even church and cathedral building expanded from this center of black culture over the western regions of Chad and adjoining states. The limited excavations have revealed this much. Future archaeological work may reveal whether the Ethiopian Empire in its heyday extended westward to the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf of Guyana. It was a great surprise recently to find buried structures in the Chad region similar to those in the heart of the empire along the Nile. Black Makoria. Between 700 and 1200 AD, Makoria was more empire than kingdom. It was organized into 13 major states with a sub-king over each and the king of kings over all. The traditional African council was the final authority, no matter how powerful the king might seem to be. The great and colorful parasol of the king of kings had to be wider than those of the divisional kings, and theirs were larger than any lesser officials. Syracuse was king of kings in 745 when Omar, the governor of Egypt, stepped up the persecution of Christians in Egypt in what amounted to a Muslim holy war, destroying churches or converting them into mosques, and even putting the patriarch in prison. Since the patriarch in Egypt was the head of all Christian churches in Africa, the Africans regarded this latest onslaught against the churches as an insult as well as a breach of the peace treaty, now almost 100 years old. Strangely, the Muslims made Lower Egypt the area of greatest church destruction. When the arrogant Omar ignored all protest and pleas, the African king headed an army of 100,000 men and marched on the Arab center of power in Lower Egypt. The governor of Egypt quickly freed the patriarch and promised to leave the Christians and their churches alone. Cyriacus accepted these assurances and withdrew his army from Egypt. It was during this period that an extensive body of church literature developed in the African language, and the remarkable pottery industries were expanded. Painting, like writing, was stimulated by the church, just as had been the case in temple art. Mining was a principal source of wealth, but agriculture was the basic national activity, and there is evidence of the people's battles with the encroaching deserts. They followed the system of the Mother Empire and overcame certain arid areas by developing the system of terrace farming that was irrigated by water wheels constructed for high places. They were successful enough to produce a surplus of agricultural commodities for export trade. Cotton had been produced from ancient times, and cloth making and other weaving arts were among the oldest crafts. That glass was made is certain, but the extent of this enterprise is not indicated by the archaeological findings. The reports of Arab scholars on the cities of the blacks during these early centuries are significant for two important reasons. The first is that, like the European explorers, geographers, and others referred to earlier, they were not concerned with writing African history, and nothing could have been farther from their intentions than glorifying the achievements of the blacks. But their mission was to make factual reports on the conditions and exploitable possibilities of Africa to their home countries. Such reports would be the basis for future penetration, exploitation, and conquests. The second highly significant fact about the accounts of Abu Salih, Ibn Salim, and other scholars between the 7th and 15th centuries AD is that, unlike the case of Egypt, none questioned either the greatness or the origin of this black civilization. It was so clearly all African that it did not seem to occur to these Arab writers that any other position was tenable. Those familiar with the traditional African religion might question whether Christianity was in fact external to Africa. In any case, the beautiful churches they saw spread over the land of the black gods had become almost completely Africanized for those gods. The prosperity the Arab visitors reported, the magnificent stone and brick palaces, temples, churches, cathedrals, wide avenues lined with palm trees, government buildings, public baths, water supply systems, beautiful gardens, countless craft industries, huge farms with extensive pastures where camels, horses, oxen, cows, sheep, goats, and pigs could be seen grazing lazily. All this was reported as messages with an unwritten message. Such is this black paradise. Brothers of Islam, come. The prosperity in this center of the black world represented one of the last great epochs in the history of the blacks. If near the final, it was also one of their finest hours on the stage of human progress. Here the measure of a people's genius could be taken without speculation. Here the message of who blacks are was wrought in stone and iron for the succeeding generations of blacks who were to lose their very identity in the blood and tears of unbroken oppression. The Arab scholars were properly amazed at a way of life so superior to that in their own homeland. It was something to be amazed about, for there were not only public baths, but public latrines, drainage, and central water systems. But the most remarkable evidence of prosperity and progress was reflected in the advanced standard of living among the masses. The massive brick-making industry had led to homes of brick and stone in cities, towns, and villages, brick houses, and larger houses for the great common people. In the 8th century, this was something for the visiting Arab scholars to write home about. It would be something to write about anywhere in this last part of the 20th century. The Arab hordes. However, they really did not need to report all this, so well was it already generally known. The treaty barring Arab settlement in the all-black countries had been ignored almost from the beginning, and certainly treated as non-existing after the death of Kalidosos. The Arabs came in steady streams year after year, but in an inch-by-inch system over widely scattered areas that appeared not to cause immediate concern. But they came in unchecked and alarming waves when the great schisms in Islam led to bloody wars in the Arab world. The character of the refugee movements out of Arabia and other Arab centers of power depended upon what sect had captured the caliphate. Let the record show, therefore, that all the Arabs that swarmed into Africa across the Red Sea and Indian Ocean were not bent on either conquest or domination. Countless thousands were fleeing there for refuge, fleeing for their very lives. Once settled there, however, they formed the ever-increasing population base for the Muslim leaders whose aim was to establish Islamic rule over the whole black world. They were to follow the Christian strategy of concentrating on the conversion of African kings and leaders in the belief that as the king goes, so goes the nation. A theory that did not work in Africa, except in a superficial way for expediency. However, the black kings were already dropping their African names for Christian names, the first step toward self-effacement. So as early as the 9th century, 831 AD, King Zechariah, alarmed at great incursions of Arabs into the Sudan, sent a delegation headed by his nephew, heir to the throne, to the Caliph at Baghdad, asking that the Treaty of 652 be respected and Arab migrations halted. This meant that a weak black king now held the destiny of the race in his hands. That he was so naive as to suppose that the Caliph could stop the Arab hordes even if he desired to do so was itself a sign of incompetence. The highest ranking of the 13 kings under the King of Kings was the Eparch of Faris, Lord of the Mountain. He was the commander of the frontier forces at the Egyptian border, and his special mission was to bar Arab migration and settlement in the land of the blacks. Only the limited number of traders were permitted to pass, and the time limit for their stay was fixed. The Eparch, therefore, had indeed been the most important official next to the King of Kings, for he was directly responsible for the security and independence of the nation. Under strong kings and strong eparchs, the mission was carried out, and Arab incursions southward were checked. Footnote: because of the repeated emphasis on the fact, it should be quite clear now that reference to Egyptian, Asian, or Arab invasions always include black slave armies as well as mulattoes classified as white. End of footnote. That was now long ago. The Arabs had been passing the Lord of the Mountain and his garrisons for so many decades that by the 9th century Arabic was being generally spoken below the first cataract. How slavery came to be confined to blacks alone. In the latter part of the 13th century, David, king of Makoria, seeing no other way to forestall Arab occupation of his country, stepped up his raids in Upper Egypt. The raids were easier to carry out because of the chaos that followed the triumphs of the Mamelukes in Egypt. But in 1272, the blacks, in what I have attacked as the pattern of their own self-destruction, made the first major step to that end. The usual impatience of heirs to the throne in achieving that goal soon enough found full expression in Shakandu, the king's nephew. He hastened to the Sultan of Egypt to secure an alliance and invasion of his country that would assure his ascendancy to the throne. The Sultan had every reason to grasp this wonderful opportunity handed to him by blacks themselves, not only to even scores with them, but also to create more certain conditions for a Mameluke hegemony over the land. Moreover, the African king had not only been raiding Egypt with impunity, but he had denounced the Treaty of 652 and refused to pay the Bakht. Sultan Baybars therefore did not hesitate. He organized a strong invading expedition with Shakandu at its head and entered the Black Land. The struggle was long and bitter, as the Sultan's strategy in using his black army, along with Shakandu's own followers, made it appear to be civil war between blacks. In the end, the Sultan won through the black heir to the throne, and allowed him to be crowned king as his protege. The dismemberment of the black kingdoms in the Sudan had begun. Now a rival tribute was exacted and almost doubled without any pretense of being an agreement of mutual exchange. The tribute exacted was harsh and the blacks were promised nothing. The kingdom was then divided into two parts, the Sultan taking the northern region as his personal fief. Muslim rule now extended over Egypt and into the Sudan. The pattern was set that was to continue into our times and probably beyond. The Arabs in the northern Sudan, while the blacks were pressured into smaller and smaller areas in the southern Sudan. Once again, learning nothing from even just yesterday, the black leadership paved the way for further Arab advances into their country. For the blacks' struggle for personal power and, above all, their own personal security and welfare were neither concerned about the future of their people nor their welfare in the living present. They were quite willing and ready to welcome the Arabs and to surrender their people to them in exchange for, quote, high office and limited consideration. The days of the black immortals seemed to have passed forever. Mental pygmies again occupied the throne once held by Menes, Pianki, Shabaka, and Kalidosos. So in 1304, still another self-seeking black leader journeyed to Cairo to have himself crowned as the servant king of the blacks by the Sultan al-Nasir. The Sultan sent an expedition to Dongola, which was easy to do now, and his new servant was crowned as King Amai. It should be noted here that the Mameluke ruler's effective powers was confined to Lower Egypt, and that independent Arab tribes, of which the Bani Khans was the most powerful, held all Upper Egypt. They were only nominally under the sultans. In order to put an end to the endless coup and counter coups among the blacks, The decision was reached to overwhelm the South with united armies from both Upper and Lower Egypt and step up the Islamization of the blacks, putting Muslim kings on the throne. In 1316, the objectives were realized when Dongola was again razed for the fifth time, and Karembez, the last black Christian king, was put to flight. A black Muslim, Abdullah, was made king temporarily while awaiting the pleasure not of the Sultan but of the powerful chief Khans ad-Dawla of the Bani Khans Arab tribe. His pleasure was to put the black Muslim king to death and assume the kingship over the blacks himself. Over the blacks? This statement is misleading. This was no longer the land of the blacks. White and colored Arabs now constituted the majority. Without this population base, the triumph of the Arabs in the Sudan could not have happened. Yet the Arab chieftain's rule as king was short-lived because the Mameluke rulers played one group off against the other in an effort to defeat Arab objectives in one way or another. For one thing, they had been unable to break the autonomy of the Arab tribes in Upper Egypt, and these tribes were spreading over the Sudan and setting up their own kings there. This was a further challenge to Mameluke rule in Egypt. Who then were the Mamelukes? The Mamelukes were the whites who had been enslaved by the Arabs in their wild and amazing sweep out of their desert homeland to conquer all adjacent countries and establish a world empire with a speed that shocked the world. Theirs was the original blitz. The enslavement of prisoners of war, which was the way general slavery began, was the order of the day. Race had no bearing on the matter then. Whites, blacks, browns, or yellows, all were made slaves if captured. The Arabs also made a practice of creating strong slave armies. The white slave armies were the Mameluke. These, when stationed in Egypt, revolted, overthrew the government, and established their own line of ruling sultans. For this they were hated by the Arabs and looked upon with scorn, even though they had been converted to Islam. The white ex-slaves hated their former masters even more. This white slave revolt and its historical significance are underplayed, yet its impact was such that it influenced the course of modern history in black-white relations. The effect of that revolt on the black world was tragic, for the murderous onslaughts of the white slaves against their erstwhile masters so shocked the white world that the general enslavement of whites ended forever. On this the record is clear. White slavery ended after the Mameluke Rebellion. Thereafter, black Africa became the exclusive hunting ground for slaves, a situation made easy by the developments outlined in this work. All the theories of inherent black inferiority stemmed from the urgently felt need to justify the success in confining slavery to the African race. The answer to the riddle of the centuries can be traced right here. For that great change in human history when only blacks were enslaved led to the general degradation of a whole people. The way was now both open and easy for all the relevant branches of science and scholarship to proclaim theories on the inherent inferiority of blacks. Far worse than this, since black populations were everywhere under white control, they could actually be forced into inferiority by a dehumanizing program silently structured in all institutions and phases of white national life. The blacks are the immediate victims of those diseases born of poverty and planned deprivation, undernourished and diseased mothers carrying and bringing into the world babies who are both physically and mentally handicapped even before birth. Among the many other outcomes from confining slavery to the African race that will be stated at this point was making the very word black anathema, something evil, undesirable, or just plain bad luck whenever applied. The Mameluke Sultan sent another expedition in 1323 to put the African king Kerembes on the throne again after his brother deposed the Arab king and himself died a few days later. The coups and counter-coups still seem to be endless and not at all the presupposed political phenomena characteristically confined to the blacks. Therefore, as soon as the Mameluke forces withdrew from the south, Khan's al-Dawla returned, overthrew Kerembes a second time, and became king again. Meanwhile, another strong Arab tribe, the Guhena, had been pouring into the Sudan in such great waves that they rapidly became the dominant Arab group below the Second Cataract. The kingdom known to history as Makoria was no more. It was the kingdom that, together with its more southern neighbor, battled to maintain and expand the glorious civilization of the motherland for another 1,000 years after the fall of the imperial city of Meroe. That was why it was close to the 15th century before a Ibn Khaldun or anyone else could report that the Guhana Arabs were the complete masters of the land of the blacks from the first cataract to the highlands of Abyssinia. The history of Black Egypt had been repeated in the Black South. The coming of the Caucasian, whether from Asia or Europe, or whether in the name of peace, trade, and integrated society, or in the name of the Allah of the Arabs, or the God and Jesus Christ of the Jews and Christians, no matter under what pretext they came, it meant the destruction of the highly advanced civilization of the blacks and their total degradation as a people. And the same ethnic phenomenon that accelerated the process of racial disintegration in Egypt also operated in the Sudan. This was simply stated: the widespread sexual activities on the part of Arab men and black slave girls, the outcome of which was a new breed of Afro-Arabs, the same sexual process that produced Egyptians as a nationality group neither Asian nor African. In the Sudan, Arabization and Islamization had another outcome. Not only did the Afro-Arabs consider themselves Arabs and bitterly resented being called Sudanese, black, but thousands of the jet black unmixed Africans insisted on being classed as Arabs. They still do. This fact was settled beyond question during my field studies in the Sudan in 1964. This fact also confuses and frustrates the black world both in and outside of Africa, for who now are our African brothers. And now, Alwa. With the capture and control of the biggest remaining kingdom of the Ethiopian Empire completed through peaceful infiltrations and waves of Arab refugees covering centuries, the triumphant Arabs were not disposed to follow the same long, drawn-out procedure in taking over the last key kingdom of the formerly black empire. This was Alwa. The Arabs decided on a full-scale war against this last citadel of black power in the southern Sudan. Although Makoria was most in the spotlight of the wars against the Arab incursions, she was ably supported by Alwa. Makoria had to carry the brunt of the burden because it was right next door to the enemy, and it alone had the awesome responsibility of holding the floodgates above the first cataract, through which the Arab tides ebbed and flowed. Meanwhile, Alwa, with ruins of the imperial cities of Napata and Meroe in its very midst, had a more direct responsibility for restoring and maintaining the glories of a black civilization that had refused to die with the fall of the Ethiopian Empire 1,000 years before. So Alwa had replaced Meroe with its beautiful capital city of Soba, and had developed its other towns and cities along such advanced lines that foreign writers never failed to comment on the architectural designs, the wide streets lined with palm trees, the spacious homes, and, in fact, all of the things they had observed in Makoria. The thriving industrial crafts, large-scale cattle raising, a surplus-producing agriculture that kept alive an export trade in dates, wheat, and gari, cotton fabrics, and other produce not easily perishable, and an efficient administration, a strong army headed by formidable cavalry regiments. Alwa had made its defense system more secure by maintaining more walled towns and cities than Makoria. These walled places were rebuilt primarily as centers of refuge against the constant Arab slave raids. Now they were to serve as freedom's final bastions of defense against local enslavement. Alwa was ready for what everyone knew was its last war as a nation. For the Arabs had formed a great confederation of its feuding tribes. These, while perpetually at war among themselves, could always be counted on to unite quickly against non-Arab and non-Muslim peoples. Before the United Arab armies entered Alwa, the black leadership had ordered a general evacuation of the country by all women and children and the aged. The men, warriors, all remained to face the foe. It is not known whether the traditional black women's army corps existed in Alwa. In any event, the Arabs did not find, and indeed did not expect, the conquest to be easy. They knew well the courage of the blacks in battle and their unwillingness to surrender even when defeated. So they had to take Alwa city by city, town by town, village by village, hill by hill, and bush by bush. The blacks had built a high order of life that they were fighting and dying for. This they did nobly on the plains of Alwa in 1504, while their people, some never to be seen again, joined other countless thousands in the great migrations toward East, West, Central, and Southern Africa. The Surprise Kingdom. During the same period these two black states were being destroyed, the history of the rebirth of destroyed African states was being repeated just beyond their borders by migrating Africans who had decided to make another stand in the very midst of death and danger. These blacks were called the Funge people. They gathered in strength and, with consummate daring, quickly formed a new nation the very year Alwa passed from the scene as a state. Under the leadership of the strong king, general, and statesman, Amara Dunkas, they established their capital at Sennar on the Blue Nile, and at the very outset they assumed an aggressive stance that put the world on notice that black power in Africa had not yet been completely destroyed, and that another fighting state had emerged from the ashes of those that had just been destroyed. Indeed, the Funge state arose with a suddenness and proceeded with policies and programs so daring that it shocked both the Arabs and the now encroaching Ottoman Turks. The latter, after overthrowing Mameluke rule and taking over Egypt, quickly built and expanded defensive fortifications against possible Funge invasions. For these blacks had turned the tables of history by annexing and bringing under control the Arab tribal states in the lower Jazira region and the areas around the present Khartoum. The Funj king appointed an Arab as his governor over Arab provinces, emphasizing the Arab status of tributary vassals by giving the office of governor an African title. All this proved to be just too much for our Western historians. Characteristically, and even today, they refer to the Funj as a, quote, mysterious people, wonder from whence they came, and they debate, with the usual air of deep scholarship, whether or not these blacks of the Funj kingdom were really blacks. When it is suggested that they, quote, probably came from the East, it is a repeat of the overworked canard that plants the idea that all such people must have come from Asia. In his recent Modern History of the Sudan, P. M. Holt concludes that, quote, a rigorous investigation of the problem of Funj origins has yet to be made, end quote. Why is there a problem? And what is the problem, if there is one? Both questions are integral parts of the great issues in this work. They have been rather fully answered in different contexts. As to this particular case, therefore, the, quote, problem of Funj origins is a problem for Caucasians only, with the possible exception of those Negro scholars whose skewed vision of reality is through eyes of blue. People not concerned with the distortions of history, but desire the truth about the past as honestly as it can be determined, will have no difficulty in understanding that the people who were called Funj were one of the uprooted and countless groups we have been describing, driven from one place and reorganizing to settle in another, until uprooted again and again, and resettling and rebuilding again and again, on and on until the Europeans swept the whole continent, and afterward. Some wandered to the utmost parts, as stated over and over, and some, like the Shillaks, who built the Funj kingdom, did not leave their general region. If they, quote, came from the east, it was from the east bank of the Nile. In the interest of trade and foreign commerce, Funj kings, as many African kings were to do later, began to accept Islam and take the Arabic title of sultans. Thereafter, writers called the kingdom the Funj Sultanate. In this matter of commercial activities, it should be specially noted that in early times the blacks equaled the Semitic peoples in their interest and drive in the fields of finance, industry, and foreign trade. All over Africa there were whole societies that were distinguished and even enjoyed fame for their skill and success in one of these business fields. That interest and drive in large-scale economic endeavors were generally lost, along with other institutions that had been the basis of their advanced culture. This was the major tragedy in the history of the blacks, and one about which they have not even yet been fully awakened. Funj, or Shilluk traders, roamed far and wide in the great game of buying and selling. The continued prosperity of the country depended largely on their selling activities in neighboring states, in Egypt, and over the all-important caravan trade routes to distant lands. This trade was the forceful stimulus that kept the people at home busy and happy in producing the necessary surplus in agriculture, mining, and in the craft industries of various kinds. Having become Muslims, if only in name, the Funj merchants were readily received everywhere in the increasingly Islamized world in Africa and Asia. The fact that they came from a proud and warlike state may have had more to do with the deference shown them than the fact of their being Muslims. Non-Muslim Makuria and Alwa had a most flourishing trade with the Muslim world. Their traders had also been received with respect and honor by the Arabs. It is ironic that one has to be a fighter to command greater respect. Unlike Makuria and Alwa, the Funj kingdom did not resist Islamization but welcomed it. Yet its African nationalism clearly transcended Islam. The number of sultans and notables who rejected Arabic names is impressive and significant. Their open-door policies, however, were to speed up the pace of Arabization not only in the Funj kingdom but all over the Sudan. And as Arabization spread among the blacks, so did slavery and slave raiding. The Arabs' insatiable and perpetual demands for slaves had long since changed slavery from an institution that signaled a military victory by the number of captured prisoners to an institution that provoked warfare expressly for the enslavement of men, women, and children for sale and resale. Human beings had now openly become very profitable articles of trade, and the slave dealers had found shorter routes to quicker riches. The Funj, like many other black states then and since, found added wealth in the slave trade, and a new reason for waging war on its neighbors for prisoners of war to further the trade. Footnote: one account states that the Funj kingdom joined the Arabs in the destruction of Alwa. This too is possible. End of footnote. Today it is difficult to find even a small region that does not have a history of intertribal conflicts that stemmed directly from one group's raiding another for slaves, or trying to either conquer another group, annex it, or enslave the whole society that was overrun. The Funj, then, is just another example of a role played by the blacks that not only guaranteed their own damnation, but also made their reunification for nationhood or anything else a most difficult undertaking. The difficulty becomes impossible of solution when, as soon as the yoke of white oppressors has been removed, the descendants of former black oppressors come forth as the rightful rulers as before, just as though nothing at all had happened to change the overlord status of their proud, slave-selling ancestors. The Funj kingdom, because of its Muslim shield and war-making machine, survived as a black state in what otherwise would have been an impossible environment for 300 years. These centuries were characterized by all the ups and downs, internal power struggles, coups and counter-coups that beset other states. Sometimes an Arab dynasty ruled, sometimes it was an Afro-Arab line, and at other times, most often, it was a black dynasty, or what the Arabs called the Hamaji. The end came at the beginning of the 19th century, when the Ottoman Turks began their reign of terror in the Sudan with the seizure of Sennar by Muhammad Ali, the same Muhammad Ali who was the greatest murderer of blacks that ever set foot on the African continent. His massacre of men, women, and children was on such a scale that even the white world protested. A brief summary of the history of the three black states we have mentioned would be much longer than what we have said about Makuria, Alwa, and Funj. Recounting the details of their history was not intended. Rather, the case study approach is being used as announced in the preview. Each of the states is presented as additional and more concrete documentation of the positions I have taken, often in what might appear to be overly generalized declarations. In each case, beginning with Egypt, the main focus was on the significant data on the history of the black people, and not on the great masses of equally interesting details which were not needed. A few more states will be presented as further illustrations of all that is being said in connection with the history of the African people. We started in the heartland of the race, where its history clearly extended from the Sudan over Egypt. The antiquity of black civilization, the amazing heights it reached before recorded history, the early problems of Asian invasions, amalgamation, and the new breed, the colored Egyptians, Caucasian penetration into royal black lineages, the increasing pressures on the blacks and their southward migrations, the Afro-Asian wars, the blackout of black history in Egypt, the long drawn-out process of Caucasianization of Egypt, as it was de-Africanized, the withdrawal of the Ethiopian border to the first cataract, the concentration of blacks below that line, the confusion of black history through the confusion of names, color, and dynasties, integration and amalgamation as brotherhood myths, the great black migrations, the splitting up of states and languages and their role in the decline of black African civilization. All of these historical factors were set forth before the final collapse of the Ethiopian Empire in the 4th century AD, and before we began the analysis of the 3 children states that were born as their imperial mother passed, bequeathing to them her own deathless spirit to carry on. The main characteristics of the history of the blacks are reflected in those states: building an advanced system of life, then having it destroyed, building again, destruction again, migrating and building somewhere else, only to be sought out and destroyed again, moving, always moving, rebuilding and moving, again and again, countless thousands giving up the struggle as utterly hopeless, internal strife increased as external pressures and threats to existence increase, and every man for himself philosophy replaces that of eternal brotherhood in some societies, and through it all new states were formed, even during the most destructive centuries when death seemed to be a rider on every stream and passing breeze. New states trying to restore yet once again their lost civilization, their written languages, their forgotten arts and sciences, the organization and study of their oral history that had come down unbroken in its main outlines from generation to generation, and the chance to remain in one area long enough to live once again under an African constitutional system that is unrivaled by that of any people. These efforts were still being pushed in every region of the African continent long after the undermining operation had been set in motion to pave the way for the conquest by Europe. The Africans were still rebuilding their own civilization when that of Asia and Europe was imposed. When, if ever, black people actually organize as a race in their various population centers, they will find that the basic and guiding ideology they now seek and so much need is embedded in their own traditional philosophy and constitutional system, simply waiting to be extracted and set forth. And while the work in this field has yet to be advanced further, some of the most fundamental principles of African political science and philosophy of life are to be found in the pages which follow. Chapter 6 The African Constitution, Birth of Democracy. In our introductory preview of African history, references were made to the common origin of the people the white world prefers to call Negro. That we are here studying a single race, not races, and a single people, not peoples, is a major theory and fact of black history and one of our principal guidelines. We are, therefore, primarily concerned only with those things which were characteristically African, practically universal among them from one end of the continent to the other, and which thereby indicated an ancient common culture in a common center of black civilization. On this we stand. In this light, the African Constitution is discussed as a body of fundamental theories, principles, and practices drawn from the customary laws that governed black African societies from the earliest times. The first task was to divorce traditional African institutions from those influenced by later Asian and European incursions, to determine what is truly African in origin and what is in fact either Asian or European, or a reflection of any kind of external influence. Another task was to determine whether an institution called African was in fact African in the sense of being universal among the blacks, a continent-wide institution in contradistinction to something peculiar to one or more tribes, nations, or African regions. This distinction is important here, for too often things are characterized as African which apply only to certain societies. These represent the development of the whole complex of cultural variations about which Western writers declaim in emphasizing the, quote, great ethnic differences among the people. This is not accidental or without design. Caucasian fears about the possibility of blacks developing a sense of oneness and unity of action is deep and centuries old. Many subtle schemes are used to maintain divisiveness, and with success. A student of comparative history can see without difficulty that various peoples scattered all over the world often developed similar institutions without ever having had any contacts whatsoever. This is equally true of the most isolated groups. Similar circumstances may produce similar ideas and cultural patterns, all of which may confirm the Cartesian theory about the equal distribution of common sense among all mankind. By simply doing what comes naturally, one society may evolve a life system not unlike another society 10,000 miles away across distant oceans. Therefore, neither the external influence theory nor that of the common origin of a widely segmented people should be hastily affirmed. We hold this to be true even in the study of one race in the generally same environment of one continent. The evidence must still be conclusive. Origin of African democracy. The foregoing observations suggest that the constitution of any people or nation, written or unwritten, derives from its customary rules of life, and that what we now call democracy was generally the earliest system among various peoples throughout the ancient world. What was a relatively new development was absolute monarchy. Among the blacks, democratic institutions evolved and functioned in a socio-economic and political system which Western writers call stateless societies, or societies without chiefs. When these societies were referred to as primitive democracies, the writers are in fact doing the very opposite of what they intended. Because far from being just a descriptive term for backward peoples, primitive also means the first, the beginners. Moreover, many of these stateless societies were states, in fact, without necessarily conforming to a predetermined Western structural pattern of a state. Indeed, what is called a stateless society in Africa would hardly be classified as such in the West, for the Western definition of a state does not include the requirements of one man as its executive head, a state being any collection of people occupying a given territory and living under their own government independently of external control. These facts are set forth at the outset because both the constitutional system and its offspring, African democracy, originated in chiefless societies. And what is even more significant, democracy reached its highest development here where the people actually governed themselves without chiefs, where self-government was a way of life and law and order were taken for granted. The basic structural outline of these states remained the same throughout Africa. There were the usual variations and exceptions. The amazing thing was, and is, the uniformity. Amazing how the most basic elements of ancient black civilization could have been held on to, continent-wide, by all of these dispersed and isolated groups, in spite of the continuing impact of unimaginable forces of destruction. The lineage ties and responsibilities and the age grade or age set system were the earliest institutions through which the African Constitution functioned, and out of which its democracy was born. It was a network of kinsmen and alleged kinsmen, all of whom descended from the same ancestor or related ancestors. All might live in the same community or state, but they were often scattered far and near in separate and independent societies. The ancestor from whom they claimed descent was always great, because of some outstanding deed or extraordinary achievements. These generally grew in magnitude as time and the generations passed, thus causing the true achievements to be overlaid by the false claims growing out of praise songs. Each generation of poets and storytellers gave the imagination full range in romantic glory. Myths were born in this manner, and the later concepts of both royalty and divinity gained support from the same source. In contiguous independent chiefdoms, the lineage was the powerful factor in providing the basis and incentive for the later formation of kingdoms and empires. No people in African history used the concept of kinship ties more effectively than the Lunda in the remarkable expansion of their empire. Even more remarkable than the territorial expansion of the Lunda Empire was their idea of a nation as one big brotherhood. Accordingly, instead of first attempting to conquer and annex by force, they would approach independent states and seek to demonstrate from oral history that all of them were merely segments of a common lineage, all brothers in fact. It appears that the majority of states believed in the principle of a common ancestry and readily became members of the empire. Some required more facts before they were convinced. Still others were not convinced or preferred to remain separate and independent anyway. These were generally conquered and given a lower status in the nation than those who united voluntarily. But we are considering lineage before the rise of kingdoms, and in particular, the lineage as the governing and organizing force in states without chiefs or kings. where community consensus was the supreme law that anyone could ignore only at his peril. There were interesting aspects to the many situations where a large number of these chiefless states were scattered over a wide territory, each independent of the others, yet all fully aware, and unlike those in Londonland, had to be convinced that they belonged to a common lineage. Kinship found expression in trade and in temporary confederations when attacked by external foes, those not considered to be members of their lineage. There were quarrels and warfare between these member states of the common lineage. The highly humane aspect of African warfare that puzzled many Western visitors doubtlessly developed the widespread recognition of lineage or kinship ties. For in the much heralded tribal wars, the main objective was to overcome or frighten away the adversary, not to kill at all if it could be avoided. Hence the hideous mask and blood-curdling screams as they charged. Even when the enemy was defeated or completely surrounded, escape routes were provided, the victors pretending not to be aware of them. Indeed, there are reports of rest periods, called when neither side seemed to be winning. At such times, the warriors on both sides might meet at the nearest stream to refresh themselves, kid each other, and laugh at each other's jokes until the drums, gongs, or trumpets sounded for the resumption of the battle. This was traditional Africa. How did it change to warfare, to kill each other, lineage or no lineage? How did it happen that even now in our modern and advanced civilization, some of the most murderous and inhuman of wars are fought by blacks against blacks? And this in the face of their increasing awareness that they are in fact one people. It is quite clear that in early Africa, war was not much more than a frightful game when among themselves. Was the radical change brought about by the death-dealing incursions from Asia and Europe? This raises other questions of great urgency. Are we really civilized today? Have we not substituted the trappings of civilization, our triumphs in science, technology, and the computer revolution, for civilization itself? Suffice it to say here that the steady weakening of lineage ties and its spirit of unity was also a weakening of the sense of brotherhood and unity among the blacks. Today, it really finds little expression except in various language or tribal groups, and these maintain it more and more as a cohesive force to be used against all others. Lineage, then, was the most powerful and effective force for unity and stability in early Africa, and this was so true that a state could be self-governed without the need for any one individual as a ruler, chief, or king. Everyone was a lawyer because just about everyone knew the customary laws. The age grade or age set, also called class, was the specific organizational structure through which the society functioned. Classification was determined by the period in which one was born. All persons born in the same year or within a general but well-defined period before or after a given year belonged in the same age grade. Each grade covered a block of years. Age grade 1 might include all children up to age 12, grade 2 from 13 to 18, grade 3 19 to 28, grade 4 29 to 40, and grade 5 40 and above. There was seniority within each grade according to age and intelligence. Intelligence and wisdom were supposed to match one's age. Stated another way, the African philosophy that accorded so much deference to elders was based upon the assumption that, all other things being equal, those who were living in the world and experiencing life before others were born should know more than these others. This qualification is important because it was later applied in the election of chiefs and kings. Being an heir to the throne was not enough. One had to meet other qualifications or be passed over. Therefore, being older or the oldest in one's group did not command the usual respect if one was lazy, a troublemaker, or a fool. Early education. The interlocking responsibilities of the various grades accounted for the smooth functioning of the chiefless states. Each grade had its own social, economic, and political role. The children's set covered the years of game and play. Around the ages of 6 and 7, however, general training and some little jobs began to be mingled with play. Primary education included storytelling, mental arithmetic, community songs and dances, learning the names of various birds and animals, the identification of poisonous snakes, local plants and trees, and how to run and climb swiftly when pursued by dangerous animals. Child training also included knowing and associating with members of one's age group as brothers and sisters, and to regard them as brothers and sisters until death and beyond. Little chores around the house became routine, such as gathering sticks of wood for fuel, bringing water, tending the cattle, feeding the chickens, or, if a girl, looking after baby or younger ones, imitating mother at cooking, and trying to learn how to sew and knit. The nearest thing to the boy's political role in childhood was when he carried his father's or uncle's stool to the village council meetings and listened to the interminable debates. The next grade above childhood was teenage, through age 18. These periods, of course, varied in different societies. Now both training and responsibilities were stepped up. Playtime was either over or very much limited. Education and training became more complex and extensive. Upon their performance at this age level, the youth's entire future depended. He or she was marked for success or failure in this second age set that began at age 13. The boy was now required to learn his extended family history and that of his society, the geography of the region, names of neighboring states, and the nature of the relations with them, the handling of weapons, hunting as a skilled art, rapid calculation, clearing the bush for planting, the nature of soils and which kinds grow what best, military tactics, care and breeding of cattle, the division of labor between males and females, bartering tactics, rules of good manners at home and abroad, competitive sports, leadership examples for the childhood age group below, and responsibilities to the age group above. The apprenticeship system, in which one became a skilled craftsman, was one of the most important of the second level age set activities. This is another reason why this age grade was the most crucial of all. And its end, one went through the initiation rites for the exalted level of manhood. The girls' age grade periods differed from those of boys. Introduction to womanhood, roles for example, was earlier. They had the same intellectual training as the boys: history, geography, rapid calculation, poetry, music, and dance. The training in child care, housekeeping, gardening, cooking, marketing, social relations, with particular stress on good manners, these were some of the essentials in the age grade education and training of young people at this level. Housekeeping, mentioned above, does not reveal the important kind of training that came under that heading, for its most important training aim was how to be a successful wife, an everlastingly desirable wife. In many societies, this training by older women away from the community included the art of exciting sexual intercourse, position variations, cleanliness in the relationship, and in short, the do's and don'ts in intimate relations. These early black societies were in many ways far in advance of the modern. The first two grades may be designated as A and B, the third as C, the fourth as D, and the final and highest as grade E. Grade C, ages 19 through 28, was the manhood and first line of action group. Its members led in the hunting, community construction, preparing the fields for planting, forming the various industrial craft guilds, secret societies, each of which guarded the processes of its art, protecting the far-ranging grazing cattle, the upkeep of roads and paths between villages, policing areas when necessary, and forming the bulwark of the fighting force. The young women in grade C were generally wives. They were responsible for the planting and care of the farms, the heavy work of bush clearing, etc., having been done by the men. The operations of the markets, hence the stress on mental arithmetic in their training, visiting and care of the sick and the aged, formation of women's societies, the media for women's social, economic, and indirect but very real political influence. And they were responsible for all and in supreme control of matters concerning the home. In those societies that had female fighting forces, the women's armies were formed almost entirely from age grade C. In terms of constitutional rights and duties, the two were inseparable in early Africa. There was not much difference between age group C and age group D. Seniority was the significant difference, since D was from age 29 to 40. If otherwise qualified, members in this class, upon reaching the age of 36, were eligible for election to the most highly honored body in the society, the Council of Elders, an honor and privilege specially reserved for those 40 years old and above. Group E. The earliest judicial system. In the chiefless states, the function of the elders was wholly advisory. For this reason, they rarely ever met as a council. A council meeting might be called by the senior elder in case of an extreme emergency. Matters involving members of the same family or clan could be settled by the family council, each family or clan having its own elder. Conflicts between families or clans could be brought before any mutually acceptable elder for settlement. The elder's judgment was not binding on the parties to the dispute. This was the constitutional theory. If the case was big and serious and the disputants were dissatisfied with the elder's decision regarding it, they could call in one or more additional elders to hear and pass on the case. Their decision was also advisory and could be disregarded by the parties to the action. Yes, the elders' advisory judgments could be ignored under ancient African constitutional law. Yet, under practical operation of that same constitution, the disputants could ignore their elders' judgment only at their peril, for to ignore the elders was considered to be ignoring the community itself. The only exception to this was in cases where the elder or elders rendered an obviously bad decision. Even then, it was not left to the contestants to say whether the judgment was good or bad. The community decided, because the community was thought to be represented in the ever-present crowd at such hearings. They, the people present, always indicated their attitude by expressions and nods of approval or disapproval of decisions reached. The constitutional theory and principle here are especially significant because of the important form they took in all African societies in every part of the continent as they evolved from societies without chiefs to centralized states under chiefs, kings, and emperors. For in this continent-wide constitutional development, the chief or king became the mouthpiece of the people and the instrument for carrying out their will. They still had no ruler in the Asian or European sense. On questions in dispute, he was in the same position as litigants in the chiefless states. Like them, under the Constitution, he had absolute power in theory, and in theory he could ignore the council and do exactly as he pleased. But in practice, like the disputants, he did not dare to defy the council of elders, which also had evolved and become the people, their direct representatives. Africans generally prefer to dwell on the constitutional theories and not the constitutional practices. They proudly speak of the freedom and absolute powers of the chief or king. Footnote: the Maasai were a specific example. End of footnote. Some will even tell you that the king owned all the land in the country. They are not trying to deceive. Words of another language often fail to translate the people's concepts or meaning. When they say the king is supreme or has absolute power, they mean that he has absolute power to carry out the will of the people. It was so well understood that supreme power rested in the people that it was never thought necessary to state such a fact. Likewise, they would say, and say proudly, the king owns all the land in the country, since everybody but a fool knew that he didn't, that nobody owned the land, again in the Western sense, and that the king's role was that of a custodian and overseer, his principal duty being to see that the land was fairly distributed among all families. In the chiefless society, the elders were the overseers of land distribution to families. Finally, nothing contributed more to the efficiency and success of self-government without governors than the system wherein each age grade was responsible for the conduct of its members, and that before any misconduct could reach one's age grade council, it was handled by his family council. This never meant leniency. It meant the very opposite, because each family was jealous of its honor and image in the community, and any of its members whose behavior reflected unfavorably on the family were in trouble with their own family first of all. The result of this was that the age grade councils rarely ever had a case, and obviously this self-government, beginning with the basic social unit, the family, radically reduced the number of cases that went before the elders. Stated another way, each family policed itself. Each age group policed itself, so that there was little or nothing that the community as a whole had to do. Each group elected its own leaders. These met with other age grade leaders on community matters that cut across age grade lines. It was therefore in the societies without chiefs or kings where African democracy was born, and where the concept that the people are sovereign was as natural as breathing. And this is why in traditional Africa the rights of the individual never came before the rights of the community. Individual freedom was unlimited until it clashed with the interest or welfare of the community. This is also why the evolution to a highly centralized state still found the king under communal law, not above it, and definitely unable to do as he pleased. These self-governing people did not have a utopian society in any idealistic sense. Theirs was a practical society in every way. The laws were natural laws, and order and justice prevailed because the society could not otherwise survive. Theirs was in fact a government of the people. Theirs was in fact not theory, a government by the people, and it was in fact a government for the people. That this kind of government did pass from the earth is another fact we now call modern progress. We shall note later the impact of some of the developments previously mentioned on the traditional constitution, particularly as it operated in the re-established, centralized migratory states. Meanwhile, it might be well if we single out some of the key provisions of that constitution, for again, the aim is to set forth in specific terms the actual all-African institutions that all Africans lost and of which their descendants do not have even a memory. One of the world's greatest constitutional systems was one of their tragic losses. Some political theories and principles of ancient African constitutional law and the fundamental rights of the African people. Drawn from African traditional, constitutional, and customary laws. Different versions and modifications of the same laws occurred in different societies. 1. The people are the first and final source of all power. 2. The rights of the community of people are, and of right ought to be, superior to those of any individual, including chiefs and kings. A. The will of the people is the supreme law. B. Chiefs and kings are under the law, not above it. 3. Kings, chiefs, and elders are leaders, not rulers. They are the elected representatives of the people and the instruments for executing their will. 4. Government and people are one and the same. 5. The family is recognized as the primary social, judicial, economic, and political unit in this society. The family council may function as a court empowered to try all internal, non-serious matters involving only members of the extended family group. 6. The elder of each extended family or clan is its chosen representative on the council. 7. Decisions in council are made by the elders. The chief or king must remain silent. Even when he announces the council's decision, it is through a speaker. Linguist. Decrees or laws are issued in the same manner to assure that the voice of the chief or king is the voice of the people. This is an example of a provision that had wide variations. 8. The land belongs to no one. It is God's gift to mankind for use and as a sacred heritage, transmitted by our forefathers as a bond between the living and the dead, to be held in trust by each generation for the unborn who will follow, and thus to the last generation. 9. Each family, therefore, has a right to land free of charge, sufficient in acreage for its economic well-being, for the right to the opportunity and means to make a living is the right to live. A. The land, accordingly, cannot be sold or given away. B. The land may be held for life and passed on to the family's heirs, and so on forever. C. The chief is the custodian of all land, the principal duty being to assure fair distribution and actual use. 10. All monies, gifts, taxes, and other forms of donations to chief or king still belong to the people for relief or aid to individuals in times of need. 11. Every member of the state has the right of appeal from a lower to higher court. In some states, appeals could be taken even from the king's court to the, quote, mother of the nation. A. The procedure was from the chief's village court to the district court to the provincial court to the king's court. B. Such appeals were allowed in serious or major crimes only, those affecting the whole society. 12. Fines for offenses against an individual went to the victim, not the court. A. Part of money received from the loser was returned to him as an expression of goodwill and desire for renewal of friendship. B. Another part was given as a fee to the trial court as an appreciation of justice. 13. Royalty in African terms means royal worth, the highest in character, wisdom, sense of justice, and courage. A. He who founded the nation by uniting many as one must be the real leader, guide, and servant of his people. B. The people, in honor of the founder of the nation, thereafter will elect chiefs from the founder's family, lineage, if the heirs meet the original test that reflected the founder's character, whose spirit was supposed to be inherited. 14. The trouble of one is the trouble of all. No one may go in want while others have anything to give. All are brothers and sisters, even is his brother's or sister's keeper. 15. Age grades, sets, and classes are social, economic, political, and military systems for 1. Basic and advanced traditional education, formal. 2. Individual and group responsibility roles. 3. Police and military training. 4. Division of labor. 5. Rites of passage and social activities. In chiefless societies, the age grades are the organs of social, economic, and political action. 16. Bride price or bride wealth is the gift that signifies mutual acceptance on the part of both families and is intended as a family security bond which may be returned in part if the wife turns out to be worthless or utterly unsatisfactory. Bride wealth tended to stabilize the institution of marriage. This was not wife buying. 17. The community as a whole is conceived of as one party, opposition being conducted by leaders of various factions. 1. Factions of opposition are usually formed by the different age groups. 2. Debates may go on indefinitely or until a consensus is reached. 3. Once a consensus is reached and the community's will determined, all open opposition to the common will must cease. 4. Those whose opposition is so serious that they are unwilling to accept the new law may splinter off, either individually or in groups under a leader, to form a new state or the nucleus for it. 18. In warfare, the object is not to kill the enemy, but to overcome him with fear if possible, such as screaming war cries, loud noise, hideously masked faces, etc. Where killing is unavoidable, it must be kept at a minimum. In case of defeat, there must be some kind of rules to enable the enemy to retire in honor. 19. The African religion, not being a creed or articles of faith, but an actual way of thinking and living, is reflected in all institutions and is, therefore, of the greatest constitutional significance. 1. Politically, the role of the chief as high priest, who presents the prayers of the people to his and their ancestors in heaven, is the real source of his influence, political or otherwise. 2. Socially, the rites of passage, songs and the dances to drive away evil, etc., as well as the purification and sacrificial rites for the atonement of sins are important. 3. The economy was directly affected by setting aside certain areas of land, groves, lakes, and rivers as sacred, not to be used in innumerable religious festival days. 20. Since religious and moral law must prevail, and the race survive, a man may have more than one wife, for he is forbidden to sleep or cohabit with his wife either during the 9 months of pregnancy or during the suckling period of 1 or 2 years thereafter. 1. The wife may not prepare meals for the husband or family during the menstrual period. 2. The husband is strictly forbidden to have any kind of relationship with one wife during the set period that belongs to another wife. 21. The supreme command of the fighting forces is under the council, not the king. If the king becomes the commander-in-chief, it is through election by the council because of his qualification as a general or field commander. This position ends with the war and the armed forces return to former status under the council, or more directly under the respective paramount chiefs. There were no standing armies. The fundamental rights of the African people. The following is a representative number of human rights, also drawn from customary laws or traditional constitutions. Every member of the community had 1. The right to equal protection of the law. 2. The right to a home. 3. The right to land sufficient for earning livelihood for oneself and family. 4. Right to aid in times of trouble. 5. The right to petition for redress of grievances. 6. The right to criticize and condemn any acts by the authorities or proposed new laws. Opposition groups in some areas called the young men were recognized by law. 7. The right to reject the community's final decision on any matter and to withdraw from the community unmolested. The right of rebellion and withdrawal. 8. The right to a fair trial. There must be no punishment greater than the offense, or fines beyond ability to pay. This latter is determined by income and status of individual and his family. 9. The right to indemnity for injuries or loss caused by others. 10. The right to family or community care in cases of sickness or accidents. 11. The right to special aid from the chief in circumstances beyond family's ability. 12. The right to a general education covering morals and good manners, family rights and responsibilities, kinship, groups and social organization, neighborhoods and boundaries, farming and marketing, rapid mental calculation, and family, clan, tribal, and state histories. 13. The right to apprentice training for useful vocation. 14. The right to an inheritance as defined by custom. 15. The right to develop one's ability and exercise any developed skills. 16. The right to protect one's family and kinsmen, even by violent means, if such becomes necessary and can be justified. 17. The right to the protection of moral law in respect to wife and children, a right which not even the king can violate. 18. The right of a man, even a slave to rise to occupy the highest positions in the state if he has the requisite ability and character. 19. The right to protection and treatment as a guest in enemy territory once one is within the gates of the enemy's village, town, or city. 20. And the right to an equal share in all benefits from common community undertakings if one has contributed to the fullest extent of his ability, no matter who or how many were able to contribute more. These constitutional principles and practices were held on to and carried by the migrating blacks to every part of the African continent. This fact is one of the most remarkable parts of the black man's story. Most remarkable because even those societies that sank to barbarism held on to the fundamentals age after age as though they were clutching the last threads of life itself. Even in Egypt, where the Asian and European impact was greatest, African constitutionalism could not be completely blotted out. Chapter 7. The Scattering of the People. Routes to Death and Resurrection. The African migrations have been stressed at various points as one of the major developments from which so much can be learned about the history of the black people. The migrations explain many things. They were people in perpetual movements. The movements were human tragedies spanning too many millenniums, for it was noted that the great pressures on the Africans actually began in prehistoric times, and that the pressures that uprooted so many settled communities came from two principal agents of destruction: the slow and relentless incursions of oceans of sand, and the slow and relentless incursions of Asian hordes. The Europeans, coming later, accelerated the movements. Migrations as culture decline. The migrations were of many different kinds, and so much so that the overall description of them is often misleading. There was no general, continuous flight of people, here and there all over the continent. Some of the movements were so slow and limited in space that one might hesitate to call them migrations. These were the groups that moved only a relatively short distance each time and, as a whole, never left their general area. After 100 years, such groups might not be more than 100 miles from their traditional home after several generations. Even in the cases of those who migrated farthest, the movement had been slow. Slow because the whole movement was forced. Every breakup a painful uprooting of communities that had been built on hopes and dreams of a permanent abode. Every move was a search for still another abode, where land and water could support life and security could assure another chance of survival. These slow-moving migrations were mentioned in the discussion of geographical influences. There were also the better-known migrations that erupted and moved south, east, and west like tidal waves. These occurred as the result of the many Asian and European invasions and conquests. They were further accelerated by the new turn in the institution of slavery from the 7th century AD onward. At a much later period, after the 16th century, black marauding groups such as the Yaga and the Ngoni added to the turmoil and disorganization. It is quite clear that the waves of blacks that spread over Africa in these migrations came mainly from the area where black concentration was greatest, and the attacks on that concentration persevered relentlessly. This area of black concentration of population was the ancient Ethiopian Empire, which I have described as the heartland of the race. Its motherland, with a civilization that, despite the Asian invasions, still included all Upper Egypt in 3100 BC and extended southward over the Sudan across Abyssinia. But everywhere the people from the birthplace of black civilization wandered, they found, almost without exception, people already settled, some having preceded them by decades or centuries, and others who had been there, according to their ancestor story, since the beginning of time. Such, for example, was the tradition of the Kete and Siwa people in Central Africa. The intertribal wars and the intense tribalism that developed from them are among the fateful outcomes cited in connection with the migrations. I have stated a number of times that, inevitably, there were non-blacks in the migrations, as they were, in one way or another, integrated with Africans and participated with them in other developments. This meant that there were always a number of predominantly black groups, with some Asians and mulattoes who were as loyal to the race as any blacks. This is the kind of fact that blasts any attempt to indict a whole people or put them into a single category. Human beings simply refuse to be generalized into neat categories. So, in ancient times, and even later, there were Caucasians who regarded the blacks as superior people, and the question about inherent inequality they would have thought absurd to entertain. The Greeks, who seemed to have studied the advanced civilization of the blacks more than any other white people, were first among this group. There were, therefore, always Caucasians who were affectionately drawn to the blacks, as by some magic. When recognized as genuine by the blacks, the esteem became mutual, and such Caucasians became an integral part of some black groups. These were not the Caucasians, Asian or Western, who infiltrated black societies for domination and future conquests. These were the Caucasians, albeit a small minority, who stayed with the blacks and fought shoulder to shoulder with them against their own kind, retreated with them in defeat, and were therefore a part of the migrations. I have also emphasized that not all of the mixed breeds, whether Afro-Arab or Afro-European, deserted the blacks for the whites. For while the majority did cleave to the race of their fathers, the devotion of the minority to the race of their mothers seemed to be so spiritual in nature that it more than overshadowed the white-worshipping half-whites. White scholars as authorities. And what has all this to do with the migrations? The answer is almost everything. Much of the history of Africa has been written by anthropologists. They have written it within the theoretical framework of their own ethnology, and historians and others have relied almost entirely on their classification of peoples. The usual claim that the discipline is a science is made despite the amount of pure guessing that characterizes its conclusions. Racism is so obvious in most of the anthropological findings that one may wonder how, if they hope to maintain the fiction of being scientific, it could escape their notice. It has been suggested that their bias does not in fact go unnoticed, but that they are so certain of the favorable reception by the white audience to which they address themselves that what others outside of that world think is a matter of little consequence. These latter do not supply the millions that support their African studies. The main thrust of their findings is to make Africa Caucasian from the beginning of its history, and to give the blacks not just a subordinate role, but no significant role at all in that history. Hence, their great emphasis on 1. The Caucasoid identity of this or that African tribe, and 2. Failing that, in a highly advanced all-black situation where no such classification could be made, to allege Caucasian influence in one way or another. This record does not require debate. It meets the eyes in most of the books by these, quote, Africanist experts. There should be no confusion over Negroid types or Caucasoid types, where there was such a widespread mixing of races as was the case in Africa, as elsewhere from the earliest times. It becomes even more ridiculous when it is established that certain Caucasians have Negroid features without the benefit of having any Negro blood, and conversely, many of the blackest of the blacks have physical characteristics which are supposed to belong to Caucasians only. In line with their presumption in taking over the continent and reordering its racial composition, the anthropologists and their historian followers have declared that the true Negroes, black Africans, are concentrated in West Africa only. With one wave of the magic wand in their all-powerful scientific hand, they changed the biblical story that the black race descended from Ham through his son Cush. The plain fact that the land of Cush was ancient Ethiopia itself, and that the Cushites were blacks was simply ignored, and Cushites were reclassified as Caucasians. The whites and half-whites who were allied with black groups and migrated with them are singled out as the determining elements in whatever the groups achieved, even the planting of crops and irrigation techniques. The Asiatic Caucasians, who are known to have settled along the northern and eastern coast of Africa, even in prehistoric times, are now being presented as the indigenous inhabitants. That archaeologists would find Caucasoid types centuries old in any of these areas should be taken as a simple matter of course. Nor would I think it surprising if excavations discovered Caucasoid skeletons several thousand years old anywhere in Africa. The same unshocked attitude is maintained when Negroid types were discovered on the British Isles, as indeed Negroid remains have been found in other places in Europe and distant lands where no blacks are known to have lived, not to mention the millions known to have settled outside of Africa. Therefore, instead of postulating a theory of history that, on the basis of a few skeletal remains, a whole people inhabited an area first, it would be more sensible to conclude that members of this or that race certainly had visited or settled in the area in the long ago, some dying there away from their own native land. But suppose they did come as permanent settlers, such as the Dutch in South Africa and the British in Rhodesia. The whites of South Africa are not waiting for the certain verdict of anthropologists and historians in their favor. They already claim to be the original inhabitants, saying, as George Peter Murdoch and his school proclaim, that the Africans came into the land later. 1,000 years hence, there will be no dearth of Caucasoid remains in Africa. I just referred to George Peter Murdoch. All through these discussions, I have been unsparing in my criticism of Caucasoid scholarship at various points. I have in effect accused them of the subtle thievery of the achievements of an important division of the human race, deliberate and unconscionable. To understand the basis for this criticism, one need not match my labor by wading through over 100 books by them. One good example of all that I have been saying in this connection will suffice. That example is Murdoch's Africa, its peoples, and their culture history. For here is another one of those works which is replete with all the trappings of profound scholarship, bearing, as all such works invariably do, the mark of scientific objectivity. Yet, from beginning to end, Murdoch maintains his central theme. Africans are not, in fact, Africans. Black civilization was not, in fact, black civilization. Countless peoples, thought to be Negroes by many, such as the Bushmen, the Maasai, Cushites, Pygmies, even the Bantu, etc., are of Caucasoid origins. And while his own account of migrations often contradicts his main thesis, this I suppose he dismisses as simply unavoidable, he was at his racist best in a specious and rather amusing argument that attempted to prove that even the Azanians were not black. Is it not significant that so many white writers spend so much time and energy trying to make this or that person of group non-African? Certain direct consequences of the migrations will not be fully understood unless the many centuries they slowly covered are kept in mind. The development and spread of the numerous languages, dialects, separate and independent small city-states from which varieties of culture patterns inevitably emerged, these outcomes highlight the factors of segmentation in the decline of advanced black institutions. But migrations from the first centers of black culture in the Sudan and Egypt had beneficial results also. The migrants were a new kind of missionaries. They carried whatever they could of their advanced civilization wherever they went, and they carried it far and wide. The backward groups that had been living far away from the centers of progress were the beneficiaries. An economic revolution occurred in areas where the Nile migrants not only brought new grain crops, but also new implements and farming techniques. They also spread the gospel of industrial production through the expansion of crafts and their organization into guilds. The greatest of these was iron, for iron, all by itself, created the greatest industrial revolution in Africa and became at once both the catalyst and foundation of the new state formations and expansions of power. In like manner, basic African institutions, such as the traditional constitutional and social systems, were reinforced by the migrations from the heartland. And while many of these basic institutions were influenced and modified by Islam and Christian Europe, they all remained so unyielding at the core that they can be studied today almost as directly as they could have been 5,000 years ago. There is another fact in this connection that is not pointed out often and never stressed. We generally speak glibly enough about Asian and Western influence on black Africa, but seldom about the influence of Africa on Asian and Western institutions. The process of Africanization began at once whenever and wherever the blacks came in contact with foreign institutions. Both Islam and Christianity had to yield to Africanization. Even autocratic sultans and emirs, all powerful in Asia, clashed head-on with the constitutional role of the council in Africa and had to yield. The religions that spread most rapidly and widely were those which were readily adaptable to African cultural patterns. Islam and the Catholic Church led in this, and the Catholic Church outdistanced every other Christian denomination in growth. A large volume should be written on the African influence on both Asian and Western civilization, since that influence began in ancient time, was not limited to Caucasians on the African continent, but was carried to other lands by migrating whites who themselves had been Africanized. African values did not die even among the millions of slaves who were transplanted in distant lands. In the United States, where the system to stamp out every vestige of black culture was most thoroughgoing and relentless, African traditions persisted and influenced not only the white slave-owning class, but the course of American civilization itself. The historical significance of the movement of people, no matter under what circumstance, can hardly be overemphasized. We have seen how and why the flight of blacks from Sudan increased as the Arab hordes continued to sweep in during the 13th century, and Islamization was more aggressively pushed. To many blacks leaving the homeland, what was happening was far worse than the sight of their cities, towns, and villages going up in flames. For now they saw their very own leaders, kings and other notables, divesting themselves of a tradition of civilization that went back beyond history into Paleolithic times, and, for expediency or self-interest, were humbly grasping at the robes of the Arabs, their language and their religion. Their leaders on the throne were no longer Africans or Ethiopians. They were now of still another race. They were black Arabs. So it did not matter at all that new states were forming under black Arab rule. The Arabs not only tolerated these black Muslim rulers, sultans and emirs they were now called, but found it expedient to use them as fronts in controlling the remaining black population. The real rulers were the various Arab tribes that were now scattered all over the Sudan. There was a great difference between these new black Muslim states and Funj, for while Funj was also a sultanate in name, it had a long line of black rulers who steadfastly refused to be Arabized, even to the extent of accepting Arab names. And even the Arab population knew very well that the Muslim religion of those black sultans was very superficial indeed. The new fringe states of Darfur, Wadai, and others under black Muslims offered no place of refuge for those whose very reason for flight was to maintain their own racial identity, dignity, and religion. The Saharan tragedy. We return to the Sahara again, for here is where the first black migrations began before written history. Sahara, or wasteland, indicates what it became, not what it was. It was the largest northern region of Balad at Sudan, the land of the blacks. Viewing this vast area for at least 5,000 years, it is difficult to believe that it was not forever thus. But the Sahara, far bigger than the United States, was once a land of lakes, rivers, forests, green fields, farms, villages, towns, and cities. Wildlife was abundant. Cattle grazed in meadows, and horse-drawn chariots sped over the highways. It was a great land, yet only a part of an even greater black world. We have already noted that this black African world had been under relentless pressures from the sea coast by invading whites from the earliest times. Canaanites, Hebrews, Phoenicians, Mongols, Arabs, Berbers, Greeks, Romans. It was also pointed out that it is not without significance that even today most of the invaders occupy the same areas where they first came in, the sea coast. For centuries, these whites must have been received with the traditional African hospitality. They were immigrants, settlers, and traders. Many, like the early blacks themselves, were seafaring men. That the blacks were once among the most adventurous peoples is evidenced not only by the presence of their descendants in many lands and numerous far-flung islands, but also by archaeological remains found in various parts of Europe. It seems clear, therefore, that the whites were not regarded as invaders with ulterior motives, but as co-partners in the further development of world trade. There was no obvious reason to think otherwise. No particular significance was seen in the fact that the whites always massed along the seacoast and built their towns and trading post strongholds there. The blacks were also in these same coastal areas. There was a general mixing or amalgamation of the races, also from the earliest times. In this area, the offsprings of blacks and white Berbers and Arabs became known as Moors, Tuaregs, Tipu, and the Fulani. Like Afro-Americans, they were of every conceivable complexion, some of the whitest having Negro blood. The scientists on Africa, however, classify even the dark-skinned in these groups as Caucasoid. It does not appear that any black prophets came forth to warn the trusting African people that over 3 million square miles of their fertile land would be made a vast wasteland by the slowly moving sandstorms from the north, or that, even fleeing, their very lives would likewise be made a vast wasteland by the white storms from the seacoast. The sandstorms at first began their long and relentless rampage over hundreds of miles, but only as previous deforesting and the disappearance of grassland made this easy. The desiccation began far back in time, probably during a period well after Quaternary times began. No one knows how long that awful process of drying up lakes and rivers lasted. What is crystal clear is that during the ensuing migrations, the blacks made their greatest and most tragic error. It was an error to be fraught with the direst historical consequences for the whole black race. Instead of moving en masse to the seacoast and maintaining the dominant position there, which they could have done easily, they moved en masse toward the interior, first to the remaining oasis in the desert, and then into northern and southern Ethiopia, Egypt and the Sudan, and to the south, central, and western regions. The Berbers, Arabs, and their Afro-Asian offsprings, Moors, Tuaregs, etc., now firmly held the entire northern, northwestern, and eastern seaboard of Africa. This tremendous victory of the white man was not achieved by conquest. It was achieved by default on the part of a race too preoccupied with the immediate present and less with its future, and a race whose centuries of blind trust in the white man passes all understanding. One might say that in surrendering all of their coastal areas to the Asians and mulattoes, and apparently without a fight except in the case of Lower Egypt, that the blacks not only sealed themselves off from world commerce and general international relations, but they also, and at the same time, sealed their own fate to be a surrounded, hemmed-in hunting ground for slaves. The pattern for Egypt and Axum was clear-cut. Their story was already outlined early enough, and so clearly that even the blind could not be unaware of the shape of things to come. That shape emerged in their present. The whites were aggressive, always relentlessly pushing for the command position in every situation, no matter how small their number or how insignificant the project. The blacks, by contrast, are not so aggressive, tend toward the brotherhood approach, and generally strike only in retaliation for prior wrongs done. This overall humane and essentially religious attitude of the blacks led Arnold Toynbee to say that mankind may have to emulate them if civilization is to be saved. This is hardly a compliment in a world where the very meaning of civilization is lost. In the face of the Caucasian will to power and domination, this religion of meekness is a tacit surrender to the permanent overlordship of the aggressive and the strong. This is the testimony of history, and perhaps this is why I have always been puzzled by the declaration of Jesus Christ that the meek would inherit the earth. Did he mean the grave? The pattern referred to above developed from the fact that countless thousands of blacks did not migrate anywhere but remained among the Asians. They gradually became the lowest class in the society, although there was some mobility or escape routes. The Berbers and Arabs constituted the upper class and ruling group. Next came the Afro-Berbers and Afro-Arabs, mulattoes, also classified as white, but in a class below whites, and finally there were the still lower class of blacks and, strangely enough, all Berbers, Arabs, and mixed breeds who chose to cast their lots with the blacks and share their destiny. I said, strangely enough, but there was really nothing strange about it. It was simply a human situation. A part of the explanation was that out of centuries of intermarriages, there had developed a network of family and kinship relationships. But it meant much more than these kinship ties. These whites and half-whites, admittedly a small minority, nevertheless did not have to have themselves classified as blacks, giving up the open opportunity to direct power, fame, and fortune. Like the majority of whites and half-whites with similar ties to the blacks, they could have easily cut those ties and even denied that any ties ever existed. That was the easy way, the self-serving and expedient way. They refused to take it and chose to share all the hardships of the blacks. I dwell on this because here we catch a fleeting glimpse of the progress of the human spirit as it emerged on a plane above the rewards of materialism and self-interest. I dwell on it because wherever this small group exists in a world gone mad with greed, there will remain some faint hope for a more humane world in the next 1,000 years. Social and economic mobility came from the circumstances that the blacks made up the strongest contingents of the Berber and Arab armies. Some became commanders, others became chief counselors to sultans. Most males were castrated, however, or removed from possible contact with all females. An equally significant group was the labor force of enslaved blacks. These were highly important because they relieved the white Asians from all labor. The blacks, who were skilled craftsmen in various fields, fared better since they were generally spared from the whip. The plight of the blacks in white-dominated areas, including their enslavement, would have been different if the masses had not scattered in small groups over the trackless Sahara, the Nile Valley, Ethiopia, and other regions of the continent. The others referred to were the blacks, who remained where they were as their once vast and fertile homeland slowly turned into a Sahara, or wasteland. Geologists, archaeologists, and other specialists have all advanced various theories to explain the great mystery of the transforming Sahara. We need not retell their interesting story here, for every explanation seems to project still another puzzling question, for me at any rate. For example, just how did the Albion Sea, a vast inland body of water as large as France, disappear in the Sahara? How many cities and towns lie buried under those mountains of sand and rocks? We know that in a given area all farms, orchards, and even villages could be completely covered over with sand in a matter of weeks. The fierce winds whipped up walls of sand and gravel like mountainous ocean waves. Since this region is over 1,000 miles wide and more than 3,000 miles from east to west, most of the people in the interior must have perished with their villages, farms, lakes, and rivers. The exceptions were those lucky people whose farms and villages escaped inundation by the moving oceans of sand. And these places of refuge, later called oases, the otherwise indiscriminate forces of death and destruction did indeed discriminate. Sometimes high walls of sand began to pile up just before reaching these sites, leaving them safely in valleys thus formed. These continued to be the centers of life and hope as the years passed on into our own times. And it is not without significance that 2/3 of the Sahara population today is still black. Like their ancestors, they continue to be settled communities of farmers and craftsmen, the kind of communities where civilization itself is born. But also like their ancestors and all other advancing peoples, they were vulnerable to the widely ranging camel riding, Berber, and Arab nomads. These tent-dwelling raiders gained absolute control of all the trans-Saharan trade routes, with their kinsmen in control of all the commercial seaports. They had effective control over the economic life of Africa, and therefore Africa itself. The matter of making that control more complete by raiding and enslaving the blacks in scattered oasis communities became relatively easy. Direct contacts with Europe and Asia meant the possession of the latest superior weapons which the blacks were unable to secure: firearms. Ethnology and the migrations. The great story of the Sahara is yet to be told. Archaeology has hardly scratched the surface beneath which a lost civilization lies, buried under several thousand feet of sand and rocks. How far westward did the effective rule of the ancient empire extend? How many kingdoms were there, and by what African names were they known? Were the fringe states, such as ancient Ghana, that were found fighting for survival on the edges of the desert, once a part of a vast imperial system? There is some evidence that this may have been the case, but the actual fact remains unknown, and speculation becomes an idle pastime. What is known is that the migrations from the Sahara, while heavily concentrated in Upper Egypt and the Eastern Sudan, also spread out over Africa in and through the Western Sudan. I may seem to have overemphasized the ethnic composition of some migrating groups by repeating reference to it, but it is so important that white historians have bypassed it in order to establish a new theory of prehistoric Caucasian occupation of Africa. Have they not found supposedly Caucasoid remains and artifacts in different places? According to this theory, the whites, in their conquest of Africa, were simply returning to their own original homeland. But where now is the homeland of the blacks? Our African experts do not know. Some few, apparently seeing how ridiculous was the corner into which they had painted themselves, suggest that perhaps the blacks migrated from India or somewhere in Europe. Others undertake to establish Caucasian priority in Africa by excavating structures which no Negroes could have built. An example is a prehistoric site in Uganda. They found what seems to have been a well-built fortification of earthwork, reservoirs, dams for irrigation, trenches, and pit dwellings. All this indicated the mass organization and skills of a superior people, such as the Seramo, for example. Nowhere in East Africa, the author concludes, are Negro peoples, either Bantu or Nilotic, known to have built structures even remotely comparable to these. Footnote: Murdoch. End of footnote. This, like 1,000 similar false statements about Africans, requires no answer. The facts now are well known, but let us not miss the central point in all this. The Sidamo people, cited by this anthropologist as the probable builders of those structures, are themselves black Africans, as black and as African as are the anthropologists' Bantu and Nilotic groups. I have lived among all three groups. Some of the people in each group are of mixed blood, as a simple matter of course, just as American blacks are mixed. But in their pathological drive to prevent any concepts of unity from emerging in Africa, Caucasian scholars have been relentless in dividing the blacks of Africa into numerous ethnic categories. This grand strategy was designed to make each group feel unique, special, and hostile to all other groups. The development of different languages in the scattered and isolated societies was the most favorable situation for the division of the blacks and the furtherance of hostility among them. None of this evil was deliberately designed. The writing of the history, or rather non-history, of non-Caucasians from a Caucasian viewpoint was a development of relatively recent times. It followed logically from the 19th century theories of social evolution. Racism, the natural byproduct, now had a scientific basis, and as such became an integral part of education itself. This is why Western anthropologists have played the dominant role in shaping African history, which, from their viewpoint, was the study of primitive peoples. The migrations, as we have seen, served their purpose well. The imperialist with the pen. The picture becomes clear, however, when we know that the black migrations were not always all black. Some of these were Afro-Asians. Some had a few white Asians. Other groups were entirely Afro-Berber or Afro-Arab. These often tended to form an independent ethnic group, keeping to themselves. There were also some groups of Berbers and later Arabs who migrated from the Sahara to favorable locations in the interior. So, as stated above, since we are here considering the earliest migrations from the Sahara, to find Caucasoid remains in any part of Africa today is really without any particular significance. Such finds obviously do not justify the conclusions reached by many writers. But these experts on Africa are not ignorant of the essential facts and outcomes of migrations. This is certainly true of those who have studied the dispersions and the mixing of peoples over the millenniums. They know, but there is apparently a deeply felt need, an urgent and almost desperate compulsion to justify the power position of the white world over the non-white peoples. That white power is so all-encompassing that the task of Western scholarship in particular is easy enough. First of all, they are not only supported by the almost limitless wealth amassed from the exploited peoples of the earth, but they also still control, directly or indirectly, the economic life of every black state today. This is equally true of numerous non-African countries, still poor and begging, while their wealth is being drained off to the already rich countries. Secondly, they control world education and science. Scholarship, supported by millions of dollars, far from being independent and objective, has generally served its masters well, becoming arrogant and overbearing in the process. Their most powerful weapon is a single word: science. Having successfully raised science far above religion in the faith of people generally, they may now present almost any proposition or conclusion as scientific and gain wide acceptance. The age has passed when men listened with reverence when it was declared that "Thus saith the Lord." Now one simply has to say, "According to science," or "Most scholars are agreed," etc. Finally, the university spearheaded the final economic triumph of the West over the rest of the world. Science pushed the partnership of big corporate wealth and big government into exciting fields of inventions and discoveries. Weapons of universal destruction actually outdistanced the technology of time and space. Who then could question white supremacy? Who dared to challenge viewpoints held by scholars with this awesome array of power behind them? Certainly nothing coming from the blacks required any serious consideration. The mind transplant had been most successful as an operation on the blacks. Having lost the honor of full manhood that comes only from the pride of racial worth and identity, the black man's mind generally operates favorably toward his white enemies and negatively toward himself and his kind. No one knows this better than the whites. They have therefore had a free and unchallenged hand in reordering the land of the blacks as they saw fit, classifying and naming people, places, and things just as they pleased. The blacks were non-persons or nobodies in their own land. From one end of the continent to the other, black youth saw great monuments and statues of Europeans only. European and Arab names for African roads, hills, lakes, towns, and cities. One youngster, whose ancestors had migrated from the north centuries ago, stood gazing at a statue of Cecil Rhodes. "He's in our school books too," he proudly informed his parents. The smile left as he asked, "But why are our great men forgotten? We never hear about them." As none could answer, there was silence. This particular group belonged to a family that was 2,000 miles from the known original home. This refers to the place that oral tradition declares to be the original home. But we know that the place of origin, often given in the oral record, means the place where the group lived for so many generations that previous home sites during these long drawn-out migrations had been forgotten. What they had forgotten, however, was less tragic than their ignorance of some of the well-known facts of their more recent history as a people. The boy had raised important questions. They could not answer because they are blacks of Rhodesia. What little history they knew was white Rhodesian history, and this they could learn from Rhodes to Ian Smith. They did not know that they had been living for generations in the center of what was once one of the greatest black empires in Africa. Nor had they ever heard of the great African leader of that empire, Emperor Mutota. As elsewhere, Rhodesian history began with the coming of the whites. All before that is, quote, unknown prehistory. To the caves, to the swamps. We have been studying those people who were actually migrating from a highly advanced civilization to less advanced regions or regions not advanced at all, but who continued to rebuild new states until they were destroyed by the European invasions. Since a representative number of these states appear in the following pages, a final word should be said about the vast numbers who found only caves and swamps as places of refuge, and therefore built no states, but sank lower and lower in hopelessness, ever-present fears of capture, and a life that was not life, but an animal-like struggle to survive. I referred to these before, but all too briefly. They are an inseparable part of the history of the race. Their savage state enables us to measure the distance from the heights to the level where so many of the race had fallen. It also may be the bold recognition on our part that serves as a guidelight on the road back to greatness. Call them savages if that pleases you. But these were the blacks in retreat before the slave hunters. These were the blacks who had to choose between enslavement for life and that of all of their descendants and freedom. They did not hesitate. They chose freedom even though it meant the loss of civilization, a civilization which they had, in fact, already lost. To be slaves of Arabs, Europeans, or Americans simply meant becoming the economic foundation of their civilization and the steady destruction of the civilization of the blacks. So, all hail to the black savages, those noble ancestors who chose both freedom and death in preference to white enslavement. Freedom and death. Once the paths they made in flight could be followed for days by their bloody footprints in the sand. The wind-blown sand had easily covered these up. Later, travelers and slave hunters could demonstrate the various routes of flight by the skeletons found here and there, fallen statues left by those who could not make it on. These were generally disjointed and scattered. Sometimes it was a bony arm protruding from the wind-swept sands, a leg over there, or a skull seeming to smile peace at last. The bones of other thousands who died in flight were never seen. They lay buried forever under the tons of sand and rocks that moved over much of the regions. Masses of blacks found security in hills that were made inaccessible to both Arabs and Europeans. Such were blacks who isolated themselves in the strongholds of the Nuba Hills. They were never conquered, throwing back all invading army units that attempted subjugation and enslavement. Westerners point to their primitive state, to their nude and half-nude bodies. To the somewhat twisted Western mind, nakedness in public is indicative of the savage. The twisted mind becomes evident when the same people do not find it necessary to explain the universality of white nudist colonies or naked bodies, not to mention sexual intercourse on public stages and screens. Reference to the Noba people, of course, is simply to give still another example of a people who had to make the grim choice between freedom and slavery, and chose freedom even when that choice meant isolation and inevitably retrogression. Blacks, who were among the very first weavers and cloth makers on earth, could no longer wear clothes. These flights before the mighty firepower of the invaders became more general after 1400 AD, even though guns after 200 years of development, were still not in widespread use in Africa. Only Europeans and Arabs were able to secure a limited supply of these precious and certain to conquer weapons. The blacks had nothing of the kind. Meanwhile, experimentation to improve various types of gunnery and speed up production was frantically pushed. The successful outcome of this great venture in firepower was the prelude to the Industrial Revolution that was to change not only the material world, but what was left of the humane nature of man himself. It is not likely that the people were then generally aware that they were being slowly hemmed in from all directions. It is possible that many did feel it, without having any exact knowledge of being encircled, although the danger might be several hundred miles away, where the hostile seas met the friendly land. So other groups of wandering blacks headed for dismal swamps. Still others dug caves and hillsides. There were those who wandered aimlessly out into the scorching desert and died with their babies strapped to their backs and larger children clutched by their hands. This means that the bleached skeletons of little babies and children also greeted the eyes as though additional testimony was needed to show how many of the young were included among those who could not make it even to barbarism. All of those who survived in these various groups ended up in areas where they could do little more than survive. Even if they had not splintered off into small independent societies, famine and disease would have reduced their numbers anyway. Therefore, as noted elsewhere, there were many firmly united groups that were so large that migrating as a single unit was impossible. Here, the very circumstances of the case demanded separation, estrangement, and isolation from the mother society, and the eventual development of several new language groups. The disunity among the blacks that spread over the whole race often developed from crisis situations over which they had no control in the awful struggle to survive. The millions who found security only in places of extreme isolation, in caves, swamps, around a few precious water holes in deserts, and on inaccessible hills, none of these people were favored with the chance even to begin the building of their lost civilization. Far from being ashamed of them as savages, this chapter is a salute to them, a salute with pride that says to them, all honor and all glory. Unlike the blacks we know most about, they could not build great kingdoms and empires. Many were far removed even from the fringes of an advancing world. Yet they overrode the unceasing attacks of both death and hell, and survived. What is more, they held fast the last line of freedom on the African continent, and they held it against cannon fire to the very end. Even when colonialism swept over their land, they were never conquered. They had been wise enough to see both Islam and Christianity as just another route to the slavery they had fought and died to avoid. So they remained steadfast in their own religion, and therefore were called pagans. But all of their children were born free, none in Muslim or Christian slavery, and their girls were never dragged off to become slaves in the harems of Arabs or as breeding girls for white men in the West. Finally, I referred to blacks who, though forced to move, never left their homeland region. The Noba did not move very far from where they had lived from times immemorial. A far greater number of blacks held on in their ancient center after it was overrun, refusing either to leave or be enslaved. They stayed and battled against the invaders, finally being concentrated in the southern provinces of the Sudan, where the earlier history of the race in Egypt is still being repeated line by line. And this is why it is so easy to understand the history of the blacks and see very clearly how they were not only forced far back beyond the advancing races, but also pushed to the lowest levels of degradation. For that history is still being made today, covertly and openly, for all the world to see. The blacks who are under pressure today in Bahr el Ghazal, Upper Nile, and Equatoria are still fighting for survival against the all-conquering colored Arabs, just as their forefathers fought 5,000 years ago from the Mediterranean in Lower Egypt to where they are now making a last stand. Romantic history? Who needs it? They have been massacred by the hundreds and villages left in ashes, but they fight on. This all-black region is kept isolated and cut off from the developments and all of the higher levels of life seen in the Arab-dominated Sudan. So these southern Sudanese remain, even in 1973, both primitive and pagan, just as their brothers elsewhere had to remain under similar circumstances. It was still the hunting ground for slaves. The blacks had to remain sharply alert at all times, for the modern slave traffic is covert, subtle, and often highly sophisticated. There are no outright raids. The slave agents may appear as employment officers, seeking workers or representatives of schools offering free training for nurses, teachers, and various trades. I was told when I was working in this area that these tactics were successful for a long time because of the extreme poverty and the desperate need for jobs. The fighting that has been going on constantly for 15 years has caused the same kind of migrations as most of those already described. Thousands have been migrating into any country that allows them to enter. Even in this modern age, many will never see those left behind again. They will scatter and settle among other people wherever they can. They will become lost in the merger, while their brothers and sisters stay behind and carry on the ancient tradition of fighting on against overwhelming odds as long as they can stand. In this study, you must have noticed that the past and present are joined. We study our past for the express purpose of learning what things made the race great in the past, what explained subsequent failures and weakness, and what, in the light of that history, we can do now if we have the will. This is what the study of history should mean for African people in particular. This chapter on the migrations, for example, tells us much that is even alarmingly crucial. But how many of us care to grapple with its real significance? Who asks why is it that the black world, forever uptight over South Africa and Rhodesia, has remained silent about the 15 years of the slaughter of blacks in the Sudan? I asked 4 leaders of the resistance if the southern provinces had ever appealed to the Organization of African Unity for help. "We have been begging them ever since it started," was the unanimous reply. "Not for arms, but just to use its influence to stop the burning of our villages and the massacre of our people. But you see, the white and brown Arabs actually control the policies of the OAU. For us, that means that they still control the blacks of Africa. Meanwhile, migrants still wander as of old. For them, freedom, and independence are yet to come to Africa.